It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back. Oh, wow. In your life. How about that? What a start. That's never happened before. On this Wednesday, May 10th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. And perhaps that is a sign, a byproduct of the last 48 hours in my life. What a 48-hour stretch it has been. Can we do that again, Frank? Can we start over? Or is it?
Let's do it.
Did the show Monday, left, was stuck in horrendous traffic. Did get to listen to Nottingham Forest beat Southampton. Thank you very much. So that lifted the spirits. Got to the airport, flew to Dallas, landed like at 11 p.m., woke up, did the damn thing, was at the press conference. People were like, wait a second, you're in Dallas on a Tuesday? Are you going to come back and do the show on a Wednesday? Of course we're coming back to do the show on a Wednesday. We'll talk about the press conference and some of the notable things that happened. Have no fear. Got changed, went to the airport, landed at midnight, home, shower, sleep. Here I am at 1 o'clock. Ain't no thing. Ain't no thing. And what a show we have lined up for all of you. So again, I'll talk about my time in Dallas. It was eventful. It was fun. It was notable. It was memorable. I look forward to that. But we got a lot to talk about on today's show with a lot of interesting people. I'm very excited about today's program. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only this program, but the UFC as well. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Put in the code, the MMA Hour. That lets them know we sent you. And we appreciate it very much. Also presented by HelloFresh and our good friends over at Squarespace. We'll tell you about them later in the show. Later in the show, we'll make our picks for this weekend. Notable, Charlotte, UFC, ABC, Bellator, Paris. Stay tuned for that. We'll also answer your questions back into the show this week on the nose. Can't wait to hear what you guys have lined up for me and the crew. So stay tuned for that. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Killer B or Killer B. I think Killer B was Ben Saunders. Killer B, Nguyen, former one championship fighter, recently fought for Gamebred Boxing. Incredible life story, inspirational stuff. She's going to be in studio joining us. Was once on Survivor, by the way, the reality show on CBS. Talk about all that with her. And she's also making the move to MMA management, too. So interesting conversation to have. Not a lot of female managers in MMA. Prior to that, we'll be joined by my old friend Chael Sonnen on a Wednesday. Aaron, the bad guy. You know how we do. Prior to that, Merab Dvalishvili, maybe the most beloved fighter right now in mixed martial arts. So stay tuned for that. He had a very eventful weekend. Prior to that, Captain Eric Albarracin will join us, the head coach for one, Henry Cejudo. He'll be here in studio. So we have two in-studio guests today.
Oh, you're slipping. You're taking your foot off the gas.
Yeah. Oh, do you have breaking news?
The two in-studio guests seem noteworthy to me.
Yeah, feels. UFC announcing a bevy of news, or maybe I should say confirming. The only new news, so to speak, is that the card in London, July 22nd, is in fact going to be headlined by... Yes, he's back. The freaking man is back. What a time for Manchester, right? Man City about to get the treble, most likely. Their prodigal son, Tommy Aspinall, coming back, scene of the crime, almost exactly a year to the day of his injury against Curtis Blades. Going to be fighting Marcin Tybura in a fight that essentially not to give us the old, but pretty much made that fight out. Cedric Doumbé, by the way, signing with PFL. Interesting. I wonder if that's a sign of things to come. But alas, my friends, we'll talk about all that and more as the show goes on. When I reveal the lineup for today's program, there were a lot of big names. Merab, Chael, Captain Eric. But the one that got the biggest pop, and it wasn't even close, is our first guest of the day. She is a massive star for one championship. She was successful in her American debut back in Denver, or Broomfield, I should say, on Friday for the big one championship American debut that aired on Amazon Prime. A fantastic win. She competes in Muay Thai. She competes in kickboxing. She competes in MMA, and she might be a better dancer than she's a fighter in any one of those disciplines. She is beloved. She is a massive, massive babyface. People love our first guest of the day, so it is a great honor to say hello. Joining us from all the way in beautiful Thailand, the one and only Stamp Fairtex. She there? Hello. How are you, Stamp? How's it going? Thank you for joining us.
Hello, I'm good. And you?
I'm doing great. And I believe there's a translator joining us as well, just in case if you need it. But I understand your English is getting a lot better. But hello to the translator. Thank you for joining us.
All right. Hello.
All right. Cool. Thank you. By the way, where are you, Stamp, right now? This is an interesting background you have here with the little unicorns.
In my home.
This is your home. Is this your bedroom?
Yeah.
You have unicorns in your bedroom? I love it.
Thank you.
Is this the room that you grew up in?
อะไรนะคะ
เขาถามว่าอันนี้คือห้องที่เติบโตมาใช่หรือเปล่า
ใช่ใช่ห้องนี้ค่ะ
Yes, she said she grew up at that room.
Wow. Like since when? Like how young were you living in that room? And you still live in it now?
ประมาณ12 ขวบได้ค่ะ
Since she was 12.
My gosh, that's incredible. Never change that background. It's great. It's nice because you're like tough fighter, knock people out, but yet you do interviews in a room with unicorns on the wall. So I like that very much. It's a nice juxtaposition. How was your time in Colorado? Did you enjoy your trip to America?
Yes, and I saw snowy first time in Denver.
Yeah. Were you surprised how popular you were?
ไม่มีอ่ะน่าจะเป็นสโนว์อ่ะ ที่สุดแล้ว
ไม่เขาถามว่ารู้สึกตกใจไหมที่ตัวเองดังขนาดนั้นที่อเมริกา
ตกใจค่ะหนูตกใจมากๆเพราะว่าหนูไม่คิดว่าหนูจะมีแฟนคอยซัพพอร์ตเยอะขนาดนี้
Yes, she said she's very surprised, very shocked. She didn't expect that to have that much fan in the States.
Yes, even today when we announced who was going to be on the show, many big names, but by far the majority of the responses were about you. You seem to be very, very popular now. The fans, even the MMA fans, seem to like you very much. And I'm wondering, why do you think they like you so much? Why do you think that they are such big fans of yours?
เขาบอกว่าวันนี้จริงๆลิสเขามีหลายคนที่จะมาสัมภาษณ์แต่แฟนๆของรายการเขาเนี่ยสนใจที่อยากจะฟังสแตมป์แล้วมาดูสแตมป์มากคิดยังไงว่าทำไมเขาถึงชอบสแตมป์
น่าจะเป็นเพราะว่าเขาชอบในการเต้นของหนูแล้วก็ในการชกของหนูแล้วก็คงจะเป็นสไตล์ที่ไม่เหมือนใคร
She said that they probably love her dancing, love the way she fight. She had the different character than other fighters. So I think that's why people kind of like me.
Yes, and I'm happy that you mentioned the dancing. The dancing was a big topic of discussion online when you did it on Friday. Could I ask, that particular dance, we're showing it now, is this a famous dance, or are you emulating someone? I think it might be a K-pop band, something like that. Could you tell me what you were trying to do? It might just be the stamp dance, which is tremendous in its own right, but were you trying to do a specific dance out there?
ตอนนี้เขากำลังเล่นเพลงที่แซมเปิดตัวอยู่อะลองอธิบายดิทำไมถึงเลือกเพลงนี้ถึงเต้นเพลงนี้เป็นเพลงของใคร
เป็นเพลง Oh My God ของนิวจินค่ะเป็นตอนนี้เป็นเพลงที่กำลังดังอยู่ใน TikTok หนูก็เลยเลือกมาเปิดตัว
This song is called Oh My God by New Gen. It's very famous on TikTok, so she just choose that songs and then dance with it.
I always wonder with the dancing, do you not get tired? Like it's a lot of moving, it's a lot of dancing, and then you're about to fight. Do you ever feel like you're out of breath before the fight and, it could slow you down early on?
เขาถามว่าเหนื่อยไหมเต้นกับเพลงนี้ดูเหมือนเต้นออกท่าเยอะมาก
มันแค่กังวลค่ะกังวลที่จะเต้นท่าผิดมากกว่าแต่ว่าถามว่าเหนื่อยไหมมันไม่เหนื่อยเพราะมันเป็นเหมือนการวอร์มอัพไปในตัว
She said it's not tired. It's actually help her to relax her, and then she's more focusing on her dance move, so she's not that tired.
Do you think that TikTok has helped make you into an even bigger star?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
And do you practice these dances a lot? Like, are you one of those that takes it very serious and does multiple takes so that you can get it right?
เป็นคนซ้อมเยอะไหมก่อนที่จะโพสต์ใน TikTok เนี่ย
ประมาณอาทิตย์หนึ่งได้ค่ะ ที่จะดูแล้วก็ค่อยๆทำแล้วก็ค่อยๆโพสต์ไปทีละอัน
So she said it took her about a week, to post something, so she's like, doing it a little bit by bit, and then before she posts it on TikTok.
This particular fight on this past Friday in Broomfield was an MMA fight, but like I said, you've had great success in Muay Thai and kickboxing. Which discipline do you enjoy fighting in the most? MMA, kickboxing, or Muay Thai?
เขาถามว่าชอบอันไหนมาชอบอันไหนที่สุด MMA kickboxing หรือมวยไทย
ถ้าเป็นตอนนี้น่าจะเป็น MMA ที่สุดแล้ว
Said right now she love MMA. She love fighting in for MMA.
Why is that?
ทำไมอ่ะ
เพราะว่ามันเหมือนว่ามันมีรูปแบบในการต่อยหลายรูปแบบค่ะ แล้วก็เรารู้สึกว่าเขาอ่ะจะมาเอาเรานอนจะมาเทคดาวน์เราเสมอ มันเลยมีจังหวะที่จะให้เราทำลายช่องว่างของเขาหรือทำลายจังหวะของเขาได้มากขึ้น มันเป็นแบบ attack ได้มากขึ้น
So she wants to learn different discipline because MMA you have to know wrestling, you have to know Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and she enjoying it, because people is gonna come to her and try to take her down because she think that she's not strong in the ground game. So it's give her that challenge of improving herself.
The finish for the fight was incredible. The body kick looked, absolutely devastating. I'm wondering if you felt because there was a lot of attention on you fighting, in America for the first time, with one having their debut in America, obviously that was a big deal. Did you feel pressure that you needed to not just win, a decision wasn't enough for you, that you wanted to do something spectacular, get a beautiful finish like either a knockout or a submission, which you've done in MMA as well? Did you feel that pressure?
รู้สึกกดดันไหมที่มาต่อยที่เดนเวอร์แล้วก็สำหรับวันแชมเปี้ยนชิพเป็นครั้งแรกด้วยตัวเองรู้สึกว่าต้องทำให้มากขึ้นไหมเพื่อจะให้ได้ชนะโดย submission หรือว่า knockout
หนูรู้สึกตื่นเต้นแล้วกดดันค่ะ เพราะมันเป็นเหมือนครั้งแรกที่หนูต่อยในบ้านเขาเป็นถิ่นเขาแล้วก็เป็นครั้งแรกของวันที่จัดด้วยมันเหมือนแบบมีความกดดันเยอะพอสมควรที่จะต้องทำให้มันออกมาดีที่สุดที่จะทำให้แฟนๆในเดนเวอร์ชอบมากที่สุดค่ะ
She felt a lot of pressure, that she have to give it her best, because it's her first time in the States and she have to fight against, her hometown in America, and it's a lot of pressure in the first time. So she have been this is like the most excited fight for her.
Wow. Was this your first time in the States, period? You had never visited the States before?
อันนี้เป็นครั้งแรกเปล่าที่มาอเมริกา
เป็นครั้งที่3ค่ะแต่เป็นครั้งแรกในการชกค่ะ
This is her third time in America. First time she was there for just only a couple of days. Second time she was there for a press conference, and the third time is her first time fighting in America.
Wow. Would you like to fight in America again, or because of the travel and the time difference, would you prefer to fight closer to home?
อยากชกที่อเมริกาไหมเขาถามหรือว่าอยากจะชกที่ใกล้บ้านเพราะว่าใกล้
จริงๆอยากชกที่อเมริกาด้วยค่ะแต่ว่าเหมือนว่ามันต้องไปเก็บตัวเกือบเดือนเลยมันก็ไม่ไหวค่ะ
She said she loved fighting in America. The downfall of it, when she had to go there before at least like a month or 3 weeks, which is quite a long time for her.
Right.
But she would go back to America again.
Also because of the elevation and everything, you had to get used to that, right? Was that tough, the elevation for you?
ยากไหมที่เราต้องปรับตัวเพราะอากาศเพราะว่าเดนเวอร์อากาศบาง
ยากเฉพาะวีคแรกค่ะวีคแรกจะยากที่สุดเพราะว่ามันเหนื่อยง่ายแล้วก็หายใจลำบาก
Said the first week was the toughest. She have time, difficult breathing because of the thin air, and it's like, she felt like she's not in shape at all. So after that first week, she felt a lot better.
And what about afterwards? You were mobbed by the fans. That must have surprised you as well, right? And probably felt great. Like afterwards, all the people were coming. I saw all the people like coming around you and wanting to get a picture with you and all that stuff. That must have felt incredible.
รู้สึกไงบ้างหลังต่อยที่มีแฟนๆมาโอบกอดมาอยากถ่ายรูปเสียงเชียร์ให้กับสแตมรู้สึกยังไง
รู้สึกตกใจแล้วก็ดีใจตั้งแต่เปิดตัวแล้วค่ะแบบเสียงดังกว่าคู่แข่งอีกก็เลยแบบดีใจมากๆเลยที่แฟนๆที่เดนเวอร์ชอบมากขนาดนี้แล้วก็ตอบรับได้ขนาดนี้ค่ะ
She said she was shocked and very surprised, when even since her walkout, the cheering, everything was so loud. So she was like very surprised at, how the crowds react to her.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is it true that you were introduced to Muay Thai when you were 5 years old?
ครั้งแรกรู้จักกับมวยไทยก็คือตอนประมาณ5 ขวบถูกหรือเปล่า
ใช่ค่ะประมาณ5 ขวบ6 ขวบ
Yes, correct. Around 5 years old.
And was your first fight when you were 6?
แล้วก็ต่อยครั้งแรก
Yes. Stam, I have a 6-year-old daughter. I can't imagine my 6-year-old daughter competing in a fight. What kind of a fight was this?
ลองอธิบายหน่อยตอน6 ขวบไปต่อยที่ไหนอะไรยังไงรายละเอียด
เป็นงานวันเด็กค่ะเป็นงานวันเด็กแล้วก็เขาจับคู่ให้ชกกันจากกับใหม่แล้วก็มาต่อยกันแล้วพอเป้งปุ๊บหนูก็เดินเข้าไปตีเข่าเขาประมาณ 3-4 ดอกกรรมการก็หยุดเพราะว่า my opponent is crying
Yeah. So she said it was she was training for it and it was actually one of the children day activities, or one of those temple they have activities for kids and then they do the matchmaking for the kids to fight on that day. So she was picked and then she fought with this girl and then she kneed her like a couple of times and then she started crying and give up.
Wow. When you were 6 years old, was it hard for you to find people to fight when you were that young? I can't imagine there were a lot of young girls volunteering to fight you.
ก็ถามว่ายากไหมตอนนั้นที่จะหานักกีฬาโดยเฉพาะนักกีฬาผู้หญิงเนี่ยมาต่อยได้ตอน6-7 ขวบ
ถ้าณตอนนั้นมันไม่ค่อยยากค่ะเพราะว่ามันมีนักมวยใหม่หลายคนที่แบบอยากลองวิชาอยากลองต่อยดู
Said at that time there's quite a lot of girls who want to fight and want to try Muay Thai.
Really? And did you do it because you were getting bullied as a kid?
ว่าทำไมถึงอยากชกมวยเพราะโดนแกล้งไหมตอนเด็กๆหรือยังไงลองเล่าให้เขาฟัง
ใช่เพราะว่าประมาณอนุบาล3ค่ะเป็นคนตัวเล็กๆแล้วก็โดนเพื่อนแกล้งบ่อยแล้วเผอิญว่ามันโดนบ่อยจนบอกแม่ว่าหนูอยากชกมวยเพื่อที่จะป้องกันตัวเองแล้วแม่ก็ไปบอกพ่อว่าเนี่ยลูกอยากชกมวยนะพ่อก็เลยถามว่าจะเอาไหมถ้าจะเอาเขาก็จะได้ฝึก
Since she was in school preschool she get picked on a lot until one day she went to her mom like that's enough I want to learn Muay Thai and to protect myself so her mother asked her father to teach her because her father was a Muay Thai fighter before as well.
Wow.
So he taught her.
And the people that were picking on you when you were a little kid, do they know what you do now? Do they know how tough you are now?
แล้วคนที่เคยแกล้งสแตมป์ตอนนี้รู้ไหมว่าตอนนี้สแตมป์เป็นยังไงบ้าง
เขารู้ตั้งแต่หนูชกมวยครั้งแรกแล้วค่ะเพราะว่าเพื่อนรู้ว่าชกมวยก็ไปบอกคนนั้นเขาก็แบบจากที่แบบแกล้งก็ไม่แกล้งแล้วก็จะกลายมาเป็นเพื่อนแทน
Well, after her first fight, her friends tell the girl who picked on her, and the girl actually stopped, bullying her and trying to become her friends.
Oh, wow. Okay. This is back when you were 5 years old, not now.
Not now.
Yeah. Okay.
ตอน5 ขวบใช่ไหมไม่ใช่ตอนนี้ใช่ไหม
ใช่ตอนนั้นค่ะตอนนี้หนูไม่รู้เหมือนกันว่าเพื่อนไปไหนแล้ว
She said, yeah, back then, but now I don't know where she is.
Okay. How many fights do you think you've had in your entire life, dating back to when you were 5? How many fights?
คิดว่าต่อยมากี่ครั้งแล้วตั้งแต่5 ขวบทุกอย่าง
More 100.
More than 100.
More than 100. And what is your goal? How many would you like to have before you're all said and done?
เป้าหมายที่คิดว่าอยากจะต่อยถึงกี่ครั้งก่อนที่จะเลิกมวย
จริงๆหนูเลิกนับไปนานแล้วว่าจะต่อยกี่ครั้งแต่ตอนนี้รู้แค่ว่าเป้าหมายแค่ว่าจะต้องทำบ้านจะต้องมีรถจะต้องมีที่จะต้องมีสวน
Said she kind of lost count she don't know how many more fights she want to fight but right now she have a goal in her life she want to be able to finish renovating her house, buy cars, and creating more like durian farm for her family.
Wow.
So she's gonna keep fighting.
Wait, like the fruit durian? Is that the fruit?
Yeah.
I love that fruit. That's
Yes.
oh, my favorite. Great one. You have a farm where you grow it?
I have farm now.
Wow. That's amazing. Big farm?
Yes.
Wow. And how long does it take for them to grow?
ส่วนที่บ้านตอนนี้เก็บได้แล้วค่ะ แต่ว่าส่วนของหนูที่แบบอันใหญ่ยังไม่ได้ประมาณ2 ปี
ก็ถามว่าปกติต้องนานเท่าไหร่
4 ปีได้ค่ะ4 ปี 5 ปี
So it usually take about 4 to 5 years to have a durian, big trees that have the durian come out. But right now at her house, start to have it already. But her other big farm take about 2 more years.
Okay. So you have multiple farms. This is not the place that you're living now. This is a different one.
อยู่ที่นี่ป่ะฟาร์มอยู่ที่นี่ป่ะ
อยู่ที่นี่ค่ะ
Yes, it's at her house.
Amazing. And could you explain to the American audience your name Stamp Fairtex? It's because you trained at the Fairtex gym. Why did you adopt that name?
ลองพูดชื่อเกี่ยวกับ Sam Fairtex หน่อยทำไมถึงใช้ Fairtex เพราะว่าไปอยู่ค่ายนั้นใช่ไหมเลยใช้ชื่อค่าย
ใช่ค่ะเป็นค่ายแรกค่ายใหญ่ที่หนูไปอยู่ด้วย แล้วก็เป็นค่ายแรกที่ทำให้หนูโด่งดังมาขนาดนี้ค่ะ แล้วก็หนูใช้ชื่อค่าย Fairtex เพราะว่าเป็นการให้เกียรติ Fairtex ด้วย
She's entering to Fairtex because it's her first gym to be in a big gym, and then it's a gym that got to where she is today. So she wanted to use the name Fairtex to give the gym a respect.
I love it. When do you want to fight again?
อยากต่อยเมื่อไหร่
ไม่รู้เหมือนกันค่ะยังไงก็ได้ตอนไหนก็ได้
He said, "Don't know, but I am ready. Always ready. Just let me know the date."
I am always ready as well, by the way. And a lot of people were asking if I could try to do the Stamp dance. So I'm going to give it a shot. Okay, Stamp? I'm going to try to do it. I'm just looking at it here because there's a little bit of this and there's a little bit of that, right? There's a little bit of that. There's actually a lot of that, if I'm being honest. And then there's a lot of this. It's not bad, right?
Yes, not bad, but not good.
Not good? All right. I'm going to work on it. I'm big on TikTok as well, Stamp. I don't know if you know this. I'm very big on TikTok. I'm going to work on it. And then the next time you come on, I'm going to show you my improvement. What do you think of that?
Oh, okay.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you. Thank you for not being too mean to me. The dancing moves are incredible. The fighting moves are incredible. Well done. Congratulations on the win. And thank you so much for staying up. I know it's late over there. Thank you for staying up. I appreciate it very much. And I wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you.
Okay, there she is, the one and only Stamp Fairtex. And thank you, Mr. Translator, for your time as well. Appreciate it greatly. There she is, Stamp Fairtex joining us. Something in my throat. I don't know what it was.
Awesome.
I think all the moving got it a little bit crazy there.
Maybe a
Frank.
little, just need some water or something.
Yeah, Frank. What do you think of the moves? How'd they come across?
I thought the moves were, for not rehearsed, you did a really good job.
I need some music though to get me really going, Well, it's a little late now, Do you know that K-pop band?
I do.
You heard of them?
Yeah.
What are they called? Next Gen?
Oh, I thought we were talking about Blackpink.
Oh. Is that what their name is?
I have no idea anymore.
Tommy Aspinall, Tommy Aspinall, na 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 na. All right, let's go. It's about to get intense in here, guys. This guy has been hounding me. He says, "Oh, I got receipts. Oh, I got this. I want to talk about that. I want to talk about this." Well, let's see what he has to say. The one and only Captain Eric Albarracin, who was on the show a week ago. Oh, he's back. Look at this guy. What is going on here? Look at this outfit. How are you, my man?
What's up?
Everything good?
Oh,
They
good.
told me not to
Mashalom
hug.
ha.
Oh, look at you with the
Ma
Hebrew.
shalom ha.
Frank told me not to hug too much. I like to hug my guests. He says I'm breaking the mic. Look at you. You actual.
I got receipts.
Wow.
Told you thought I was joking.
I kind of thought you were joking. Yes.
No.
Thank you for coming in.
I have your boys ready to pull it up on.
Well, you got
online, too.
footage too?
Yeah, you haven't seen my Instagram then.
Well, I saw some of it. Thank you for coming. Good to have you. Was the last time with Paulo Costa? Or was there
Yes.
another one?
That wasn't here though.
Yeah, it was. You were
It
sitting
was
right
here?
Yes.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. But it was long. It was like 2017.
Yeah.
GSP was
So
on.
you
too.
left and came back to the same
Yes.
place.
Yes. How about that?
That's awesome.
Do you want to turn off your phone or
Welcome
what?
back.
I mean, we're doing a live show here. You're getting text messages. What, you getting Twitter notifications? Jeez.
Man, it's,
You stayed extra. You stayed extra long here to be on the show in New York,
know-
right? Pain in the butt?
it was $600 yesterday. Today it's $1,000.
1,000.
Stay.
And where you going?
Brazil to get ready right into Patricio Pitbull's camp. I
Right.
live my life 8 weeks at a time, camp to camp.
Crazy.
13 years running.
You don't get tired? Like after a fight of this magnitude this past weekend, isn't there a part of you that's like, can I just take a little break? A week?
When your potential is greatness, your body doesn't allow you to rest until you achieve your potential. So, you know, we didn't achieve what we were supposed to on Saturday. So there's no break. This is my break. I should have been there on Monday, but I'm still here. So
Well, my apologies to Patricio. I hope he's not upset.
he might be.
He might. Oh God,
He-
I don't want that smoke. Okay, so let's get into it. Saturday, Prudential Center, Newark, New Jersey. The return of Henry Cejudo against Aljamain Sterling. I'm assuming you've watched the fight. Yes.
Of course.
Okay. After watching it, who, in your opinion, won?
Come on.
Listen, I mean, I'm
what
hoping
did
you'll
I
be-
do when I said you were one of the first persons I sent the
Yeah.
scorecards to?
Yeah, no, I know. But after watching it,
So
just
check
for
it
the
out.
record.
Well, Henry Cejudo, Triple C,
Okay, which rounds?
2-3-5.
2, 3, 5. You give him 2 as well. Okay. And
Have you seen the verdict? The verdict stats? Pull up the verdict stats.
those are fans. They're not like licensed judges.
But the stats
Those are
count.
very close. What did you think? And there it is, right there. See, we pull
Pull
it
it
up.
up.
We pull it up. There it is.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah, but those are fans. Here's the thing, and just curious. I just want to look. I'm not saying like I'm dying on this cross. I think it was a very, very, very close fight. But in the moment, what did you think before they announced the scorecards? What did you
I
think?
thought it was 2-2 going into the fifth.
And then you thought you won the 5th.
And we won the
It
fifth.
was the easiest round to score, in my opinion.
Easiest round to score. And I'll tell you a quick little story.
Tell me.
I'm sitting at the MMA press conference, and Donna Corby, I don't know if you know who he is.
Of course, yeah, good guy.
Big guy that Henry kind of talked about his weight, fat shamed him.
Not cool. I didn't hear that.
Little bit.
That's messed
but
up. He's a great
he
guy.
asked how much do you weigh? Something.
Got it.
What was the highest you ever weighed?
Got it.
Then he said enough to break the ice, almost as much as you. But anyway, he showed me the scorecards,
Okay.
and I just had a feeling. I said, you know what? Henry's been robbed once before. Do some journalism and tell me who was his coaches with Joe Benavidez, because he was
Judges.
also who was his judges
Yeah.
against Joe Benavidez, because he was also robbed that day. Dana White even called him. The whole arena thought he was robbed, and it turns out it was the same judge,
Derek Cleary.
Eric Cleary.
What's the beef there?
I have no idea.
You have no idea.
I have no idea. I have some idea, but I don't know if he's really from Nevada. You know, I've always felt, you know, Henry's, as much as he is cringe, he fights for MMA. He fights for people. And when Nick Diaz got banned for weed, to 500,000, I think it was, in 5 years, Henry protested and said, I'll never fight in Nevada again.
I remember.
Until they change it. And when they changed it, he started fighting. His first fight
Really
back was
think that this
Benavidez.
guy's holding a grudge?
I don't know, but it's possible. So you want to go against
Sure.
the commission?
Is it also
I don't
possible
know.
it's just a weird
This
coincidence?
is conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
You know, conspiracy theories are looking good nowadays.
I don't know about that.
COVID-19.
No, stop it with that.
Come
Stop
on.
it with that. Okay, so let me ask you this. In retrospect, what do you think he could have done differently to not make it so close or controversial? Like, was there anything in retrospect that you could say, I wish we would have done this so that we didn't have this issue on our hands?
Kept him down on the takedowns, capitalized when he was playing on his knees and not coming up.
What's the playing on the knees thing? Because I understand even Henry tweeted himself that he had told Herb Dean before the fight to look out for this. So what is this from your vantage point? What is happening here?
Oh, but in that instance, he meant Peter Yan, like him putting his hand on the ground and lifting up. So if he got hit in the head with a knee, you know, taking a point away or something. But he wasn't doing that. He was just laying down in the front headlock. I wish we would have just took his back, but you know, Henry really wanted to hurt him.
Okay. But is there a game that is being played there? Because I think even
yeah, he's playing the game.
what is the game? What is it? So explain to me what you're seeing
He's
there.
like resting on the bottom. He's doing his shots to not get a takedown. If he can rest, he rests. He comes up and throws a knee, things like that.
But that's not dirty, right?
No.
So I mean,
Oh, it's technical.
it's technical. So props, no? It's not like
Yeah, I wish we would have took advantage of it. I wish we were, the plan was to punish him when he did those kind of things, when he took a shot. So that's what I would say is to punish him a little bit more in those situations. Take his back. We take his back. Almost all those rounds are his.
3 years away. Did you feel like he was rusty?
A little bit in the first round. But you can't be rusty when you're in the fifth round, you put on a performance like that.
Right.
In that fifth round with the game on the line, I told him, burn the ships, grab your nuts, let your nuts hang. I need the art of war. We need you to take risk now. I need this round. So.
Did anything from Aljo surprise you that you truly weren't expecting?
I mean, we were on here talking about D3 versus Olympic wrestling, so he got the takedowns, but
4.
I don't think it was 4. I only sent him $20 because I didn't count that 4th. I don't even know where the 4th one was, to tell you the truth.
So, but going into that fight, Henry had only been taken down once.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that even if it's 2, that he doubled it, shocking to you?
No, it happens. He could get. I was giving $20 to the count, $20 to the every time in sparring. The training partner's got a takedown. So
wow,
it's always possible to get a takedown in MMA. You get caught out of position. Aljamain, he's big and strong, man. Henry used to be a 25-pounder.
Right.
Almost still is.
Right. But he's talked about 45.
Yeah, because he's chasing greatness.
Right.
He's chasing things that. He wants to conquer things that have never been conquered. And this is just a minor setback, major comeback on the way.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about that. But just about the fight. So I had scored it 1, 2, and 4 for Aljo. You think that's crazy?
No, I mean, it's the 2.
The 2's close, yeah.
Where's that verdict?
All right, so the fight ends, okay. Aljo gets the nod. And all of a sudden, Henry's taking off the gloves.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'm wondering, is this...
No.
So you didn't talk about this?
No.
Okay, so what are you thinking? Tell me what you're thinking when you're...
Same thing that happened when he...
In Jacksonville?
Knocked out Dominic Cruz.
Yeah.
This is it. And I know Henry. Henry just wants to dominate. He doesn't... If he didn't dominate, then in his mind, he lost. So, I was like, no, don't do it again. With your king of cringe that you're now in... The best promoters like a Chael Sonnen can turn a loss into a burn moment, one of the greatest moments to springboard off of.
Right.
Only truly the true greats in promoting a fight can turn a loss into something bigger. Israel Adesanya, look what he did. He lost to Pereira, and now he's twice as big.
Yeah.
So that is what I foresee in the future now.
So he didn't quite commit, right? He's like, I'm not really sure. This and that, right? He was
saying it.
He was?
He was saying it.
What, in the back?
A little bit in the back when we watched the fight again, and then I was trying to get him.
What was he saying?
I was trying to get him back. If I can't be number 1, I'm lost. I'm last. I'm here to be in this game. I'm here to be great. And I'm like, no. We can get Merab. You get Merab, number 1 contender.
Right.
He can't take you down. Come on. So then... I had him going, and then I was getting on the airport the next day, and I saw a tweet, and he was writing that he might be done again. I got out of line, and I went back, and
So you sent me a voicemail saying you were actually at the airport?
Yeah.
You were in line?
In line. I already had the
thing.
I already had the bags on my tickets.
You're kidding?
The tickets on my bag.
Yeah. And you see a tweet from him implying...
I got off.
And you went back?
Yeah.
Why did you feel the need to do that?
So he doesn't retire again. I stopped him from retiring that first time he did, so maybe I...
Which is the first time?
In the first fight in Sacramento.
That's the one.
Yeah, where he retired.
With Bill McFarland. He was with Bill McFarland. Remember him?
He left and...
Was he in the car or something?
Yeah, and he kicked the door shut. He kicked me out and slammed the door.
You're kidding.
He's like, I'm done.
Because of the weight.
Because of the weight.
He said, I just couldn't do it anymore.
Said he didn't love MMA like he did wrestling, but it was the weight.
It was
the weight.
And how did you convince him back then? That was
Told him back then, I said, Henry, you're going to be the greatest of all time. You just got to believe it. He goes, you got to believe it. I know it, but you got to believe it. And we got him back. You were there.
I remember.
When he beat Demetrius.
UFC 177. No, I remember that fight, but I remember obviously Demetrius in LA. And so this time around, you go back. Do you feel like you convinced him?
I mean, I just said a couple of things, but I think, Henry's so competitive that I think he knows. He can't go out on like that. He's too competitive to go out on like
3 years
like
away,
that.
you come back.
But the path to get back is what I'm talking about.
Got it.
If he had to go back to go back to 8 and fight all these other killers and build his way back up, I don't think he would do it.
Okay.
So
then on Monday, we get the tweet about Merab.
Yeah.
Which is a sign that like he's fully engaged, right? He's fully back. Why Merab?
That storyline. You saw him call him out at the press conference. There it is.
There it is.
Merab.
And you
Merab
think,
O'Malley.
And you think Merab gets you right back into the same spot?
Oh yeah, number one contender. What if Sean O'Malley wins? Boom, we fight Sean O'Malley. If Aljo wins and goes up, we're fighting for the title still.
Right,
so
right.
Maybe they don't fight on the same card and Aljo and Merab and Henry fight for the title if it's not on the same card in Boston. But.
Now, and actually Merab is coming on after you, so we'll get some insight. But his hand is messed up. So what are they telling you in terms of timeline? Is this possible for Boston in August?
Oh, I don't know. Whose hand's messed up?
Merab.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
No.
Okay. But so if, let's say Merab's not available, does he still want to fight? Like, would he be open to,
No, all that I don't know. I don't
Okay.
know. I just know from the team.
Merab, they like that.
Merab, we want that team, the team. You saw the team antics
Yeah.
going at it on the.
Yeah, what happened there?
I mean, the first day he arrives, he goes on, he brings his YouTube people over and
you're sitting
approaches us, tries to butter us up, and we didn't like that.
Why didn't you like it? It was not contentious.
Yeah,
you feel like
but
it was?
caught him off guard, and
Okay.
I'm just like, then he got mad because Memo Torres and Axel Osuna and Damian Hasakawa, and then we had Jimmy Neutron, which they gave him the name, bullying him. And I was like, what are you worried about them guys mean mugging you? You guys have 2 Hall of Fame coaches, a real estate agent / fighter in your corner. You guys got guys on your teams that want to scratch. Let's get a team versus team. Let's promote a Triple C and Fight Ready versus Sarah Longa, But, they call us, we're the ass clowns. We're the bulliers. We're the ones that, because I said make them piss blood.
Yeah. Aljo didn't like that. He referenced that on Monday. He didn't like that.
2 things.
What?
This ain't pickleball is 1.
Mm-hmm.
2, it's UFC countdown to promote the fight. And to tell you the truth, they edited it in because I was saying it in Portuguese, and it's like, vai mujer. You know how they say that at soccer? You're not dying in the soccer game, but they say it. Now they say it in MMA. Well, our coaches in Brazil at the Pitbull Brothers, when we're throwing body shots, they say, bota pra mijar, which means, bota pra mijar sangue, which means make them piss blood, which means hit them hard to the body.
Yeah.
But they asked me, what does it mean in English? And I did the literal translation, make them piss blood. It wasn't in a video, it was off to the side in an edit, just with my microphone, and they threw it in. They edited it in, come on. He's got his own Funkmaster YouTube channel. He's got an editor Jake, that does a fine job of editing his training videos, so. But where the ass clowns with Merab O'Malley putting on that Michael Jackson Thriller jacket, jumping on the cage, acting like it was him that got the gifted 5th round and he won the world title. Come on, where the ass clowns? You got Ray Longo. He can say, Aljo, look at that motherfucker. Punch a hole in his chest. He could say that, but we can't say make him piss blood. You got Ayla Quinta. What does Ayla Quinta saying? Let me see. How you gonna boo me? Fuck you. I Quinta Real Estate, #1 in Long Island.
Yeah.
You know?
What does this have
you
to
got
do?
Matt Serra, aka Mr. Unfiltered,
Yes.
talking about
It's actually filtered. It's very filtered, by the way.
5 more minutes, motherfucker. I'm not short, I'm stocky. Yeah, you are short, and you're 100 pounds bigger than when you beat GSP. So,
Wow.
You know, and then they're cursing at my Long Islanders. I'm from New York.
Yeah.
You know why they're booing you? Because they thought you lost. That's why they're booing you. And now you're trying to benefit off the cringe? Are you serious? You know how many pay-per-views he got? 700,000. They needs to be thanking us. He never even got over 200,000 on a pay-per-view.
This past
This
one.
one was 700,000.
You're kidding. On ESPN
And
Plus?
ESPN Plus.
That's a huge
and
number.
And which is more than double of anything he ever got. And he's asking, and I even sent him a couple of Venmos, and he's asking people to Venmo. Pull up the Venmos I sent him. Pull up those Venmos.
Did you guys get the Venmos? I don't know. Did you give him that? Oh, there
Yeah,
it is. Here it is. You did give him $20. How many $20?
Well, I gave him $20 for every takedown, minus Henry's takedowns.
Oh, and what's
That's
a 10?
$10.
What did you type there?
That one is
Give it to Merab.
$5. Give $5 to Merab from the Cerro Longo Piss and Blood Foundation.
Oh man, so this is like a legit beef.
I sent him money. Yeah, I did send him money.
Where's the beef coming from here?
I mean,
feel
he's
like
he's trying to get money from fans to shut us up.
Oh, yeah, that was just for
where's
fun.
No, we deserve a cut of that. You want to shut us up? Where's my cut?
By the
I
way,
got a Venmo.
Henry
Captain
get pay-per-view?
America's. You know how you spell it? Captain America's with an S.
Yes.
And that's a
CPT, isn't it CPT?
no. That's my Instagram.
Okay, sorry.
And throw in a bottle of your rum too, when you send me my cut. And get your business partner Conor McGregor to chip in some of that proper 12 or whatever he was drinking when he did the analysis of Henry Cejudo.
Now, what did
Come
you
on,
make
he's
of
got to
that?
respect the champ.
What did you-
Olympic champion.
What did you make of that video?
I mean, I'll tell you this, he shouldn't be drinking. Henry's serious when he does those analyses on his YouTube. So stay tuned because he's going to do a fight breakdown of Conor versus Jake Paul, and he better listen.
You think he?
They're bullying, man. Bullying is against Conor McGregor's Alta. He has an anti-bullying thing called Alta, and he's bullying us.
That's not bullying.
That's bullying.
Come on.
But
That was commentary. It was
on a
funny.
serious note,
Okay, tell me.
if they really want to stop the cringe, they can donate to the Dharma Initiative.
Okay.
The Dharma Initiative. I've told you that on your show twice.
Yes.
The one for the Ukrainians.
Yes.
They lost their training facility. I've been in contact with the Turkish wrestlers. 9 Turkish wrestlers died in the Olympic building that collapsed. And we're trying to invite these world-class athletes to come train and transition into MMA. So we're going to raise money to bring them to the Pitbull Brothers because it's kind of hard to get them in the U.S. But I have a gym at the Pitbull Brothers. It's a beach town, so they can go to the link is in my bio on my Instagram, CPT Americas, and now that's a good cause.
Mm-hmm.
That's something. I'm not asking for money. This guy just made a couple $1 million, and he's asking money from the fans. No, we're gonna support a real cause. And oh shit, I think I got him.
What happened?
Something just came in.
What do you got? Who's it? Henry? He wants to join us finally?
He should join.
He
it.
should.
Oh shit.
What is it? Someone sent you Venmo?
$5. Shut your pie hole.
Oh, are they coming in?
$1. Keep the talking. $35.
Oh, this is amazing.
Shut your mouth. I'm serious. Stop the cringe. $35.
This is amazing.
So-
what is the Venmo name?
Captain America's.
Captain America's.
Another one.
If everyone sends him $1 now, look at this, just coming in.
$10. Actually, it's here to wait.
Oh my God, your phone's exploding.
$10. Here's to help those fighters.
Okay, that's cool. Look at our fans.
I know. Do that.
Wow,
It's coming in.
Oh my God. Okay.
Grimaldi's. $100.
Really?
Stop talking. Lifted trucks. No more cringe. $100.
Let's call Henry now.
Cookie Company.
Let's call Henry now and bury the hatchet.
I think I'd call him.
Let's go.
You want to call him?
Yeah, Henry and I used to be like the closest of buds.
Let's see.
Oh, come on,
see.
Henry. Let's go. Bury the hatchet once and for all. What are we doing here? By the way, nice watch. Look at that.
Thank you.
It's glistening.
These dudes want a MMA mechanic.
Oh, there's another one. Oh, there's
Secret Juice. Help those fighters.
What is
Mysterious Frank?
Mysterious Frank is back there. That's our audio guy.
Hey!
How much he give you? He's probably cheap.
$5.
But come on, Frank.
Hey,
Guy
you want
came
to stop
in.
the cringe? Don't send it to Aljo. This is going to a good cause. And if you want the cringe to keep going, you can also send it. The link is in my bio. Look,
This is amazing.
Almaf paid $5.
Hey, well, how much did you say it was to change your flight? 1,000?
1,000.
So that let's get to 1,000. Wait, what, I
Yeah.
thought you were going to call Henry.
Oh, yeah.
Where is he now?
Oh, man. These dudes, hold on. I got to get, this dude said he was going to slap me.
Who said that?
On the thing, he's going to make
Aljo.
you piss blood. Are you kidding me?
Was he specifically
He
talking
thinks
about
I'm
you?
going to press charges?
No.
I'm from New York. Hey, can you guys bring in my one bag? I got a velour suit.
Oh, God.
I'm from New York. Oh, shit, it doesn't stop. You smell like poop. Thank you for your service, Captain Isaac. Thank you again, home. So I'm from New York.
Call him,
You think
call
I'm
him,
gonna-
call him,
You
call
think
him.
I'm gonna press charges?
Oh, here it comes. Here's the bag. Thank you,
think
Joe.
I'm gonna
Appreciate
press-
that.
You think I'm gonna
Wait, you
press
got
charges?
your
I'm from-
jacket? What's he's gonna fix? You got your jacket in a paper bag? What's going on here?
Hold on, I'll bring it up.
Okay, all right, fine.
They think I'm gonna press charges.
No one's gonna.
Are you kidding me? The only thing it's gonna cost them is one of Ali Akinta real estate homes when he bets the house on mybookie.ag and he loses it for betting on Merab. So that's what it's gonna cost him.
Did
You ain't gonna
he
slap
bet on
me.
Aljo?
What's that?
Did he bet on Aljo? I'm wondering if Aljo.
Of course he did.
If
And
they're watching.
I never understood why they're pissed off about piss because I said piss and blood. If you were to piss
think
blood,
that- I
I
think
would authorize.
I think the issue was like you're not a fighter, so why are you? So because it was that thing on Friday. What happened there? Were you a part of that at the weigh-ins?
I was, but Merab Dvalishvili came in screaming, so the guys behind me came in screaming and
He
knew.
started it. You're saying?
Yeah, he's cutting weight.
Who?
No,
Merab? Merab's not cutting weight.
No, he was just weighing in, and
Yeah.
my God, you could see the video.
Yeah.
The guys are behind me saying it.
Okay.
I'm just there, but
Calm up.
I can edit anything.
Why do you keep-
Michael Wansilver can edit and make it look like I did anything.
What a legend!
You know what I'm
he
saying?
is. I mean, come
So,
on, know yourself.
Shoot.
What a legend.
Bioaccelerator.
Well,
because
you keep changing.
no, because
I think you're scared
would-
to call him. By the way,
No, because
are you
I would
scared?
have. Had he pissed blood, I would have authorized Bioaccelerator to treat him again.
You're the one who got him to buy.
I'm the one that got him, and I wouldn't have. I should have never made him a BioX man. Should
Why?
have never sent him to Colombia.
Listen,
because
did
look
you,
what
did
happened.
You guys get pay-per-view points for 700.
You know what?
Come
I
on.
hope so.
I mean, come on. If
I
you
hope
get
so.
Are you serious?
I hope so.
You were 50% of that equation. That's how the way it should work. Same thing-
$1, even though you threw my business card away. What?
What?
I'm getting all
in the
kinds
world?
of crazy
there's
shit.
a lot of crazy stuff going on.
Shit.
So you
But
feel
I'm
like
calling him up right now.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
I'm gonna say, I'm a wrestler. I'm not afraid to compete in the cage. Line him up.
Wait, who are
Coach-
you calling Aljo right now?
I'm
or-
calling Henry
Henry,
Cejudo.
tell him that we
Line
hooked
him
you up with all this money.
Coach versus coach.
We're paying for
$2.
interviews now.
Henry, you fucking goof. Cage match.
Wait,
Longo versus the captain.
Wait, you're-
the loser loses his Long Island privileges.
wait a second. Sorry. There's a lot going
Yeah,
on.
they're saying I'm afraid. What if this coach has come up and slapped me? Come on.
Henry's
no,
watching
I'm not
right
gonna
now,
fight Ali Akinta, but I got somebody to give him a Long Island love tap, maybe in that Dana White's power slap on Rumble.
Oh, jeez.
Yes.
For sure, Henry is
Actually,
watching.
scratch the Longo thing. I'm not gonna fight Longo. You didn't know this one.
Okay.
Somebody yesterday offered me 50 G's to fight Ankalov's coach.
Ankalov.
Ankalov, Yuri Prohaska's at 205.
Oh yeah.
And this guy, Ankalov's coach.
Yeah. Why him?
They want to do a coach versus coach with the fighters in the corner. So
But
I'd
you
have
have
like
beef with him?
because of Yuri, he's
Yeah,
a future
but-
competition.
Sure.
But I had guys like, here, let's call him and at least put you in the picture. I'll take a screenshot.
Okay.
Get in there.
You think he's looking? Come on, Henry. Don't be scared. Don't put the number on the video
Oh,
there.
shit.
No, I don't think anyone saw it.
Yeah, I would have Patricio Pitbull in my corner, Henry Cejudo, Yuri, Wei Lee, John Jones, you know?
Sweet.
And they're saying 50,000 donate to a charity of our choice, and I already said the charity.
So you want to fight Longo or not?
You know what? For Longo.
Okay, you're just gonna let it ring.
This is for Longo.
Oh
Let me
my.
turn it on.
Yeah.
This is Burn Factory just gave me.
Oh, those are your guys.
Yeah, they just gave me a lot. I think 500.
You're kidding.
$500.
Yeah, but Burn Factory, you work with those guys.
But Burn Factory, you know what? You don't know the story in that kid that we flew Priest Rivera. So he was burned alive, 50% of his body, about 3 years ago in a science experiment in middle school. And he survived, and he calls that his burn moment, that he overcame that adversity, that rock bottom. So it's such an inspiring
That's why it's
story.
called Burn Factory.
That's why it's called
Oh,
Burn Factory.
wow.
And I consider Saturday night Henry's burn moment and my burn moment as well. My burn moment, and I'm going to use this burn moment for Patricio Pitbull June 16th, because I ain't losing again. I'm going
Has this
for
been
that
keeping
third
you up
battle.
at night? I see all these notes here. You got what's?
I'm going for that. I'm going
What do
for
you got?
that. For the.
What is that?
This is for Ray Longo because he's from New York. He likes to wear that chain, and I think he would like a velour suit. So
You're
we were
giving
wearing
him a
this all
present?
week.
You think it'll
and
fit
I'm
him?
giving him a present.
Wow.
I don't want to fight him.
Okay, so this is
I got my own fight up, 50K.
Okay,
MMA Fight Universe.
you want to fight?
I'll get in the damn cage. Heck yeah.
You've never fought before, right? You've competed
I've
wrestling,
done
but
some
never.
pro wrestling. We'll do a cage match. How about that? WWE.
You've done pro wrestling?
I have. You can
Where?
see on my Instagram.
Wow.
And, WWE, we'll do a cage match.
Yeah.
Something like that. Make it fun.
Okay.
But I'm all about support. If it's a support a cause,
Yeah.
then I'm all about it. So I would do the cage match, and Burn Factory is something that, another foundation that's really something that they helped this kid. He got into this podcasting because it was like therapy for him. He's a huge MMA fan, so that's kind of like how we've been helping him out.
Okay. What else do you want to get to over there? I mean, you got a lot of notes. You have all kinds of
No,
things.
I mean,
Tell me.
when we're talking about coaches versus coaches,
Yeah.
do you like that idea?
Well, you versus who? Longo?
No, his name is Shukrab, Ankalov's
but there needs to
coach.
be some sort of like hook, no? I mean,
Yeah, Yuri Prohaska versus Ankalov.
Are we doing that? I thought we were going to do Yuri versus Jamal Hill.
We are doing that. We're going to beat Jamal Hill, too. I mean, that's the...
Yeah, that's
Jamal
the big
Hill
one.
looks so huge.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
He's huge. I mean, big, like...
Oh, you mean like out of shape?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yuri is a guy that's always 220, sticks to his diet. Never seen a guy so dedicated,
God,
so his
so
mind, the
disciplined,
last
right?
samurai.
Guys, like-
Fearless.
Okay, when is that happening? Any word?
Same day in Boston.
Oh, that's what they're shooting for. He's going to
That's
be
what
okay?
they're shooting Boston.
The shoulder?
Yeah.
I mean, he only
Maybe
injured
he
in
needs to get
December.
some stem cells from BioAccelerator.
Yeah, why don't you tell him to go over there?
Maybe something lost in translation, but I'll hit him up again.
Will he come to Arizona?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We'll get him ready for that.
Okay.
You know, him, John Jones, ready for Stipe.
What about Zhang? Wei Li?
Well, Wei Li is, oh my God. Wei Li, that's going to be huge in China.
Jeez.
That's going to be amazing.
Do you think she'll come to Arizona?
I don't know, because it's that travel is
It's a lot.
When
Now,
we went to Singapore with Chatri,
Yeah.
and won. We went there to help train for Demetrius Johnson, who's now the one champion. Man, that guy's got a high fight IQ.
Oh, he was showing you guys
Chatri
a lot of
was
love.
telling us about it. We're like, nah, we're gonna whoop his ass. And this is in 2016, and you know he's so good. So good to have those guys training together.
Oh
Like I
my
said,
God.
it's like
And they seem to
Michael
genuinely
Jackson.
love each other.
Yeah.
And did you see Demetrius was on my show on Monday, and he was saying a couple of things that he wishes Henry did, and I think it's actually some of the stuff that you were talking
Same
about.
thing. I sent them a couple. We were speaking throughout the week. I sent them best of luck, and then after Henry's match, I sent him a message. What did you think? And he wrote back. Me and him were thinking the same thing. That front headlock. But more so, I wrote, if this was one championship, we would have hit him with 10 knees to the head.
Yeah. Do you prefer those rules?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah.
I like soccer kicks. Patricio Pitbull loves that. That's why he loves Japan. So.
Now, can I ask you, one of the big kind of surprises on Saturday in the midst of all of this was a tweet that came from, or maybe it was Instagram. I think it was Instagram and maybe Twitter too, but from Brandon Moreno. And he said, F the belts, stick around, Let's do it at 135. Now this one,
Tell Ariel he's the GOAT.
Well, thank you. That's very kind. This one,
Ben Barna.
Oh, Ben is the man. Yes, I know Ben. Hi, hey Ben, thanks. There's the tweet right there, or there's the Instagram. Excuse me. This is personal, right?
All right.
Tell me the story here from your
You
perspective.
really want to hear the story?
This is a big time story.
I've never told it.
I would love to hear it.
Never. You're gonna have to start. You're gonna have to. The next person's gonna
What?
have to wait.
Okay. We got time.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
You want to put that on silent? Just for,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Here it is from the beginning. What happened?
you guys better really get me that. Get me cover. These guys better really cover my flight.
You're
So-
getting covered right now.
So, Henry we were living in Phoenix, and Brandon Moreno was living with him.
What year is this?
14, 15, 16. Started with, we were preparing for Formiga.
Okay.
I wasn't on the team yet. I was still at Team Nogueira. And I will say this, they said, we got this Mexican guy, he was either a blue or purple belt at the time. I was like, no. I'm bringing in Bruno Bulldog Silva, he's a black belt. We're bringing him in. So we brought him in, and so they were both training Henry for Demetrius Johnson, Formiga, and all that, 2 years. Well, he didn't have a world title. And the Ultimate Fighter was coming up, and you had to have Tough 24. You had to have the world title. Well, one of Henry's first coaches was Tommy Ortiz. We called him up and said, "Can we get him a title shot?" He's obviously he deserved it, but we needed it immediately. And it was the localist promotion, but we just needed him to have. It could have been this.
Yeah.
He could get on the show.
Yeah.
So we set that up. He was being followed with UFC Embedded. And I believe it was, for Demetrius Johnson, first one.
Okay.
It was Friday, week before the fight, and I think Henry was cutting weight. And I want to say he didn't want to go down to Tucson. It's about 2 hours away. He was going to be in the corner. And the idea was, hey, Henry, if you're in his corner and UFC Embedded is following you, they're going to have a highlight of Brandon Moreno winning. And I told Brandon Moreno, we call out Dana White, put me in the big show, and now we have a highlight on UFC Embedded. It worked out just like that. Henry was sick. He didn't want to go, but I was like, we got to go. Come on, remember what you said? He's like, you're right, let's go. Got him that. He got the world title, did the introduction. At that point, we didn't know about the Ultimate Fighter, to tell you the truth. And Ultimate Fighter comes up. Literally, a couple days after he lost the title, he had to be a world champion. Boom, we had him. We got the world. Brandon's a world champion from WFF MMA. But they didn't put him on. He wasn't the 16th fight. He wasn't top 16 of the fighters. He wasn't on the show. We go to the show. Well, in Tough Brazil 2, Minotauro also, there was a fighter on his team that got hurt, and the UFC tried to give him another fighter from another team. I said, no. We can pick our own team. We get to pick the fighter. So we picked one from Team Nogueira, and I said, Minotauro, you're a legend. He'll respect that you want to pick your own guy. And they let him. They let him pick his own guy. So I said, hey, Henry, you got clout. You're an Olympic champion. You're the coach of the show, just like Conor McGregor's doing right now on The Ultimate Fighter on ESPN+. You can put him on the show. And he put him on the show. And they took someone out. I'm not going to say who it is, but he's the one champion now. You guys can figure that out.
Okay.
He was pissed. I didn't know that was going to happen, but I didn't know he was going to kick someone out. I just thought we were going to add somebody. Yeah. He's on the show. We don't even know who's on the show, by the way. Only one we're communicating with is Brandon through Facebook Messenger. I'm like, Brandon, who's on the show? We want to do research. We want to find out who to get on our team. So he tells us everybody, Tim Elliott, Pantoja, this person, right? So I start doing research. Okay, we see all them. Okay, day to pick. This is where it gets interesting. The day to pick the fighters, you only see them once, train, and then we're supposed to pick them. They're ranked 1 to 16, but we don't know who's seeded. Henry wants Brandon Moreno. My mind, we know Brandon Moreno is good. We knew it. But we know they didn't know who he was. So I'm like, nobody's going to pick him. first? Of course not. We can get him second. Let's get the highest seed possible. Business, because it would go, if you pick 2, they get 15.
Yeah.
If you pick 3, they get 14, and vice versa. Benavidez wins the flip, picks Tim Elliott, 4th seed, but he's the only UFC veteran, went on to win the show. We get Kai Kara France, 12th seed. We get the call. Dana White's here with the list, the seeds, and I could see them. So I look, and it says #1 Pantoja. So I'm like, dude, we got it. We can go get the #1 seed right now. Pantoja's available. He's like, no, I want to pick Brandon Moreno. I'm like, man, business-wise, we're going to send the other guy, the 16th seed, to the other side, though.
Yeah.
He's like, no. I go, Brandon will be there. Trust me, he's going to be there. Business-wise, if we give him 1, if we take 1, if we take...
1, they get 16.
If we get Brandon Moreno, who could be anywhere from 10 to 14, we were thinking, we send him another high seed and we start with the low seed. So we started with 12 and then we're going to get 13. And then they get a pick and they pick the #1 seed. So they start 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're with 12, 13, 16, right? Tournament's over already. So I'm like, we got to pick Pantoja. He picks Pantoja. Who do you think's number 16 seed?
Moreno.
Friendship's over.
Really?
Yeah, Henry never went to the house. He felt so embarrassed that he didn't pick his best friend. I still feel bad. About it.
Wow, that's the story.
That's the story.
And
but it gets, this is the kicker.
Do people know that?
No.
Wow.
This is the kicker.
Brandon was hurt.
We were all hurt. I felt like an asshole. I
feel-
still feel bad. But it was a business decision. If I could go back, I could not see myself not doing it again. How would I justify? I don't know the seeds.
Yeah.
Giving 16 to them, they would have 1, 2, and 4. And then we would have 16, 12, and 13. The match is already over. But, you know, Henry's brother Angel said he still would have picked Brandon Moreno. So I don't know. But, so what happened was we go to the UFC that night. We're guests of the show.
Yeah.
It's International Fight Week. And I can't remember who it was. I don't know if it was Joe Silva. I don't remember who it was back then, 2016. You know what they came up and asked me?
What?
And I'm going to let you figure this one out.
Okay.
First question. Did you pick Pantoja? Tell me why.
I don't know. They want to go to Brandon and tell him that you...
Because they planned it. If you're putting your own guy in and kicking one of our guys out, you're gonna have to make a choice. If you pick your best friend, #1 seed goes to the other side.
Yeah.
If you pick the #1 seed, Brandon goes to the other side. They planned it all along, and they did it on purpose.
UFC.
UFC.
You think they caused this beef?
They caused the beef. Yes, I know they did. Because that's what happens when you put people in, when you go above their head.
Yeah.
It's called jumping the chain of command. You do that in the military. That's a no-go.
Yeah.
You don't go over your platoon sergeant and go to your, your lieutenant or your captain and talk about him, because that's not good.
Yeah.
Shit's gonna roll downhill one day. They might say yes, but you're gonna catch the
Brandon
shit end.
Did he ever come to you guys and be like, "Yo, what happened?"
And that's when I knew, because they do that when you put in someone else.
They're gonna try to stir the pot.
When Minotauro got put in, he said, you got to put my brother in too. I said, all right, we'll put your brother in. They gave him 8 wrestlers in a row. Every bad matchup possible. So they know what they're doing. So they knew, we're going to make controversy in this thing. You pick your best friend,
So this
you lose
is
the
where the
tournament.
beef stems from.
The beef stems from after the show, he went to go train Benavidez, and that's what hurt Henry. And that's where he's like, I didn't do it on purpose. It was, throw it on me. Throw it on me, Captain.
Yeah.
He didn't do it on purpose. It wasn't Henry's fault.
Why didn't you guys clear the air beforehand?
It was already...
You think it was...
Henry never saw him. He never went to the house, the tough house once, because he was so...
Embarrassed?
Hurt that that happened. Coach K was there. Like, even Victor Davila was there. He's probably telling them all kinds of stories about what happened from the inside. But he was on our team. But it was planned, and it was.
So now, fast forward, how do you feel about a potential fight between Brandon and Henry?
Let me tell you.
Tell me. Is
I'm
it still the money?
getting more.
This is
Yeah.
crazy.
So let me tell you. Hopefully, it's for the Dharma Initiative.
Yeah. Well,
Not just Venmo. I wanted to go to a good cause.
Sure.
So let me tell you one day what happened.
Okay.
When he was training for Demetrius Johnson, we had 5 sparring partners for him. I can't even remember. Memo Torres, maybe. I know John Moraga was there, Brandon Moreno, Bruno Silva, and I think one more. Well, all 5, Henry would roll through all 5 of them. He would fight one each round, killing them all, right? Dominating them.
Is this DJ 2 or 1?
One.
Okay.
That's why we were so confident, too.
Got it.
But one day, all 4 of the 5 partners didn't show up for sparring.
Okay.
And it was just Henry and Brandon Moreno. And I know Brandon will never forget that day, because Henry Cejudo put the beating of a lifetime on him because he was pissed. Now I get one person.
Okay, but here's the
He
thing.
was
Despite that, he's
hitting
calling him
and
out.
throwing him. Yeah,
Despite-
it's good. I mean, to me, that was a sign of love, actually.
You think so?
Ask Chael Sonnen
What?
when he comes on the show.
Yeah.
Chael Sonnen, Fedor lost to Bader.
Yeah.
What did Chael Sonnen in the same tournament? Called him out. And I was like, why would you call someone out that lost? And he goes, I'm giving them something else to think about other than the loss. Giving them, here,
Yeah,
come after
a little
this.
bait.
It was to help him.
You think that's what it is? How did Henry take it?
Money talks, you know. He said, I tell you the truth, Henry made weight pretty easy. But I always think there should be the BMF belt for the lower weights. Henry could fight Moreno. Henry could fight Aljo or Merab or Sean O'Malley again.
BMF
He could fight Volkanovski.
The ship has sailed.
Yes, but they're always worried about him beating somebody and then retiring. Well, the belts, where's that BMF belt? You got it here?
No, we don't got
That
it.
belt's only been fought once.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Is the 145 thing dead?
No.
Well, because of the trouble that he had, with closing the distance and whatnot, you think about him against like a Max. Some of the big boys at 145 might be tough up there, no?
Henry will only get better. We don't die, we multiply. We're coming. Come on.
Okay, so what is the plan now? Because you had a plan. It was Aljo, Sugar,
Morale Joe Malley.
So now it's Merab. What is the new plan? Merab.
O'Malley,
And
Aljamain,
then back to Volk.
Volkanovski. We
You're
just
going-
added a new person to the
Got
list.
it.
I had a list all ready to whip out too Saturday night.
You had
Right
it?
in my pocket. We were gonna cross it out.
Who wins,
And
Aljo
then,
or Sugar?
I'd like Sean O'Malley to win. To take.
Okay, I don't know who you want to win. Who do you
No,
think is...
I mean I think he could win for sure.
Oh,
he
okay.
could
You
win.
think he wins? Really?
For
How?
sure he can win. I
Keeps
think,
it standing?
He has to keep it scanning, sprawl, and brawl for sure. I mean, he's got good wrestlers where he's at. He's got money. Go recruit some wrestlers. If you need some wrestlers, call me up. I'll send you some wrestlers too. I'm always looking to bring in.
You'd want to help him out?
I could
He
bring
really
in the
wanted to fight Henry.
Ukrainians, the Ukrainian wrestlers that I want to recruit.
He said
If
he
it's
wanted to
help
punch
him-
Henry in the face. He was rooting for Henry so that he could beat
The
him.
enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yes.
Art of War, Sun Tzu.
Sun
I think
Tzu.
last time I said Musashi, I was wrong.
No problem. It's
Sun
all
Tzu.
good. Listen, Musashi fighting this weekend. So okay. So,
Ooh, Henry Cejudo's calling.
let's go.
Wait a minute.
Come on. Where you at, Henry? Come home, Henry.
Hey.
We miss you.
He hung up.
We miss you. Wow.
Oh,
Henry,
man.
what are you afraid
No.
of? Don't be scared, homie. Henry
No.
Cejudo and I have bonded in Mexico. We have the Bella twins. Don't forget about the Bella twins, Henry.
Hey, he wants DC and John Jones to do it.
He
He's
doesn't
got to
wanna-
set the example. Come
Yeah,
on,
that's right.
Henry.
Set the example.
I act like I'm talking to him. He's hanging up.
Where did we go
Henry
wrong?
did it with DC. He wants DC and John Jones
He's
to do it.
afraid of daddy,
Come
huh?
on.
He's afraid of daddy.
Who's daddy? Coach Mac daddy? Who we talking about?
You know, there's only one reason why Henry doesn't talk to me.
Oh.
You know, he's afraid of daddy. Get me my phone. Let me tweet this motherfucker. You see that?
Hey, I'll tell you what, Ali
Get me my phone.
Ali really helped this camp, you know, for Henry.
I'm sure he did.
Henry really listens to Ali. He cut
treats
weight.
he treats
He
the
cut
guys great.
weight and made weight the night before because of Ali's said, hey, let's get this off.
He's
now.
one of the best managers in the game.
He's one of the most powerful guys in the game.
Sure.
You
And
got
he offered up to Dana White to get in his good graces. Hey, I'm going to tell my guys not to go on the show. That's it. Look who's on the show every week. Tell me who's missing out. Me or them?
Yeah, let's see what he said.
He's not happy.
He said, internet is horrible here in the middle of the jungle.
You know
Henry
yourself.
knows how to play
Don't be
with
scared,
words.
Henry. Where are you at? Don't forget about the people that were there
Let
for
me
you
see. Give
back
it a
when you
shot.
started with Bill McFarland. Don't forget.
Bella twins, don't forget.
Don't forget about the Bella twins. I
Now,
had them.
he's married now. Anna Catalina, he's got America. We can't
Listen.
be bringing up past.
No, but I'm talking about
Past
look who
girlfriends.
helped you out. Past girlfriend. They were never.
Michael Wansover, what time are you on Ariel? Now? Were you crazy?
What are you?
Let me see
Wansover?
if he answers.
Man, what kind of a crew you have over there? People are texting you this in the middle of the live show. 7,000 people
see. I'm
watching
gonna
right
call
now.
him again.
Uh,
I should have just put it right on you.
Should have just done it.
But as soon as I did
he's not
it,
going to do it. He's not a dummy. He might be cringe, but he's no dummy. He don't want this.
says-
He's afraid of daddy. It's okay. Listen,
Come on, Triple
I'm afraid
C.
of my dad too. How
Come
are you
on, do it for charity.
He's not going to do it.
They'll donate
Okay, how
to
about
the
this?
Dharma Initiative
How about
if you
this?
answer.
How
Come
about
on.
this? We're going to play
My
darts
Instagram
right now.
links in the bio. They'll do it. Come on.
We're going to play darts right now. Me versus Captain. The only athletic thing that I will ever beat you at. If I beat you, Henry has to come on the show on Monday.
First of all, he's in Brazil.
So what?
We're gonna
We
go
just
to-
had a person on from Thailand.
He's going to Patricio Pitbull's camp.
It's a
We're
lot
gonna
of
help
excuses.
Patricio. We're going to make history. We're going to get the
Me versus you. Darts.
Patricio Pitbull. Hold on, we got to talk about Pitbull.
Yes.
June 16th.
Here it is. Here it is. No, it's June 16th in Chicago.
He's trying to do something that's never been done before.
is some
third weight class.
Can we get a shot of this
Third
outfit?
weight class. One Monarchy,
Come
Las
right here,
Vegas,
come
right here.
Stand
Come
right
on.
here. Stand right here. What is this? Is some
Third category, first time
No,
in
listen,
history.
it's incredible. He's one of the greatest fighters in the world today. What do you like, blue or green?
I put him on Goat Mountain if he does this. I know you guys think Bellator and all this.
It's tough.
Look what he did to Michael Chandler. 1 minute. Now Michael Chandler's fighting Conor McGregor.
That's true.
Come on.
What about this? Can we get this shot right here? This. No. Well,
What
these
am
are,
I doing? Throwing it there?
Yeah, perfect. No, let's
Where?
go to this camera. This camera right here.
I don't see where the.
What is going on here with this hat? What is happening?
Ooh, One Monarchy, Las Vegas. I was gonna wear this at
is
the after.
Oh, you
For
should
the
have.
after party, but
There was no after.
there was no
party.
after
Okay,
party.
this is what we're
I
doing.
don't-
Here's the thing right here. It's a dartboard. Have you ever shot darts before?
I think I can.
Okay,
do
one
it.
second. 3 versus 3. So you do 3, I do 3, and then we combine the scores of yours versus mine. We see who wins. The stipulations are:
Okay.
if I beat you, Henry's coming on the show. Deal?
You think I can answer for Henry?
The captain? The captain doesn't have the power? Who has the power? You tell him to shoot for a
let's go.
takedown? Let's go.
Let's go,
Here we
let's go.
Here it is. So take a practice
you
shot.
ain't winning though.
That's fine. And
I ain't
here,
failing again.
Here's the
I
line.
already said I had my burn moment.
That's
I'm
it.
done failing. June 16th, Bellator, Patricio's winning.
Let's go.
No more losing.
Okay, this is the
We're
line.
not taking it to the judges. We're getting a knockout. Sergio
Wait,
Pettis,
Big fight.
Showtime.
Patchy Mix
Man, I
waiting
hope
in the
he's
wings.
not worried about that Showtime FC that he's got now.
No, that's
He better
Anthony.
be focused on the.
Okay, so
on,
this is the line. Do
on
one practice
Pitbull.
shot. One practice shot.
Practice?
Yeah. Here it is, Captain's.
I know, I got to practice, right?
Ooh, that's a nice shot, Captain.
That's 20?
20. Okay, I'm nervous. That's a nice
That ain't
shot.
practice. Let's keep it.
All right.
Wait, why?
You want to keep it? All right, go 3. You want to keep it? I'll let
Heck
you
yeah,
keep it.
that's
All right.
20.
Okay, keep going. 2 more.
Hey, the judges can cheat.
Listen,
at round
I
5
I
of
said it was
UFC
a tech-
288. Let's go.
All right, so here's 2 more for Captain. He's got a 20. Wants to keep his practice
How much
shot.
you donate to my Dharma initiative if I win? How about that?
What do you want? What do you want? Name a number.
It's for a good cause.
Name a number.
Ukrainians, Turkish.
500?
I even all right.
Here we go. But then you have to deliver Henry if I beat you.
Woo, you ain't beat me.
Come on. Oh, Captain Eric. Oh, what do we got? What do we got? An 18-38 for Captain with a little bit of a jump kick. Oh, Captain Eric. Here we go. Pressure's on. 38 for Captain Eric. Never shot a dart before in his life.
Oh!
And what do we get? What do we get? A 19. Wow.
All I do is win. All we see is gold, baby.
So
Come on.
38 plus 19 is 57. That's one of the best scores we've ever gotten, right?
Here, put this on.
No, I don't want to put that on.
Velour suit.
I need to win.
Come on, New York.
All right, here we
I
go.
need you to lose. I don't know if you could beat that.
What is the number? 57.
Oh,
Oh, I almost got the bullseye there.
Are you serious? Are you that good? Come on. Wait, I got to give you some pressure. I got to put the pressure on you.
Oh, wait, do I get to do it again?
No?
Yes, of course.
Do you get to do it again? Wait, I didn't know you were this good. First of all, I don't even play. If that fell. I don't know if you can win now.
I'm done.
You gotta hit a triple 20.
I could get a 50.
You need a triple 20.
Triple 20, where's 20?
Wait, let's put the pressure on. Let's put the pressure on. June 16th.
Oh, double 20.
No.
Oh, off the board. Off the board.
What would happen if you had 20 double 20?
If I would have gone triple 20, I would have won. I would have won.
Are you serious? You're kind of good, but I got the luck on
Double
my
or nothing?
side today.
Double or nothing?
That's karma.
Double or nothing?
Heck no. Nuh-uh. That's called karma.
I
What happened on Saturday night?
That is karma. Wait, well
That's
done.
called karma on Saturday night.
I've never choked so bad in my life. Henry, it wasn't meant to be. I will be donating $500. You tell me where it is.
The Dharma Initiative, the link is
Yeah.
in my bio, CPT Americas on Instagram.
We're going to take a quick break. Watch this interview with Aljamain Sterling, coincidentally enough, from Monday, and we'll be back with Merab Dvalishvili.
And by the way,
yes.
Look at when you come back, I wanted to pull up something on Instagram because he said I didn't congratulate him.
Okay. Who?
It's on there.
Aljo?
Aljamain. I went straight up to him. It's on there.
We'll be back right after this. He's kind enough to join us now. Let us talk to the champion, Aljamain Sterling. There he is, the Funk Master. How are you, sir? Thank you so much for doing this. Appreciate it. Congratulations, Aljamain, on the win.
Thank you, Ariel. I'm super happy about everything right now. Just, I don't know. Life is good. Life is crazy. It's unexpected sometimes, and you work hard. Sometimes good things happen for you. Sometimes you work hard. Sometimes nothing happens for you. You know, you just never know. And thankfully, things worked out in my favor. And fortunately for me, the judges were on my side and got it right.
I want to ask you about the judges in a moment, but can you tell us regular folk, months and months, I mean, the shape that you were in, all the media, like you were the headliner, right? You were the A-side, main event, pay-per-view, close to home, months and months and months, and it all crescendos, and you win, and it's like you're the talk of the town. What is the Monday after like? Could you even describe, like, how do you come down from this? What, like, could you put into words? I can't, like, it's probably like a natural high. What is that Monday after when you accomplished the goal, you did it, you succeed? And then, as I said to Dominic, not to go too long here, we had Dominic Cruz on earlier. 9 in a row now, 3 title defenses, 14 wins, the record. Like, you do all this. What is this Monday like for you?
I mean, I'm definitely on top of the world right now, 100%. I mean, can't deny that. But it's another day above ground, and that's the most important thing. And it feels good to be the king. And at the end of the day, man, I feel like people need to just get over it and realize, like, that first Jan fight is such a thing in the past. We are here now. Look at everything I've done now. Look at all the things I've done in the past. And look at the body of work and appreciate that for what it is. Because when I'm done, man, you guys are going to be like, oh, that guy was actually a lot better than what we actually thought. Like, you watch these other guys and see how competitively close it is. I just beat who people were dubbing as the greatest combat athlete of all time. So what does that make me? Guys, it's time to just get used to this face because we ain't going nowhere, baby.
I know you're locked in on what the people are saying online, especially. Are you getting the love? Are you feeling the love from the people?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's still some people out there that's going to say the stuff that they want to say, but at the end of the day, I can't control that. I'm going to just keep doing what I do, and that's working on what I need to work on. You know, I never once came out and said, guys, I'm this striker. I'm going to be just knocking guys out left and right, and then I go and I do something else. You know, I always tell you what the game plan is going to be. I plan to take you down. I plan to drown you on the ground, and that's it. I had a really tough opponent in Henry Cejudo. He's a 2-division champion for a reason. Man, that guy's fight IQ, making the adjustments he was making in real time with me. It was like as if I made an advancement, he made an advancement for my advancement, and then I would have to make an advancement for his advancement. And that's how back and forth of a chess match this was. And I don't think people really understand the brilliance of that unless you were in there. That you have to almost feel that energy to see what I'm talking about. Because there was things that the coaches were telling me, and then I went back and I looked at it a little bit. I'm like, yeah, I saw that opening there, but there was a reason why I didn't do what they were telling me to do. Is because of what Henry was also doing at the same time. And I got to give him some respect for that. But I think I did the universe a favor and ending the cringe. So,
what impressed you most about him? All right, that's Aljamain Sterling on Monday. I'm devastated that I choke like that. I mean, that's one of the worst choke jobs of all time. But thank you very much to Captain Eric. I will be donating to his charity. No problem. And now let's talk to the man who we were just talking about, the star of Saturday night in many respects, the pride of Georgia, joining us from Georgia, the great Merab Dvalishvili. There he is. Hello, Merab.
Let's go, Arya.
What a legend.
How are you?
Captain Eric wanted to say Devajanisti or something. He wanted to tell you.
Yeah, he picked Georgian words quick. We only met a couple times, and then the first time he said something Russian. I said, please don't. I'm from Georgia, and since that he was keep learning new words, and I'm surprised. But I don't like the jackets they are wearing on all fight week and Saturdays.
There's an issue there with the team, huh? Your team and their team. There's some beef.
Listen, Aljo was fighting, and Aljo did what he was supposed to do. I don't have no problem with his team, but it was some guys. They were trolling Aljo like it looks like. In the when it was press conference, like those guys, whoever was wearing those jackets or I don't know, or sweatpants or something like that, looks like they was told to troll Aljo because everybody was screaming like and knew when Henry was give them signal, and even locker room, not locker room. Even in hotel, they was staring Aljo, and then they was disrespect champion, and then I don't know if you guys see it was some clip, and when that's where Aljo was over it, and he tell them, you guys stop doing it. You guys not fighting me,
Right.
Let Henry do his thing, whatever he wants, but you guys not fighting me. Stop trolling me and do your thing, grow up, something like that. And but Aljo did what he was supposed to did. He defended his belt against the great fighter Henry Cejudo, and hey man, now he's the GOAT.
How did you score the fight?
Oh, Aljo win 3 rounds for sure.
Easy. And then afterwards, this is why I say you were the star of the show, Merab. Everyone was talking about you after the fight. They bring Sean O'Malley into the cage. They're facing off, and you're standing there. It was like Forrest Gump. You're just all of a sudden in the mix. He takes off his jacket. What are you thinking?
So first, what happened was, Aljo win the fight. We all happy. I'm talking with Alaya Quinta. I hug Metzera Ray Longo, and then we just step away, and then we just talk, and we just watching Aljo how happy he is. He watching his interview, everything, and from nowhere, O'Malley comes in, and he was talking shit about Aljo, and he pays off Aljo. I'm like, I try to get there quick because I make sure I stay there, because make sure he don't do something stupid or his coach or somebody. And I was there just in case. And when he started talking shit, I said, yo, chill. I was smiling, because, Aljo and he's going to fight, but I don't want to be disrespect O'Malley. But, I want to tell him it's Aljo's moment. And, a little bit chill, just be respectful, for champion, And he started taking jacket. I'm like, and I was there, and I can't wait to grab his jacket actually. And as soon as he take off, I helped actually to take off from like the hand, like, and then I grab it, and and then I'm just, and Al was next to me, and then he told me, "Don't give him back." And then I'm like looking 1 second. I said, "I have an even better idea," and then I put it on, and like what he's gonna do, But I was there, make sure O'Malley don't continue stupid things. Aljo and Sean was keep talking, and soon as security break them a little bit, and I just ran to the cage, and I just like make some. I celebrate, celebrate the new jacket,
Yeah, how did it fit?
Actually, I like the jacket. Like I said, man, I don't like Henry Cejudo's team jacket. I like O'Malley's jacket.
It fit well on you because you have a different body type than him. Did it fit nicely?
Yeah, actually, I was scared of if it was going to fit because I have a lot of muscle. This guy is skinny, but because I guess he's tall and he looks like a Christmas tree, fits good on me.
Did he get upset? Like, did you feel like he was really upset?
So yeah, when I jumped to the cage and like I was happy, I'm happy like always, my team win, Aljo win, and then this Christmas tree, I don't care, he's just, sometimes he's funny, sometimes he's little boy, sometimes I like him, sometimes like I'm not sure because like, come on, he should never disrespect the champion. He should not like act like a little kid. And so yeah, and then when I jumped back and I saw, he was pissed off. And of course I don't want a drama and I don't want to fight him. And then I saw Dana White was there too. Dana said, and then I don't know, something like Bolt tried to like tell me, and of course I give him a throw him back, and I was feel bad for him because he was staying naked, and then like he's skinny guy, I don't want to get he's sick and make excuse for I'll just fight or something like that, and then I give him back, But I'm sending him my location and he has to give me back.
Oh, okay, all right. Because now I feel like people want to see you versus him as much as him versus Aljo at this point. I feel like there's now a story between you guys.
Let me tell you what. So let's do this. O'Malley versus Aljo.
Yeah.
And Aljo will beat him, and then he can fight me. Like actually, he DM me after I fought Peter Yan. He DM me. He texts me, "Hey, great fight. When right time comes, I can't wait to fight you."
Wow.
And that was nice of him, because I was ducking him like all 5 years. Not ducking him, I was chasing him.
Yeah.
Like all 5
Chasing,
years.
not ducking. The opposite.
Sorry.
Yes.
The opposite. Sorry, everybody knows my English. So
yeah.
And so yeah, he never responded. And like after Peter Yan's fight, he did text me that I will fight you when right time comes. So, and after Aljo beat him, that will be right time. But we can do this way. So Aljo versus O'Malley fight title, and maybe co-main with me and Henry Cejudo. I will beat Aljo's leftover Henry Cejudo too. And after Aljo beat O'Malley, and I will beat O'Malley next.
Okay, so let's take a step back.
Because
okay. Yeah.
Sorry. Because this guy, I said sometimes he's funny. Sometimes I like him, Sometimes, he makes me laugh, but sometimes not.
So I want to take a quick step back because on Friday, your good friend and training partner, Chris Weidman, broke some news about your hand. So what happened to your hand?
Yeah, I'm injured. But I still fought with this injured hand with Peter Yan, and I still whipped his ass or beat his ass. Yeah, actually, did you see that I grabbed his ass? Did you see this moment?
I did see it. Yes. Did you injure it in the fight, or how did it come?
No, I injured my hand 2 weeks before fight because I was training in Syndicate MMA in Las Vegas, and I love this gym, beautiful gym. There is other gyms too. So I'm going there, visiting, training UFC PI and everything. But I love training in Syndicate MMA, and sometimes groups are visiting from other countries or other states or something, and it was Canadian group visiting to syndicate, and then the one guy was chasing me like, hey, let's go sparring with me. And I don't really want to sparring with him because he was like pro, but like wasn't like he was like maybe 3-0 or something. Good guy, but I still don't want to like fight guys who don't have a lot of experience, because they're always dangerous, because every time I get injured from not really high level guys, because they try to do something stupid. And I was trying to not fight him and not sparring with him and not waste my time. And Pachiki Mix visit to syndicate, we did sparring 4 rounds, like really, really good. Like we both did good. And after I finished this 4-round sparring, and this guy asked me, and I was already good. And then I said, okay, now I can sparring with him smart. And this guy starts stupid sparring. Like he made me a little bit mad, and I throw like straight right hand, and then he pull his hands down. Because nobody does this. Like, usually professional guys, they head movement or like the hand or cover or less eat. But this guy just put it here and I punch right to the forehead, like with my knuckle. And I never know before, but this is such a big thing that there is two bones I connect here, like those 2 bones.
Okay.
Those 2 bones connect here. So now it's like that. And then it was like swallowing next couple days, and I have fight Peter Yan. I did fight with my injured hand. I did win, but like now I wanna fix this too. But to fight Henry Cejudo, no problem. I can fight him, and after Aljo beat O'Malley, I can fight him with no problem.
Do you need surgery?
I did need surgery. Actually, I'm scheduled to coming up Monday to surgery, but I'm going just in case. I'm going. The Giga Chikade recommends some other doctor in LA, and Dr. Chu, or I forget his name. So, and then I start just in case. I want to double check, and I want to move this my surgery day to maybe for next couple of days. I want to check with another doctor too, and because I want to, if it's any other way to fix this, because it's painful. When I training, I cannot. Every time I punch to the forehead, painful, and very, at 20 seconds I cannot use anymore. And even I hit the punching bag or even wrestling bothers me. I never had this problem before, but I guess
if you fight again, do you have to have surgery first? Like, can you really delay the surgery, or does the surgery need to happen first?
I see. Depends who I'm gonna fight. Depends, because if they give me Corey Sanhagan, I will fight next week in 2 weeks. I don't need a surgery. If I fight Henry Cejudo, I don't need a surgery. But
why is that?
If
why
I
not?
have to,
Wrestling.
I like the fights, and then it's okay. I will bite my mouthpiece, and it's okay. I will eat the pain or whatever. Because those fights excite me. This is the number 4 and number 3 guys. They deserve. They are like a high level. The fights excite me. I do want to fight. I love fighting, and those fights excite me. But not like a fight Umar Nurmagomedov. Like he's number 11. This fight doesn't excite me because, he don't deserve, man. And then this sport is just I earned it. I'm in UFC more than 5 years, and I have 11 fights. And every time they told me, I said yes. I accept this Umar fight. Actually, I don't say no. When they told me to. You want to fight May 13th, Umar Nurmagomedov? I said, I'm injured. And then they sent me to doctor. They said tomorrow, 8 a.m., you go with this doctor. I go, doctor check, doctor did MRI, did X-ray again. Even they did before my fight. They did again. They tried to me fight May 13, and it was another reason also because I have to help Aljo for May 6th. You know, I'm his main training partner. He always keep a local and like a small circle, like small group.
Yeah.
And then I'm his main training partner. And then, you know, I need to focus on, you know, he needs, you know, we you know, I need to help him. You know, like it's not, and I cannot leave my friend like this. You know, if I have a fight, I have to train my own because I like just go to show up classes, like join to the group training. But Aljo likes to organize his own training. But me, I like when there is like some coach and teaching some class. I like to listen. I like to learn new things, and I like to train new guys. I don't like to set up my own training. You know, it's different. Everybody different. You know, that things works for Aljo, but for me, I like to like even like for example, Syndicate MMA. Every day, beautiful, nice training. You know, I'm getting better. I think there, and then you know, I love training. You know, I love training with new guys and everything. So,
but can I ask you?
Can
I ask you, Merab? Like, you fight Peter Yan end of March, mid-March, right? And then all of a sudden, 2 months later, they want you to fight Umar Nurmagomedov. Like, when you get that, do you feel like that's weird? Can I tell you my interpretation? I thought that they were trying to punish you because you said you didn't want to fight for the belt. And it's like, all right, you don't want to fight for the belt? Here's this guy who's below you, very tough, extremely tough, but doesn't have the name. Go deal with him. Oh, you're injured? Go to the doctor and let's make sure that you're injured. If not, you're going to have to fight him. That's what I feel like happened. Am I crazy?
I agree with you, but also I understand. It's business, and I understand.
Come on, there's like 8 other bantamweights that you could fight. Why are you fighting the guy who's never fought a top 10, let alone a top 5, let alone a top 3 guy?
I agree, but I guess you know, like now there's Khabib team, and yeah, I guess Khabib team has a. I don't know.
Did it upset you?
Like,
did it frustrate you?
They have. Yeah, a little bit, but you know, you know, I'm a fighter. You know, I have to. If I have to fight, and I have to just make sure I win the fight, and I have to focus on myself. Those things, you know, I cannot control. I understand UFC's point because I'm not fighting title. Yeah, they want me to punish me. Okay, then if not, you fight this or a little bit punish and a little bit. Also, I understand the business. They need a main event. You know, I just beat Peter Yan. You know,
2
like
months
everybody
later.
see now.
I mean, it's 2 months later.
Yeah,
Jeez
I
Louise.
know.
Crazy.
It was very quick. Yeah, that was quick.
And I appreciate that you're. I'm not trying to get you in trouble. I appreciate you're very nice. You're a company guy.
No.
But now you got Henry.
So I will say.
Yeah.
Sorry, and I understand they need a main event, and yeah, I understand also nobody fights Umar, but like. It was times that nobody was fighting me, and I was sitting 1 year like without fight. You know, they have.
I remember.
And,
you came on the show. You were frustrated. You were telling us. You remember?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So what about Henry? Do you think they want to do you versus Henry?
He's great fighter. I was even surprised how good and well he did against Aljo, and you know he's big challenge for me, and I like the challenge. I like tough fights, you know, like this. If Henry really wants this fight, no problem, you know, because I have so much respect for him. And but I don't know, to be smart, you know, like maybe I don't know if should I wait for when Aljo move up and just fight whoever will be there, because like, you know, everybody lost, you know, like Henry Cejudo lost,
Corey,
Aljo already beat Sanhagan. Sanhagan is maybe good, but you know you know, I have 9 fight win streaks, you know.
Yeah, no, you deserve to be there. That's probably why they want you to fight for a belt as well. But I think it's the teammate thing that is proving to be difficult, which is understandable, at least from my end. So August, probably not going to happen, right? Is that fair to say?
For me, if I did surgery, no. August not good.
How long is if you do surgery, how long are you out for?
They said I can really start training after 6 weeks to 8 weeks. But I know my body, maybe I'll be back like after 6 weeks. I can start training and I'll be fine. But even after surgery, I was still running, I was still swimming, I was still do my cardio and everything, so I'll be fine. No
Okay,
problem.
and you'll find out maybe next week. You'll decide.
Yeah. So yes. So so one doctor in New York. I forgot his name. I don't wanna.
Yeah.
And he already scheduled me for surgery. We did MRI, and now I'm just in case I'm going another doctor in LA, and he also told me surgery, but I want to see him in person. I want to do the MRI again and make sure I really need a surgery. And if I did surgery, I want to do as soon as possible to come back quick and fight.
On top of everything, though, Merab, for a guy who's had to scratch and claw, and there was a year that you were out, you were frustrated, to see all the love that you've been receiving after Saturday, that has to feel good, right?
Oh my God, I'm blessed, and yeah, like it was amazing. Even even press conference, even weigh-ins, people were showing me love, and like it feels so good and amazing. But also, I have to keep focus, and I have to be low key and fight hard and stay focused. And thank you everybody for love and support. It means really a lot. But I have to. I am always thinking to training even more hard to don't waste my time.
Of course,
because I can do. I think. Yeah. So
I love how loyal you are, though. I saw the video of you. Someone was saying something, and you like climbed up the whole stands to go after the guy. And then the thing that happened at the press conference too. You're ready to fight anyone if they disrespect you, your teammates, your country. It says a lot about you, Merab, and it's great to see all the love that you are receiving. So I hope that the hand, heals. Hopefully, you can avoid surgery. And the Henry fight, if that's what you want, I think you should be able to call your shots. But don't let them bully you, Merab, all right? Don't let them make you take this fight that makes no sense, all right? You know this. You're so close. And if Aljo beats Sean, there's really no one else for him. He goes 45. You're fighting for a vacant title. Maybe you versus Henry for the vacant title is the fight. But, you're that close. So
yeah, actually, yeah, you're right, man. You're right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ariel, man. You've been this game long time. I have so much respect. You're very smart, and then I love watching your interviews, and
Thank you.
it's always best. Always you always let fighters talk what they have inside, and I like it. It's an honor to be here and with you in your show, and really thank you. And I enjoy always either do interview with you or watching your interviews. And thank you for everything, man. Your whatever you do, I appreciate, man. Thank you.
You're the man,
because
Merab.
I know it must be hard. Like even you texting me even 15 minutes before, or like this every time you day before. You make sure I don't forget, because fighters be getting punched.
Yes.
We are all over the place, and but you I don't know how you doing this much. You watch everything, everything, even what I post Instagram or like this, and it's amazing, man. Whatever you do, I love it, and
You're the man.
keep doing it, man.
Thank you, Merab. Thank you.
Great.
Good luck to you. Good luck with the hand, and we'll see you soon. Thank you for doing this from back home in Georgia. Enjoy.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Okay, there he is, the machine, Merab Dvalishvili. I mean, what a guy. What a guy. Wow, what an absolute mensch. He's very kind, and I appreciate him very much. And to me, I've said this before, like there's no loyalty is number one for me. That's number one. I'm just fixing my chair here. I'm trying to get this right. And when I see things like him climbing, when I see things like him defending the honor of his,
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Wow, I'm just like the texts that are coming. I don't even know what is on the record, what is off the record. There's a lot of things going on, Frank. But when I see how he defends the honor of his friends and his teammates and his training partners, like that video. We have that video of him climbing up. Did we show that? I don't know. I was locked in on him.
We did.
We did show it? He's like freaking climbing up the thing like Spider-Man. He's climbing up the stands like Spider-Man. It's amazing. It's absolutely. Frank, did you give Captain Eric some money there?
I did.
How much do you think he got?
Probably around 2,500.
You think so?
Yeah, and then plus your 5, probably 3.
Oh no, I'm giving 500. Why did I?
So 2,500 plus 500 is 3K.
Why did I say 500?
Why did you throw 4 darts?
Yeah, why did you also offer to double down on it too?
Yeah, that was.
I mean, he said
Remember,
no.
you're representing all of us because you're gonna shake us down for that money later.
You're questioning 500. You almost owed 1,000.
I know, but the thing is, guys, I wanted to win so bad, and I couldn't believe that this guy was hitting fucking 18s and 19s. Anyway, let's talk to Chael about it. One guy who didn't beat me when he was in studio was my good friend Chael Pizza Wednesday, just like old times. Ariel and the bad guy. Oh, hey Chael, how are you? I'm in a state of despair, Chael. I had Captain Eric here. I mean, you've seen Captain Eric. He played me in a game of darts on the line.
Ooh.
On the line was if I beat him, Henry has to finally end the charade and come on my show once and for all. He tells Daddy, I'm going to be a man. I'm going to do it on my own. I'm going to come on the show. If he beats me, I have to donate $500 to his favorite charity for fighters from Ukraine. Chill, he smoked me. Captain Eric wearing a bedazzled outfit smoked me. Could you believe that?
I'm surprised. I'm surprised to hear that. But Captain E's got weird skills, man. He can jump rope his bet. You know, I mean, there's things about him that I do find surprising, but I would have thought you'd have beat him there.
Yeah. By the way, you changed the glasses again, huh?
Yeah. Well, and these are my final pair. These were a birthday present, but these are the ones I like. I'm going with these.
You look like a mob boss.
That's what I'm going for.
And then,
do you like them? I mean, are these all right? They're prescription.
I know,
they're
but
they got a little tint to
they're
them.
tinted. So indoors, you're wearing tinted?
Indoor, outdoor, yeah, all the same. Yep, these are the ones. I went real light. It's called a gradual, or a graded, or something along these lines.
Why did you feel?
It's a very big decision. What glasses you're going to go with? Believe me, I've gone back and forth several times, but I'm out. No, I'm done.
Well, trust me, we've been talking about this for like a year and a half. You did a video on Saturday. You're wearing like a fedora, it seems, and the glasses, a whole different look. What was going on there?
Okay, so that was just multitasking. We had a fundraiser for the wrestling team out here, and we did Kentucky Derby, which largely all that meant is we all dressed up like fools, and then we played the Kentucky Derby for the 1 minute that it lasted. But when we had a nice meal and a band, and everybody raised money, it was a whole thing. But I was trying to sneak out because I had to cover the Cejudo fight. Cejudo Sterling, very close fight, by the way. I don't have a big controversy there. I thought it was a close fight. I don't have a problem with it, in case you were wondering.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask you about it. First, I want to get the important stuff out of the way, like, you know, your ever-changing look. And by the way, I don't know if you saw yesterday, I was filling in for you. I mean, these are the shoes that, you know, you've worn so well. I was hosting the press conference with Jake and Nathan over in Dallas. And I was like, what, is Chael not available? I mean, I feel like he did a much better job than I've done in the past. Did you catch the presser?
I caught it. I caught it. I loved it. I was going to ask, because you did that today, right?
No, that was yesterday.
Okay, you said yesterday. I saw it today. I assumed it was today, but now it's making more sense. I was going to ask you how you got to studio. Can we go one thing at a time, though? Can we back up just to Cejudo's fight real fast?
Sure.
Well, I have seen some people arguing about that match. One thing about fighters, and it's really hard. Every fighter knows that I'm right, but every onlooker thinks that it's an exaggeration. When two guys walk to the ring, they both know who's going to win. Every time. Now, sometimes you will surprise yourself. I'll give you an example. There was nobody more surprised that Justin Gaethje beat up Tony Ferguson than Justin Gaethje. Both of them went to the ring to put Ferguson over, and then sometimes you outperform or the guy underperforms and you get a different result. For large part, though, broad stroke, they know what's going to happen. And when you do look at the 5th round of Henry and Aljo had decided, I have enough points. I am going to give him the 5th round. I am not going to attempt to win it. I'm not going to argue that I won it. I'm going to let him have it. And one of the judges still gave it to Aljo. That is, if you wanted to look for a controversy, you just found one. Aljo does not believe he won the 5th round, didn't even try to win the 5th round, and they gave him the 5th round. I just share for you, that's problematic.
No, it's very strange because I thought the 5th round was actually the easiest round to score and in favor of Henry. It made no sense. Watching it live, I had 1-2-4 for Aljo. I thought the right man won. I think they took the wrong route to get to him winning, which is totally bizarre. And the state of judging is wacky. How did you score the fight? You remember?
I had it the exact same way.
Okay.
Exact same way as you did. But moreover, the athletes know, the athletes that are in there know. And they knew that Aljo gave away the 5th round. You remember Aljo versus Jan. I mean, this is a really risky strategy. When he fought Jan part 2, he won the first 3, thought he had him banked, threw away 4 and 5. Now, that's a risky game. I'm sure Ray Longo pulled him aside in the back and said, don't do that kind of math. It worked out tonight, but don't do it again. He did it again. But he openly gave away the 5th round. So for a judge to say that he did it, I think is tough.
Can I tell you one of my big pet peeves when talking about fights? When someone goes like, oh, there's no way that was a unanimous decision. That had to have been a split. It was too close.
Sure.
Or the opposite. That was such that's a definite unanimous, not a split. Do you understand how insane that is? That makes no sense. You agree with this, right?
Of course. Of course.
That's not how fights are judged. Like, it's like one guy has a scorecard, the other guy has a scorecard. It's just a thing that drives me nuts. People say that.
And Eric, you've heard the weirdos go, oh, come on, man. Sure he won, but 30-27? Yeah. Oh, that's a bunch of crap. Like,
what?
What do you mean?
You just have
of course it could be 30-27. Right. It's simple math.
And then the one where it's like, he didn't do enough to take the belt away from the champ. You know, like to beat the champ. No, you just have to win 3 out of 2. It's like you could win them by the skin of your teeth. That's it. Yeah. Aljo wins. And then you have the moment with Merab. Kind of saved the day, right?
It was the best. That was the greatest thing on TV, right? For a few reasons. First off, if I could get away with that look ever in my life, and I'm talking about Sugar Sean, walking around with a Michael Jackson style jacket and no shirt on, if I was ever cool enough to have done that, I would have done that. He makes it work. He gets in there like a school bully. He drops the jacket. Now he's face to face with the baddest dude in the world. And then one of the onlookers takes his coat and puts it on. Now, the reason that's a problem, Sean must get the coat back. Otherwise, he has no shirt. He has to go back into the audience with no shirt and then back into the locker rooms and then onto the bus and off to the hotel with no shirt like a fool. He has to get it back. So he goes over to get it back. When he's getting it back, Aljo, the principal in this story, is cutting a promo to what they're referring to as his backyard. I mean, I'm from Oregon. If I go to the state of Washington, they're my neighbors nearby, but it's not my backyard. Maybe you East Coasters do think different, but we're all supposed to pretend that this is his friends. Fair enough. He's cutting a promo. Then you've got the greatest of all time who's removed his gloves. The removing of the gloves is sending a signal to Joe Rogan, who sends it to Craig Bersari in the truck. Don't go off air no matter what. This man is about to retire, and no matter what it costs us to buy 15 extra seconds in the window, we're doing it out of respect. Dana doesn't have time to deal with that. He's got to go over to the corner and make Merab give the coat back to Sugar Sean. It was the greatest part of the night, Errol, and nobody understood what was happening.
Yeah, it was incredible theater. It was absolutely amazing. Now, the fact that he took him off but didn't actually retire, I'm talking about Henry Cejudo. How do you feel about that?
He was going to retire.
You think so?
I'll tell you how I feel about it. I'll tell you, he took the gloves off. In that moment, he was retired. They took too long to get to him.
Huh.
In between him deciding he was going to retire and then finally getting him. And imagine being Henry. You're in the ring, your heart's broken, your gloves are in your hands, you're going to throw him down and you're going to walk away the right way, not the way you did it last time. You regret the way you did it last time with a pipe bomb. You're going to actually say and have the ceremony. Meanwhile, you're watching the 3 top-ranked guys in your weight. All of 3 are doing what you wish you could do. One of them putting a belt on, one of them agitating the crowd, one of them getting ready to be the next guy. You're sitting there and you're looking at him saying, I want this. I want all of this, and I want it from all of them. If I walk away, they take everything. If I stay, they don't. He changed his mind. When he had those gloves off, if they would have come to him sooner, like they should have, he would have been retired by right now. They came to him too late. He changed his mind.
Obviously, I'm assuming when I asked this, you wouldn't advocate for him to retire, right? Like he could still be a major player in this sport, correct? Maybe not 145, but stay at 135, right?
Almost definitely. I mean, an official judge on Saturday said he's the baddest dude in the world.
Right.
Like, of course he's still competitive, and not to mention that was with a layoff. I don't think that was the best Henry we've seen. I thought he dug really deep. I thought he worked really hard. I thought he got really fatigued about 15 minutes in, but pushed it out anyway. And yes, no, there was nothing there that I saw from a physicality standpoint that says retire. I will just share with you because it's fun to do so. When he took those gloves off, he was done. They took too long to get him the mic. He changed his mind.
It's a real sliding doors what-if moment. Who wins, him or Merab?
Oh, I think that Henry would be real promise for Merab. And don't forget, Henry called Merab out for a couple of reasons. One of which is, I don't think any of them are fighting in August. I think that Dana got asked a question. He answered a question, and he just asked it too soon. I mean, just by example, Israel Adesanya is begging to fight. They can't turn him around in 3 months. I don't see how they're going to turn these guys around in 3 months to Dana's backyard and most precious card, which is Boston. I just don't think that was ever meant to be. But I'll tell you this. If Henry did get Merab in the spot that he called him out, he'd be getting him in a co-main event spot, and that's very relevant, because if you can deal with Merab, you're going to have to deal with him at some point, but you can deal with him for 3 rounds instead of 5, you're very wise to do so. And I think that that's the number one reason that Henry called for that spot. We had been given information that the main event was taken. Great. If I can get on the docket with him anywhere, it means I'm doing it for 15 minutes instead of 25. That's good business.
Now, they did do a 25-minute co-main event on Saturday, so they could make that a 25-minute fight, right?
Sadly, you're right.
Yeah,
sadly. That is very disappointing.
Yeah.
All rules should be followed the same. I did not like that. I wasn't an advocate for it. And now we got to wonder. We got to look back and wonder, would Gilbert versus Blahal had been different? Just like I told you, everybody know when they're walking to the ring, both guys know who's going to win. Blahal knew 25 was good for me. Sadly, Gilbert knew 25 is good for him. We should have followed the sport with the rules that are set forth, and that match should have been 3 rounds.
I agree 1,000%. I'm okay with a main event on a fight night being 5 rounds. Now we're doing co-main events that are kind of like not even for a number one contenders because Colby is supposedly next. It's crazy. Surely you agree with this statement. As a result of the victory and how one-sided it was, and as a result of the winning streak, and as a result of the fact that he fought Leon a few years ago, the next title fight at 170 should be Leon Edwards versus Bilal Muhammad. You agree with this statement, correct?
No.
Really?
Yes, Colby will be fighting for the title. I can't guarantee you it's going to be against Leon. I mean, if we're as good as the information that we've been given, it's going to be Colby versus Blahal, and they'll probably do it in an interim championship.
What are you talking about? What?
However, I don't think that we're as good as the information that we've been given. I think that Leon is having some fun with us. I think Leon has the right to have a little bit of fun with us. I think as long as he wants to say no to Colby, eventually his phone will ring. They'll have a date. They'll have some details. I think it's at that time that he'll say yes. But Colby is next for the championship. If you're asking me who his opponent's going to be, we could have a little fun back and forth. But as of right now, it's going to be Leon and Colby. Muhammad will take on the winner.
You have more wins and fights than Colby Covington in the last few years. Like you have actually fought more than him.
Well, I'm not really seeing your relevance. If they called Colby and asked Colby to fight, and somebody else didn't get matched up with him, I'm not fully seeing the point.
How could you be the number one contender when there are guys who are fighting 3 times in 4 months, 5 times? You're like, what? In what universe is this okay?
Well, I'm not sure you're asking me. Is this like a got you moment? Colby Covington is the hardest opponent that Kamaru Usman's ever had. That's according to Kamaru Usman.
Yeah, so what?
Colby Covington would be the champion of the world if Kamaru Usman wasn't competing. That's a quote by Dana White. As soon as Leon became the champion, he said, I'll fight anybody except Colby Covington. That's a sign of respect to how difficult he is. I think that Blahal earned Leon's respect, but Leon should have used that. I mean, the time was too late. He should have used it. He should have said he stopped my win streak, and he stopped my win streak by poking me in the eye, and he poked me in the eye, which happens to be against the rules, and I'm not done with this guy. There was a number of ways to build some action there. Leon built absolutely none. In fact, when you turn somebody down, if you don't have another option, shut up. I mean, I've seen from principals and school board meetings all the way up to people in the White House. They make an idea, but they don't have a suggestion. He could have, and I'm talking about Leon, said, I'm not fighting Colby, I'm fighting Muhammad, and here's why. But he didn't do that. He just said no. So we now have a champion who the grand total of everything we've ever asked him to do, which is one thing, he says no to. That's a little bit ridiculous. Colby will be fighting for the belt next, and I don't care if it gets Leon or if it gets Blahal. I don't care who the opponent is. I haven't stated who the opponent is. It should be against Leon. Leon doesn't want to do it. It's no problem. We'll get Colby and Blahal, but Colby is in the spot.
I appreciate your loyalty and how good of a friend you are to him. I don't agree with what you're saying. In particular, don't agree with the fact that he didn't have a plan B. He did say Jorge, that Jorge had to fight and lost, right? So he did have a plan B. He said, let me fight Jorge. I want to get that one back. So it's not fair to say that he didn't say, but give me this guy. He did say, give me this guy.
Are you back talking about Leon?
Yeah.
Leon was pleading. Leon was pleading with the world. that Masvidal get a victory. Masvidal was calling him out. He was trying to steal that fight. He tried to steal the fight, and Leon said, man, I'd do anything to give it to you. You just got to get a W. I get that. I think that 3-piece in a soda is a very real thing. I mean, I don't deny those, but if you're trying to talk about Colby and how active that he has been, Dana White came out. He revealed to us that they've offered him a total of 3 fights, and he is accepted, but the other people have not accepted. I think that matters. I mean, if a guy won't walk out there and do it with you or not, I think that you got to get credit for it. This was still the top guy. Colby didn't have any problems with anybody that wasn't named Kamaru Usman. He shows Kamaru that respect. But Colby's next. I'm surprised to hear you deny that.
Oh my God, it's one of the craziest things, and it has nothing to do with my feelings towards him. No issues, but like the guy hasn't fought in 15 months now. I mean, it's crazy.
Well, let me ask you a question then. Do you believe that Blahal's next fight, whenever that is, do you believe that Muhammad's next fight will be for the title?
I'm actually not sure, and I'll tell you. And by the way, Balal. Where's the extra H come from in that name?
I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to say Balal. I'm trying to say it correct.
Yeah, it's an easy one. It's Balal. Balal, yeah. Here's the problem. If, in fact, Leon's fighting in the fall, right? Because they just announced that the London card is a fight night, right? So it's Tom Aspinall versus Marcin Tybura. He's not fighting on a fight night. They said it was the main event.
I don't know what this means, by the way. I don't know the fall. It's October, November. I don't know what the fall means. When is it?
Well, you got to look at the schedule. Is it, I had heard that there was maybe some talk of Boston, by the way, for Leon and Colby. So, you said it's a big one for Dana. Maybe he gets his boy to fight on that card. There's September. I don't think he's gonna fight in Abu Dhabi in October. Do they wait till New York City, November? They put that on the same card as John Jones? Have a hard time believing. Point is, the longer they wait, now all of a sudden you have Bilal waiting even longer, and crazy things happen in the sport, and maybe they say, hey, Bilal, we want you to fight this guy, that guy. Do I think he should fight do I think Bilal's next fight should be for the belt? Yes. The next time he fights, he should be fighting for the belt. And if it was up to me, Saturday's fight would have been a number 1 contender fight, and the winner of that fight would be fighting Leon next. I just don't know how you could sit here with a straight face and say that Colby Covington, who has not fought since March of 2022, deserves a title shot. I just don't know.
Sure.
In an era where everyone is a backup, there's a backup fighter on every card. Just because he's the backup fighter, Sergey Pavlovich was a backup fighter. He didn't get a title shot as a result. He just had to fight Curtis Blades. I don't get it.
You added a tough word there. I just asked you if Lahal's next fight will be for the title. You added the word should, but that changes it completely. I would co-sign it if the word should. I'm not putting should. I'm asking you for a prediction of will it be. And secondly, I do want to address this Colby going to England and being the backup fighter. That all happened, but never once, Team Colby, was the argument ever made that he should fight the winner of Leon versus Kamaru because he flew to England. Colby was the number 1 contender. And just to remind you of history, when Leon got the opportunity with Kamaru, he leapfrogged over Colby. And we all understood Colby was given 2 shots. Fair game. Somebody's going to leapfrog him. It might as well be. But we've never argued that because he got on a plane or he sat in the crown or Joe Rogan said his name. That was all done after the fact. I want to make one final point to you. At 170 pounds, if things are true as they've been exposed to us now, what do you do with Rakhmonov? I mean, whatever you do next for Rakhmonov, taking it and making it a number 1 contender seems like it's off the table. And then what about Kamaru Usman? Everything from retirement, we'll never see him again, to he's 1 win away. I mean, it seems like you could get Kamaru Usman and Rakhmonov in there together, but if you did that fight knowing it's not a number 1 contendership because we're waiting on Muhammad, who's waiting on Colby, it seems like you've got a little bit of, it's a mess. You've got a mess. I like that word. I think it's a fair word. That's a mess.
You know why it's a mess? Because you're letting a guy who hasn't fought in 14 months or 15 months fight for the belt. That's why it's a mess. The division isn't moving along. We used to argue about guys squatting on their spot at 170. I mean, if this isn't squatting on one spot, I don't know what is. I love Rakhmonov versus Usman. Love that, because now you can either make a star in Rakhmonov or Usman kills a guy who's not quite number 1 contender. So it's not exactly Holloway versus Arnold Allen, which, by the way, I think you said something that I 100% agree with. Why are we putting guys who are number 1 contenders, who are already number 1 contenders, Arnold Allen, Dricus du Plessis, up there against the guy who has multiple losses to the current champion, right? July 8th, DDP is fighting Rob Whittaker. Rob Whittaker wins. Now you're doing the 3rd fight with Izzy, and there's not a huge demand. Just do DDP versus Izzy. It's the same thing with Arnold Allen. Arnold Allen should have been fighting for the belt. Same thing with Bilal. He should be fighting for the belt. You understand? So we agree on this, right? These are all crazy. What's going on with the matchmaking? Can you tell us? You got friends over there. What are they doing? What are they thinking? Joe Silva never would have done this. Joe Silva never would have done this.
I certainly do appreciate the way you're building Muhammad. I think that he deserves that. I just got to remind you, Colby wasn't offered some of those opportunities. Colby would have loved the Leon fight. I mean, going way back when it ended up being, Blahal in there with Colby. Colby's been wanting some matches. I'll just share with you. I mean, he was never even in the hunt of filling in on this late notice thing because they'd already anointed him and made him the #1 contender. So there's a couple of opportunities where it wasn't quite apples to apples to give it to Colby. And I mean, I do need to point that out. I love what you're doing, and I love that we found the right guys. I would also like moving forward, if a fight's supposed to be 3 rounds, then it's 3 rounds. I don't like the talk of 175, or if I don't care who can win if they weigh 175 pounds because it's not a weight class. I don't care who can win if they fight for 8 rounds because that's not the way this game is played. Let's follow the rules of the sport. I just offer that. That would be my request moving forward.
Okay. By the way, can Sugar beat Aljo?
Yes.
How?
Sugar can beat out. He's going to have to do it on his feet. He's going to have to do it on his feet and rough him up. I mean, Aljamain Sterling, it turns out, is better than we knew that he was. And we knew he was pretty good, but he's better than we knew he was. I would have thought, knowing that Aljo's a wrestler, knowing he's a little bit younger, knowing his weight class, he would have looked up to Henry at some point in his life. He might have had a poster of Henry on his wall. He might have worn the Cejudo shoes. He at a minimum would have been reading magazines. To watch Aljo go in there and take Henry on at wrestling, go right into his best stuff. Sometimes he got tripped and went down, but sometimes he body locked him and took the Olympic champion down. To see the way that Aljo believed in himself. There was also a false narrative going around that Aljo can't go in championship rounds. That turned out to not be true. Aljo is dog tough. Henry himself said, man, they call him funky. I thought it's because he had bad breath. That guy is really awkward in some spots, right? I mean, he played up the angle a little bit, but it was good to hear. It was good to know. But yeah, sure, Sean could beat him. Sure. That's a really hard fight. I'm not predicting Sean for you, but can Sean go with him? Is Sean the right guy? You bet.
What about Matt Frivola giving you the old tip of the cap? Did you see that? That was kind of cool,
I
right?
loved it. It was very cool. I was with my family, so he made me look cool in front of my whole family. That was great. I thought it was a great call out, not to mention Patty the Batty did accept it.
Yeah, he did.
At least for now. I know that could be a moving target, but Patty said, yeah. He said, as a matter of fact, it'd be my easiest way into the top 15. Fair enough. He got a shot back at him, but I thought it was a good call out, one that was responded to. Let's make the fight.
Does that warm your heart? Like some of these younger guys referencing you, saying they want to be like you, or saying they watch. There's the guy in Cage Warriors whose name escapes me, who always references you, who DM'd you a long time ago, remember? And he just won, and he mentioned that he's coming and all that stuff. Like, to see the love that these guys have for you, that has to feel good, right?
Yes. Oh, it made me feel wonderful. It made me feel both of those stories. It made me feel wonderful. I did that a little bit where I would pay homage. I would show a respect to a guy's work, and they'd say I ripped him off, or Scott Hall said I owed him 10% for ripping off his gimmick, and I thought I was showing him a respect by reviving his gimmick. So I mean, it could go both ways. But no, when those guys did it, man, of course I loved it.
There's a young pro wrestler named Grayson Waller from Australia. Are you familiar with him?
Yes.
You are?
Yes.
He competes for NXT, which is the WWE Developmental League. Very good-looking guy, very fit. He's got everything, the clothes, the tan. I saw him at WrestleMania, did a little quick thing with him with the darts. Interview was done, said he studies your interviews in particular. He's trying to emulate you. He's a great heel for NXT, and said he was a massive fan. And this was right after you were in studio here, and he was like, I watched that. He is the best. I love Chael. And I was like, I'm sure Chael would appreciate that very much. So how about that? Getting the pro wrestlers to study you and emulate you and respect you, that's a huge feather in your cap too.
That makes me feel great. That makes a shout out to Grayson. I'll be going and studying him. I'll do whatever I can to put him over. Thank you for telling me that. This stuff goes a long ways. It means a lot.
Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to ask you about something else that you were just recently a part of. BKFC. What a night this was. Unbelievable. You were there in person. Eddie Alvarez, Chad Mendez. The main event was great. Platinum Perry has found a lane, a niche. He's the face of BKFC. Being there in person, what were your impressions? Can this be a thing? Like, are they a legit player now? What are you thinking?
Oh, yes. From a show and an entertainment standpoint, yeah. Oh, I've always been very impressed with Dave Feldman because I know he's got to have hard times. And he finally talked about it. He said that he refinanced his house. He didn't know how he was going to keep this thing going. But I will just tell you, from a production standpoint, like on the floor, these guys look and feel like superstars. Toe the line. That's very unique. The way the cage is set up. I mean, it's really a unique thing. And now he's bringing in these names. He's bringing in these attractions. As far as a night of entertainment, I mean, I was there and I had the run of show. I don't think this is a secret. Nobody told me not to say anything, but I had the run of show. We were supposed to go off air with Cowboy Cerrone doing a face-off with Mike Perry.
Oh, my God.
That is what the script said. And by the way, Cowboy and his lovely kids and his lovely wife were all there in attendance, so I believed it. I was then told that Conor McGregor is going to show up. Now, Cyrus told me this. I got to bring Cyrus along. Cyrus is a mark. Cyrus tells me, I heard Conor McGregor's coming. I said, he's not. Just so you know, he's not. He says, well, he might be. There's a rumor that he fueled up the jet and he sent it out here to give Dave Feldman $50 million. And it's like, okay, yeah, Cyrus, he's not coming. Oh, my goodness. You wouldn't believe it. Conor McGregor comes walking in. They don't have chairs for him. Feldman decides he's going to sit him next to him at the head table. The commission says no, so they scramble some chairs and they put him in the actual audience, but not at the head table. I watched this whole thing happen. Perry was supposed to call for Cowboy, like the show sheet said. He overlooked Cowboy, went to Cowboy. Then he thought there'd be enough time. I'm talking about Perry here. He thought there'd be enough time for Conor McGregor to get out of the ring and for Cowboy to get in the ring. They didn't have enough time. Eventually, they faded to black and through the credits. Cowboy was red hot. I don't know anything about the $50 million, but McGregor did show up. And as far as a night and a piece of entertainment, I felt like we got a real treat there.
Oh, my gosh. It was incredible. Did you have a chance to talk to Conor there?
No, never saw him. Never saw him face to face. Did you hear all those details? Has anybody given you that? I don't think anybody told you how we were supposed to fade to black and roll the credits. I think you got that from me.
I mean, last time you were on, you broke the news that Khamzat and Paulo Costa was set for Abu Dhabi. You told us that Darren Till is going to BKFC, although both, items were refuted moments later on Twitter. Till refuted it and Costa refuted it as well. But it seems like the Costa thing is going to happen. What about Till? I mean, you were there at BKFC. Is he just playing around? Till versus Perry is a money fight.
I didn't know Costa. I didn't know that one got refuted. I thought I got supported and proven right on that one. On the Till one, yes. I mean, make sure you understand to the way that I said it, which is whoever wins this fight, they are going to England. BKFC, I'm talking about. They're doing things in England. The winner could go to England and take on Till. It was very much a, hey, this is possible,
okay.
As opposed to Till's, over the pond and he's waiting for the winner. If I said it that way, then I misspoke. But that is still alive. That is still a possibility. Till still seems like he wants to do something. Till's name is very big, Ariel.
Yeah.
When Till does something on social media or I bring Till up or something, I feel it. He's got a lot of supporters out there.
Do you have heat with him? I see him like tweeting you and you like, what's going on there?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I do. But Till has tweeted, but then they're always in disguise. Like it was like an emoji of eyes. One time it said Chael, like 5 Chaels. But I didn't like nothing. So then I'm left to guess if we've got heat or we're doing it back and forth. I don't mean to have heat with Till. I wish him well. And I hope he gets better. Something's hurt. I think it's his knee, man. I hope he heals up.
And then the problem is because Elon ruined Twitter, you don't know if it's the real, Till or not. It's a total mess. You know what I mean?
No, I don't fully know what you mean. It was the real Darren Till,
no,
but
like
I don't know.
The blue check was the notification to the world that that's who it is.
And did you keep your blue check? Does it still exist?
Well, here's the truth. Blue check went away. It was a dark 12 hours or so. Log back on. Blue check's back.
Okay.
Then they told people you click on it. It says that I paid for Twitter Blue. Never paid. Would never pay. I mean, it's just insane. But then they took that part away, and it's just like, this is verified. This account is verified.
Okay.
So I'm verified. Didn't do anything. Do you have the blue check?
I have the blue check. I would not be shameful like you. I mean, if a guy paid $40 billion and he liked me to kick in $7, I would do my part on something I use every day. I'm a little surprised to hear you act as though
why?
You want to pitch in.
He's got the money.
But I will tell you this. I will tell you how annoying it is to see quasi-celebrities out there constantly pretending they didn't do it. Like, I mean, they really want the world to know, hey, and they talk directly to Musk like their buddies. Hey, Elon, I've still got a blue check, but I didn't pay for. What's up, man? Hey, do you need my credit card? It's like their way of acting confused while trying to let the world know that they're so connected they got one, and possibly it was even a personal favor from Elon Musk. Like, when I watch these guys do it, it's pretty disgusting. It really is.
It rubs you the wrong way?
It's just an embarrassing thing right? I mean, you got these quasi-celebrities on Twitter for the first place. Like, I'll come into the house and I'll be in a good mood. And Brittany will even say that to me. She'll go, you're in a good mood. You must have tweeted something and the Twitter sphere was nice to you. Like, there is a level of truth to it, though. I know real weirdos that, like, get depressed because of social media. I don't think I do what she said, where I actually pop up. But it is very strange when you have these multi-million that are out there trying to push you to go see a movie or something, but they must take the 10 seconds out of the time to let the world know they did not buy it. They were given it. And you're all looking around kind of going, do you guys know anything about marketing? When Elon said everybody was going to have to buy one, of course he was going to take a select few known as influence and cool people and make sure that they have them, thus making the rest of the world want to be like them. It was so obvious, but these dum-dums just had to let the world know. It's a letdown is what it is.
All right, fair enough. Just a couple more before I let you go. Ultimate Fighter is starting in a couple weeks. When does this fight happen, Conor versus Chandler? What's your prediction?
All right, fair enough is what you say to me. I literally just said what every one of your viewers watching these arrogant pukes on Twitter that have to either buy the blue check mark or let the world know that they have one but didn't pay for it. Everybody has wished that they could say as eloquently as I just did. I happen to do on your platform, and your move on is fair enough. You move over to the Ultimate Fighter. What about the Ultimate Fighter? So we got Chandler versus McGregor. I mean, this is the fight announcement. I know where I was. It was Fedor Emelianenko's retirement fight. I was lost driving around trying to listen to that. Whenever that fight was the day that McGregor and Chandler got announced.
Right.
No fight in history has been announced that far back. Whatever that was, whether that's 3 weeks or 3 months, no fight in history has been announced that far back. We don't even have a weight class. If you ask Chandler, they're fighting at 55. If you ask McGregor, they're fighting at 70. Just by example, we don't have a venue. We don't have it on sale. We don't have 50% of the participants within the pool. This fight doesn't feel right. Something about this feels very off. Now, per the new dates that we're given it, of course, it's always a moving target, but June 1st, enter the pool by McGregor. Let's just say that's true. 6 months takes you to November, which takes you to Madison Square Garden, which removes Jones and Stipe. And if Jones and Stipe don't fight at the Garden, mark my words, them boys aren't fighting at all.
Why?
Something is holding this up. The first time I was told that Jones and Stipe were going to fight was on December 10th of last year. I was then told they're going to fight on March 4th, pull down the fireman, put in the kickboxer. I was then told by both of them on known as Twitter, they agreed to fight for the title in July on International Fight Week. That's now come off the board. They're going to be fighting in November, but those contracts are not signed. I'm telling you now, if McGregor, in fact, does enter the pool in June and his 6 months goes to November, he's going to take the headlining role at the Garden, and they are not going to look back at the 40-plus-year-old versus the 36-plus-year-old. It was very cool when Jones became the youngest champ in UFC history. It's not so cool that he's the oldest contender in UFC history. It's not the same thing.
Is there a chance then, if that doesn't happen, that we see Francis versus John Jones in 2024?
Yes. Absolutely.
Follow the money, right? Isn't this crazy, the slander that is being thrown Francis's way? I mean, I know you broke some news regarding Francis, but it seems like everyone's just rooting for his demise, rooting for him to fail. I find it very off-putting. Why are they doing this? Do you have any theory?
I feel as though they're trying to nudge him to hurry him up. I mean, I know they do it in a mean way, and I know it appears to be a way of hurry up. It feels like just a nudge. Hey, man, just get back in there. And there are some things that are unrealistic. If some of the rumors that we hear, and we're hearing them from very good people, so we do believe them to be true, it is weird. I mean, truly is, Ariel. I am on the side of treat the fighter well. I like that. I'm one of the original guys to start saying treat the fighter well. But at the end of the day, when all that nice stuff is done, at the end of the day, the fighter's going to fight because this guy paid him to do it. Okay, this isn't overly sophisticated. When we start talking about medical and board seats and what other guys are getting, you fight, you pay. Yes or no?
Yeah.
It's a pretty straightforward deal here.
Right.
And if he doesn't want to do it, fine. I mean, I'll just tell you, I don't know if you were throwing me in that group. I'm never trying to throw
no.
do whatever.
No.
I would like to nudge him, though.
I would
like to nudge him in that direction.
Yeah, I think you've been fair. But look, he's trying to make a big decision. And you know what I think hurt him? Diaz made his decision relatively quickly. But let's not forget, Diaz was a free man as of September. Francis was a free man as of January, right? The Diaz fight was, why didn't anyone push Diaz to make a call? Diaz was free as of September. The call was made April, the fight against Jake Paul. That's the same amount of time. Why are we so willing to say Francis screwed up? He fumbled the bag. Like, chill out. Let's see how this plays out. If he gets millions of dollars, you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense to me, but we'll see how it plays out. So can I go back to Jake?
I don't think those two were played the same. No, I don't think that's fair by you. I mean, not for nothing, but Francis isn't welcomed at events, and they're right there in his home city of Las Vegas. Diaz has to travel in from Stockton and gets put on cameos next to his big brother Nick. I mean, there's a big difference.
Isn't that wrong? Isn't that wrong that he's not welcome?
On how these two are played. I watched Diaz as recently as yesterday with you talk about show his boxing skills with Paul to return to the UFC. I mean, it does have a little bit of a different feel.
Isn't that wrong though that Francis isn't welcome? I mean, he made a business decision. He decided to go in a different direction. Why should he be villainized or vilified?
I think that's fair. I will admit that Francis has been very consistently a gentleman through this whole process. I've never seen Francis get mad. I don't know that I've even heard him curse. I think that's fair.
He doesn't throw dirt. What did you think of the presser? Because there were some people who were like, lackluster, no fans. That was a mistake. Like, what did you think? Did they do what they had to do? I was told the pre-sale did very well, but we'll see ultimately how it does business-wise. Pay-per-view, I think, is the big indicator. Your initial thought, these two guys going toe-to-toe.
Yes, I thought that it was a success. They're going to be confronted with the one question, which is, why are we fighting? What is this about and what is this for? It used to be about, we got to make the O go. Somebody from MMA's got to come over and take down the O. And I don't know how much it matters that Jake now has that loss. I think there's other things that you could build towards. Does the loser have to do something? Does he got to shave his head? Does he got to give his purse? Does he got to come fight in MMA? Like, I can live with just about any answer. I just need an answer. What are these two about to go and fight for? Why does it matter to them? That's their job, and they got plenty of time to tell us. But for the press conference, that was yesterday. Both of them came in. They did their part. They're entertaining. It was fun to see them. It was great to see you. I wasn't satisfied on the question of why are we here and what are we doing this for? I'm not satisfied yet.
Okay, that's a fair point. I'd like to ask that question. I like that very much. By the way, can I tell you my hot take? Izzy versus Pereira. If they don't make that fight next, big miss. The heat there is phenomenal.
Really?
The heat there is phenomenal. I mean, they're going back and forth a month later, and like the engagement on everything. Like Izzy is the biggest active star in the sport. And I say active because, like, Conor isn't fighting actively. Conor will always be the biggest star, but like active, the one who connects with the younger fans, the one who has the social media, it's Izzy by far. And he's got this feud with this guy who he's now, coming off a win, but lost. Don't you think that's a miss? That's a huge fight.
Yes, I do think it's a miss, and I'll see your hot take, and I'll read you another one. Whitaker, Duplessis, tear the contract up and pretend you never announced it.
Because?
Well, Duplessis is primed to be taken on Adesanya. I like your idea even more, Pierre, but Pierre went up to 205, so I don't want to put pressure on him. If he's coming back, then yes, it's Adesanya versus Pierre. If he's not coming back, it's Duplessis versus Adesanya.
Yes.
We don't need to do the Whitaker in between. Right now we got a champion, and the champion's only reward for being champion and being great, and as you said, being a draw and being a social media star, is that he's unemployed. The first guy we should be getting a job for is the champion.
Right.
But he's standing around there, no money to make.
By the way, how much do you love when I tweet about basketball and other non-fighting things?
I despise it. I despise it, but I get it. Look, you didn't do this. The sport did this. I mean, these guys give so little. I, at some point, get tired of telling their stories for that. They should be out telling their own stories. I'm giving basketball and darts a look. I mean, I'm not desperate. I haven't quite gone that direction, but I do understand why it would be done. It does get frustrating at some point to tell the stories of fighters that don't tell the stories about themselves.
Yeah. See? Now you understand. Even though you try to dunk on me and say, like, no one understands what you're saying, all kinds of stuff. Makes me feel... I'm
going to look into this Grayson guy, by the way. Grayson was very wise to have given me that compliment. He's going to get that back tenfold, believe me.
And honestly, truth be told, first time I met him, I was blown... In the interview, I was like, holy shit, this guy is like the second coming of The Rock. He had it all. The look, the clothes, the tan, the hair, and he had the gift of gab. Camera shuts off. What does he tell me? And I was like, of course you're a disciple. Of course you're a protege. Yeah, no, it was really amazing. Grayson Waller is his name, the pride of Australia. Oh, Chael, I love you so much. Even though I feel like sometimes it's one-way traffic with the love. Like, I don't feel like I get, the love back all the time. I know you'll always be there for me. Most loyal guy in the biz. Thank you so much. Appreciate it very much. Check out the YouTube channel. I'll talk to you soon.
That's all true. See you, partner.
Kaboom. There he is. Chael Sonnen joining us. I mean, what a guy. What a guy.
Mensch.
Great text here from my good friend Action Bronson, who says that he would like next time Stamp, Fairtex, and Rodtang are in America, he'd like to go take them out for some Thai food in Queens. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine Action, Stamp, and Rotang having Thai food in Queens?
That's a great mental image.
I don't know about mental image. I just think it would be a good segment. I don't know what you're talking about, Frank. All right. What else is happening? Other stuff here? No, I'm just looking. Yeah, there's a lot of activity. For now, though, let us move on to our final guest. But there's still we still haven't done On the Nose, guys. I don't know if you realize this. Still haven't done On the Nose. Still have to make our picks. Still have to get GC's picks. Still have to tell you about DraftKings and Squarespace and HelloFresh. But I am so excited to have our next guest in studio, joining us in studio. We've talked about this in the past, making this happen. And she is finally here, the legend, Killer B. Nguyen, how are you?
Good. How are you?
They told me not to hug too hard because I was breaking the microphones.
Oh, I
That's
see.
what Frank told me. So it was
I thought
a
that was
really poor hug. Was that one of the all-time worst hugs that you've ever received?
I was wondering if that's how Jewish people hugged.
Wow, that's how Jewish. By the way, how tall are you, Killer B? I mean, I didn't realize you were so tall.
Yeah, I'm 5 strong.
And I called you Killer B.
Yeah.
That's wrong.
No, but I like your street version. It's pretty cool. It's Killer B.
Killer.
Yeah.
Killer B was Ben Saunders.
It started out Kill Her B, but then it was like really violent, so I kind of toned it down to Killer B.
People used to call you Kill Her B?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, because they wanted you
To kill her. There you go, Ariel. I knew you'd get there.
And B Nguyen. I'm always a little self-conscious about
You're
how
saying it right.
I am. Okay. Well, welcome to New York.
Thank you.
Welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
We've talked. Isn't it nice?
It's stunning.
Isn't it amazing?
Yeah, it's beautiful violence going on here.
Thank you. You are in New York for what reason?
Going to a AAPI award show. It's Friday.
Are you being honored or are you just visiting?
I'm not sure if I'm nominated, but I'm definitely excited to just be in the building.
And for those that don't know, AAPI is?
Asian American Pacific Islander, because it's our Heritage Month. So
Yes.
we have a lot of things going on.
Yeah, like what?
We have Gold House Gala. We have our Gold House has their own Oscars now, and we have our own kind of like ESPYs also now. So
Wow.
a lot of Asian American representation going on.
I like to do Peloton, and they do a lot of...
That's an interesting segue.
No, because they do a lot of AAPI
Oh.
inspire. Like, so my favorite instructor is Emma Lovewell,
Uh-huh.
and she is her mom. I don't want to butcher this. Her mom is from Asia. I don't know exactly where. Could be Thailand, by the way.
Okay.
Could be Vietnam.
Okay.
Anyway, so she does a lot of teaching us about
The
this-
culture.
Yes,
Love
that's-
that.
You thought I was just talking about myself working out.
Love that.
after-
Yeah.
No,
I was
so
wondering
this
where.
is why I'm aware that it's AAPI month, Heritage Month.
Yes.
Yes.
Heritage Month.
Okay, and you were just in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah.
How was that?
It was interesting. It was interesting, but it was fun.
Is Trinidad and Tobago one place, or is it Trinidad and or
Two
Tobago?
places, Trinidad and then Tobago is the island off of Trinidad.
Okay. And which one were you? at?
In both, but
Both.
getting to Tobago is not easy.
Okay.
Yeah, and island people work on island time, so it was a time. A time was had.
And which place did you like better?
Tobago's better because
Tobago.
when I go on vacation, I don't want to do anything.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not going on vacation to like get hungover and like be tired when I get back.
Yeah, you don't want to be sick.
Yeah.
But what about the fact that it's like 7:00 in the morning and they're drilling in the resort?
Yeah, shout out to Magdalena Grant. I'm gonna say that on air.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if I'd give them a shout out if they're ruining your vacation. Did you get, a sorry?
No, it was really,
credit?
really bad response too. So my girl is like, Kenya is really, really mad and she's gonna dispute it. She's like a gold platinum American Express member, so she's not very happy about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
A gold platinum. That's,
I don't know
That's
which
two
one.
different.
I don't know which one.
Platinum
she
would
is.
be higher than. Okay, well, I'm sorry that happened.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, but here you are.
I'm here. I made it.
We actually just saw you in action around a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
You fought for Game Bread Boxing.
Yes.
Was this your pro boxing debut?
It was.
And what a show it was with all these legends, Jose Aldo and Roy Jones Jr. and Anthony Pettis. What was it like?
It was beautiful. I've been around boxing a long time, and I was kind of nervous about what it would be. You don't know if it's going to be like a gimmicky, like prize fighting type of thing, but it was a legit boxing show, and it ran beautifully. And I'm so happy for George and Dean and how
they treated you well.
So well.
Professional operation, because sometimes the younger promotions you've been around,
yeah.
it's a little bit loosey goosey. It's a little bit disorganized. This wasn't.
No, they're really good.
Okay.
I loved it.
Will you fight for them again? Because you won. You beat
I am
Andy
fighting
Nguyen.
for them. Yep, I'm
The
going to
battle
fight
of the
for them.
Nguyen's.
Yeah, I'm going to fight for them again for sure. Boxing, but they just had I always said that I would never do bare knuckle boxing, but they just had a bare knuckle MMA.
Roy
Did
Nelson.
you see it?
Yes, I saw. Roy Nelson won in the main event.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I don't know. So I'm totally against me doing bare knuckle boxing.
Oh.
But bare knuckle MMA is interesting because there's takedowns and there's kicks and there's elbows and I don't know.
Can you submit in that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you could
It's
technically
full
win.
MMA. It's just bare knuckle.
Okay, so you're interested.
I'm interested.
Why are you against bare knuckle boxing?
Just because of the damage and my style. Have you seen it? Like me and Stamp, we had Stamp on the
Yeah,
show.
yeah.
Me and Stamp's fight was just a lot of violence, and we were bloodied up
incredible
for that
fight.
one. So can you imagine me in bare knuckle?
Yeah. So you don't want. I mean, you have the moneymaker. You don't want to get cuts, all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Who needs that? But bare knuckle MMA, you're open to it.
I'm open. We'll see if Dean and George give me the right numbers. I'm open to it.
Oh, look at you asking for the right numbers.
Yeah.
Are you done with MMA? Because it seemed at one point recently you were leaning towards retirement.
Yeah, because when I was fighting for one championship, I was gunning for the belt, and then I was just getting older, and I didn't want to travel abroad anymore.
Yeah.
So I asked to be released from one championship and went over to boxing, and just to be a free agent, so I could do what I'm doing right now, having fun,
Yeah.
trying new things out, and don't know if I'll give it another run for UFC. So I don't think there's much out there for me to make a run for.
Okay.
My part of my career right now is just having a good time and seeing. I still love violence. I still love the sport. So this boxing, possibly bare knuckle MMA, who knows?
Did you enjoy your time with one championship?
Yeah, it was a time. It was a lot of traveling, so it was fun, but it's exhausting.
You did pause there for a second.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. It's an up and down thing.
Okay. Is it?
But
just
it's
travel?
business. It's business. When you're in favor, you're in favor. When you're not, you're not.
Okay.
But the travel's the toughest part. To travel from America to go over there, it's tough.
But now they are in America.
They are.
Did you watch that?
I asked to be released right before they built the card. Yeah.
Did you regret that?
Yeah, I fumbled on that a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I would have wanted to be released anyway, but possibly after the American card would have been nice.
Right.
But I was happy for Stamp. That's my girl.
Yeah.
When
You guys are cool?
Yeah, we're good friends.
She's a big star.
She is.
People love her.
I'm happy for her. Americans are like a little behind on catching up with Stamp.
Right.
Yeah.
Now with the dancing and all that.
Yeah.
She's like legit. When we announced the show, everyone's like, Stamp.
Yeah,
Stamp.
I saw that.
I couldn't believe it.
And I
Everyone's
was so happy for her.
I was so
Yeah.
happy that she's on, so excited, so into her.
Yeah. And she's representing, this is what Thai fighting is, They're goofy, they dance, they have fun, and then they just put on pure violence.
Do you think that one can be successful in America?
I think, yeah, I think so, but I think, I don't know, are you a huge fan of the grappling part of it?
Oh, like the grab? It's fine. It's fine.
I do think the MMA is cool. The Muay Thai is cool.
Muay Thai, okay.
Yeah,
I like
yeah,
that they're trying something different, a little something for everyone.
Yeah.
That Darth Rigatoni guy, I don't want to butcher his name, Mikey Musumichi, I believe.
I don't know the name either.
You know, he's.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
He's a character. I like him.
Yeah, they have a lot of characters. Raw Tang is a character, but I think when you introduce something so different as a hit or miss, right? People could love.
Fans seemed into it. Like they were clapping, they were cheering, they were going.
Did you see it? It was like 50-50 though.
Oh, okay.
It's like some people are like, one's doing too much, and then some are like, this is what we needed this whole time was what one's doing. So it's a hit or miss. It's fun though to have different athletes. There's a whole like basket of athletes that Americans don't even know about.
Yeah.
So that's great.
By the way, when you fought Stamp, like where would you rank her in terms of the toughest people that you've ever fought?
It's hard because it was a close fight, but she was winning. So I've like beaten up people 3 rounds, so I would call them tough, right?
Okay.
But Stamp is probably really up there. I fought her, her ground's a lot better now. I fought her when her ground was like, we just ended up striking the whole time.
Yeah.
Just banging. I probably could have done better if I went to the ground, but I just like to bang. It was one of the most enjoyable fights I've ever had.
Why is that?
If you watched it, we danced, we laughed, and we just bled each other. She actually ripped half my ear off with an elbow.
Louise, really?
Yeah. Stamp has a nasty over-the-top elbow.
Okay.
And that one is what knocked out one of the other fighters clean on the chin, but it ripped half of my ear off.
Oh my God.
And I had to get it like sewn on.
No way.
And then they were rushing me to the hospital. The crazy thing about Asia is they were like rushing me to the hospital and they ran over like 2 scooters.
Oh my God. Were there people on the scooter?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I was in the back like, no, I'm okay, it's fine, it's fine. But yeah, it's a wild time.
Wow.
Yeah, I was bloodied up for that fight.
Yes, I remember it.
Yeah.
And so, okay, so now here we are. You're still going to fight a little bit, but it seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, like you're starting to make that transition.
My priority is my management and my
So this is really interesting for me because there's not a lot of female managers in the game. I could think of one, and I could be forgetting some, so I apologize. There's Jennifer Goldstein, who works with the likes of, she's worked with Joanna, Valentina Shevchenko.
Yeah.
She's worked at CA, Balanji.
Yeah.
She's very good and respected. And that's pretty much it.
It's Jennifer. I just jumped in the game, and Joanna is getting her feet wet right now.
No way.
Yeah.
Really?
Shevchenko?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
she
she's
wants-
managing people.
She's exploring it. Yeah.
Okay. And there's definitely, okay, so I was going to say there's no fighters who then turn manager. She would be the other, but so your situation is very
I'm fully
unique.
turned. Yeah.
So why are you doing this?
Because throughout my career, like I've worked with some management, and a lot of fighters really just need to be looked out for, and not to be thrown. Because this sport, it starts out you tend to be a little desperate, right? For a spot to fight or for money, you come from nothing. It's a poor man's sport from the beginning. So
Right.
a lot of people get taken advantage of, and I just think we need to make more money for one. And we can make more money. I think a lot of managers don't try hard enough to push them into mainstream. So that's why I picked Oren to work with, because he's really good at making his fighters money.
Oren Hodek of KO
KO
Reps.
Reps,
Yep.
that's who I'm with, yeah.
Okay, so you work with him.
I work with him,
Okay.
not for him. So
Got
I
it.
have my own athletes. He has his own athletes, but we work together with all our athletes, really, as a team.
Now, why do you need to work with someone as great and respected as he is? He, for those that don't know, represents the likes of Aljamain Sterling, Merab Dvalishvili, Kevin Holland, Terrence McKinney. It's an
Aaron
impressive,
Blanchfield.
yeah, Aaron Blanchfield, impressive roster. But why not just do your own thing? What's the logic there?
Because I want to do everything correct.
Okay.
And the side of Oren's power, Oren's big skill is making money for his fighters, and he has a degree in sports management. So I'm just trying to make sure that I'm good all around and can fully represent my clients well.
Okay.
And I'm learning a lot from Oren, and I'm helping him a lot with the MMA aspect. Who knows MMA more than me, right? So yeah, it's working well.
Okay. And right now, do you have any fighters that you would say are, fighting for the big promotions, or are you getting?
Yeah, I have some PFL fighters, but I do work with Oren's fighters with him. Like we work with Merab, Aaron, Matt Favola, Kevin Holland is a fun one, OSP.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so eventually you want to just do this full time?
I do.
This is it?
Yeah.
And was part of the inspiration because you felt like you were?
Yeah, I represented myself for most of my career after I had one manager and I let them go, and I represented myself and I got myself on TV. I got myself on all kinds of different things that a lot of fighters don't think about. So I knew if I could do it for myself, I could do it much better for fighters. And towards the end, my record wasn't going so well, and I still was making more money and doing things outside than somebody who's 6-0, like Aaron Blanchfield. So I was like, if I can do that with my career, I can do much more with theirs.
You say, I got myself on TV. You didn't just get yourself on TV. It was a pretty big show that you got on. It's called
fun.
Survivor.
Yeah, that was fun.
That is a crazy... How did you get yourself on Survivor?
I didn't. They recruited me. And it's funny,
How did they recruit you?
They off of Instagram, I think.
They just slide in the DMs?
They slid in the DMs. They wanted me to go on The Bachelor, but I was not about to swap spit with
Wait, so it's
one
just like
guy.
a production company?
Yeah, a casting
So they first reach
director.
out to you about being on The Bachelor?
Mm-hmm.
And you said no?
Absolutely not.
Didn't even consider it?
Didn't even consider
Why do you
it.
have to swap spit if you're on The Bachelor? Is that a
Do you watch the show?
No, I don't.
It's like a bunch of girls date one guy and trying to get the guy to like pick
And
them.
they're all kissing him?
I mean, it's all pick me stuff, and I don't think I'd be like I'd probably be the bitchy one on the show. So.
Okay, not a bad gig,
Not a bad
right?
gig, but-
So you said no to The Bachelor.
Yeah, and then they gave me Survivor, and I was like, all right, let's do it.
Now, where was it?
Fiji.
Fiji was David. We're showing some photos here. David versus Goliath season.
Yeah.
Meaning it was like the people who had the silver spoon against like the Davids, right? Like
Yep.
the underdogs.
Mhm, the underdogs.
You were a David.
Yeah, that was controversial that I was a David.
Why?
Because I was a fighter and
That's
like
that's not like a silver spoon.
no, it's more like strong. They had all the strong people, and then even the people on the David, they were just as smart, but they weren't athletically like gifted.
Okay.
So I was put into the Davids, but I think it's for my story. But it's real.
It's real.
I haven't taken a reality show. I've been offered a lot of reality shows after, and I haven't taken one because Survivor is real, and the rest of them are like quite scripted.
Now, how long were you actually on the island for?
I was on the island for 15 days through a cyclone, starved. We didn't eat because it was raining.
Ugh.
Yeah, it was brutal.
I mean, at any point during this, you're like, why am I doing this?
When I tore my MCL and I was going to fight for a title after, I was like, I got to go.
Right. So so this was the controversy, right?
This
You
was
get
the
injured on the show.
Yeah.
You say I'm out, but they didn't like say that you had a medical clearance to leave.
Yeah, they said I could have stayed.
So they're calling you a quitter, basically.
The fans were because
They're very mean.
it was all right. The fans showed me a lot of love, but
Okay.
they were pretty upset because they didn't understand that I had a competition after and my knee wasn't going to get any better. You know, it's going to get worse. It's going to tear.
Yeah.
So they didn't really like that, but I've been getting great feedback from Survivor family.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did the people, like the contestants, did they feel like you were bailing on them?
No.
They didn't give you crap.
No, they were cool.
They were cool.
Yeah, they were cool. Yeah, I liked them. They were good people.
You keep in touch with any of them?
A lot of them.
Okay.
Actually, our one of the guys on our show is Mike White, and he just got like 11 Emmys for his show. He wrote White Lotus.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
He was on the show?
Yeah.
Wow.
He made it really far.
But how do you, like, you can't take a shower. It's disgusting.
Can't take a shower.
If you were to go from
can't
beginning
brush
to
your
end,
teeth,
how
you
many
gotta
days?
Use the restroom in the water.
Yeah, what is that? I don't think I would.
It's brutal.
There's not enough money in the world that gets me. Like, you offer me $5 million, I don't take it.
It's brutal.
What do you do?
Nothing. You just survive.
You just survive.
Stay away from people. Don't talk into their faces.
How many days? If you're there from beginning to end, how many
35.
days? 35.
Brutal. Yeah.
15. And then when you left, you went to another island.
Yeah.
And what are you doing there? There you can shower.
Yeah. You just queue there. You just wait.
You just wait for it to be done.
Yeah.
Is it depressing being there?
It's depressing. It's a loser's island.
Oh my.
You get bumped.
But at least you're in like a hotel, right?
Yeah. You're
they
in a
don't
resort.
give you crappy.
No. You're in a
So it's like a
resort.
vacation.
It's a vacation after. Yeah.
Okay.
But, you know, I'm competitive, so I don't want to be a loser's island.
Right. So is Survivor kind of like one of those things, like the real, you know, our guy New York Rick back there, he loves Real World Road Rules Challenge, where they keep bringing back the other people. Like,
Survivor's like that. Yeah.
so why don't you ever do those?
I would go back on Survivor. Survivor hasn't asked me, but the Challenger asked me, and a couple of Love Island asked me.
Why'd you do that?
Have you watched it?
No, but I mean, I know Tommy Fury was on, and everyone mentions that.
Yeah.
Is it like the other one you
It's
mentioned?
very sexual.
It's very sexual.
It's very sexual.
Is it like a Big Brother?
It's like Sex Island.
Oh wow.
It's like swapsies.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, and you have standards.
Yeah.
You're not going to do that.
Yeah.
What about the influencer fighting thing? I feel like because you're Survivor, reality.
I would do
show-
that. I actually talked to Triller a couple times. I was like, let me beat somebody up. Like, I really want to like.
You should go with like Misfits or MVP or one of those.
Yeah, I
Why
want
don't you do
to.
it?
Because the social media girls aren't as down as the guys.
They're not. I think it's probably because you have a history. You're not just someone who's 0-0
Yeah,
crossing
yeah.
over, right? Like
you know,
you're a legit
there's like
fighter.
celebrities though, like Demi Lovato trains Muay Thai.
Yeah.
She's a purple belt in Jiu-Jitsu. There's a lot of celebrities that do it, but they're, you know, obviously you have to be really competitive for a girl.
That's the fight you want.
Yeah, I want to fight
Dean
Demi.
Nguyen wants Demi Lovato.
Yeah.
You have beef with her?
No.
Have you ever met her? Wasn't she rude to you that one time?
I think so. Actually, now
know
that
what?
yeah.
I'm just trying to.
There you go.
Get
Let's
you
get
that
it in
money
there.
fight.
Yeah.
Maybe I get a cut.
Yeah.
You know, I could ask Jake. I was with him at the
You
presser
were with them,
yesterday.
yeah.
Just chilling.
I've talked to them about we just can't find anybody.
Mm.
So if anybody's out there.
What weight would this be
YouTubers.
at? What's your idea?
For the YouTubers, I'll go all the way up to like 25.
25. What's the ideal weight?
115.
115.
Yeah, I walk 130, 135.
Were you ever? Because I know there was a time where you.
Atom weight.
Yeah, Adam White. But
Brutal.
you had a dream of fighting it in the UFC, right?
Yeah, but I had a dream of fighting the UFC at 105 back then.
When it was
I'm quite small for one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michelle Watterson, that era,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
That was
yeah,
fun.
yeah.
So you mentioned you're okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were just kidding. You mentioned your story, and can I talk to you about your upbringing? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Because you have an unbelievable story. I said at the top of the show, it's like out of a movie. It's very inspiring though as well. You're born in Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
You find out later in life that your dad fought in the Vietnam War, and you find out like a lot more about what he had to endure via his journal. Unfortunately, after he passed away, is that correct?
Yeah, Ariel.
Yeah, of course. Come on, I do my research.
Yeah.
I do my research, and you guys moved from Vietnam to America when you're 6.
Mm-hmm.
You're told that you're going to Disneyland, but you're coming to America to live.
Yes.
Yes. Why did you guys leave?
So people don't know, I mean, I'm not going to go into a whole story, but people don't know after the war, it wasn't done. Like the communists kind of shut down. After the war, they shut down our power. They shut down our water so that we would convert.
Convert to what?
Communism.
Okay.
But so and then my dad fought for the South. So you get kind of, it's not a good life. So we wanted to get over here to the States.
Okay. How many siblings did you have at the time?
I have 6, 2 brothers, 6 sisters.
Were you all, like everyone was born at that point?
Yeah, and everybody came.
So it's mom, dad, and the 6 of you. Get on a plane.
And 8 of us.
8, about the 6 kids, right? Yeah. 8 total. Get on a plane and go to where?
California.
California.
Yeah.
And which part? NorCal?
San Francisco. I mean, San Jose and Oakland.
Why'd they choose there?
That's the port.
That's the port.
Yeah, so most people end up there.
And you were, I mean, you're 6 years old, but you were called like, what are we doing? I thought we were going to Disneyland. Like, why are we staying here?
Yeah.
Do you remember asking those questions?
I don't remember anything.
You don't remember?
Yeah, I just remembered how happy and spoiled everybody was, and I was like, this is lit.
You were happy?
Yeah.
So you weren't sad about leaving home?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever been back?
Yeah, I brought the
Oh, that's right.
one championship, brought the first event. Now, actually, one championship, me, Martin, we all work to legalize MMA in Vietnam now.
Right.
Yeah.
So then you get to your teenage years, and how would you say growing up was in Vietnam?
Grew up in the streets.
Sorry, in America. You grew up in the streets.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Means Oakland, California, fought a lot, juvie, in and out.
You were in and out of juvie?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
For what?
Fighting.
Why? What were you fighting about?
When you grow up in a place like that, Ariel, they mess with you a lot.
People mess with you?
Yeah.
Pick on you?
Yeah, and you gotta let them know you can't mess with me.
Were they picking on you because you were from another country, because you were maybe small? Like, what was the reason?
All above.
All of it. And so you had to defend yourself. Did you have a crew? Like, did you have
No.
people to rely on?
No.
You were
I
a
was
lone
always
wolf.
solo.
Why?
Still solo. I don't know. It's just how I function.
Okay. And so people would pick on you and you get into fights, you go to juvie.
Uh-huh.
What was that like?
It was just life. It
What?
was cool.
Like, what was in juvie?
I fought in juvie too.
You fought in juvie?
Yeah.
That's a problem because then they're going to keep you longer.
Yeah, that's true.
How long were you there for?
Year and a half.
Year and a half?
Yeah.
What were you doing there for a year and a half?
Fighting.
Fighting.
Yeah.
Was there ever a point where you were like, I don't want to fight anymore? like, let me just, like, you know.
Last year, maybe? No,
it was
I
last
still want to fight. I still want
You
to
still
fight.
want to fight? Why did you have so much anger?
Just I think everybody has issues, huh? I just took mine out with my hands.
And so you're getting to street fights.
You don't ever want to fight anybody? Like,
I mean, I don't know if you know this, but I've been training lately because
you
of the-
have been
Yeah,
training.
yeah.
Ariel's been training, you
Yeah,
guys.
you saw that? The right hand, people have been
I
saying
did see
looks
that.
like a
So
rocket.
who are you going to fight?
You know, it
Who
depends.
would you fight, Chael?
Could you imagine?
I see the
Chael would
chemistry.
kill me. That's my guy. I love Chael.
Wow.
But this is not about me. This is about you. Don't
Okay.
change the subject.
Okay.
I see what you're trying to do, though, because this is a fascinating story, unless you don't want to talk about it.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, so you're in juvie for a year and a half.
Mhm.
Are your parents talking to you at this point, like saying, like, can you figure it out? Are they helping you? Are they supporting
Yeah, I ran
you?
away a lot too, so half the time they didn't even know I was in there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Why did you run away?
It's just tough. It's tough being an immigrant, Asian American. It's tough.
And when you're running away, where are you going?
Friend's house. I went to juvie while I was running away, so half the time they didn't know I was there.
Wow.
Yeah.
And are you in school still? Like, are you still trying to go to school or? No. When did you leave school?
Freshman year.
Freshman year.
Yeah.
So that's 9th grade.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never went back.
I went back.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
When did you go back?
I moved to Houston by myself, and then I forged papers to put myself in school. Then I almost finished school until they realized I didn't have parents to sign my papers. So they kicked me out of school.
You went to Houston by yourself. At what age?
14.
So this is post juvie?
Yeah.
And why did you go to Houston?
I had a friend there just to get away from Cali.
You just said I'm out.
Yeah.
You didn't tell your parents?
No.
What? 14-year-old?
Yeah.
You're going on a plane. How'd you get a ticket?
Greyhound.
You went Greyhound?
Mhm.
California to Houston? How long did that take?
I don't remember.
That's a long
A
ass
day?
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And you didn't feel like any sort of guilt, like I need to tell my parents, I need to say goodbye. How old were you when your father passed away?
2018, I was 20.
Oh, because this is long after.
Yeah.
Did you have a good relationship with your parents?
No,
Oh.
absolutely not.
How come?
I do now with my mom. It's tough, you know, when you grow up with old Asian raised family, and there's a disconnect.
Mm.
Yeah.
And were your siblings troublemakers as well?
No.
They were goody two.
All my sisters are brilliant.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, I would say you're brilliant too.
Thanks.
But you're like street tough.
Yeah.
And
they're all scholars.
All of them.
Uh-huh.
Why do you think you went this way and they went that way?
I don't know. Maybe because I'm the only one raised in America.
Oh, because you were the
Not
youngest.
Sure. Yeah.
And they all kind of grew up in Vietnam first.
Yeah.
Did they try to help you?
They tried.
Okay.
Well, we all just kind of survived on our own. They had their own issues.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you get to Houston. What is life like there?
I worked at a bar at like 15. So I went to school and during the day and then went to work at a bar.
Okay.
At night. And then like just raised myself. And yeah.
You worked at a bar as a 15-year-old?
Yeah.
They let that?
Fake ID.
Fake ID. What did you say? Like,
do you want one? Did you ever have one?
Yes. Okay. But I always kind of looked older.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was, the big nose or something. So thick eyebrows. I don't know. Yeah. So I didn't really have to. But like you kind of look younger, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that wasn't a problem.
No.
Okay. And what is it like working as a 15-year-old away from home at a bar? Like
it was fun.
You were okay with this?
Yeah.
And you're not going to school?
Yeah, I went to school.
You went to school in Houston. Yeah. Okay. You enjoyed it more than California.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you meet another guy.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you about this, or would you rather not talk about it? I mean, this is part of your story, and we've never talked about it, and I think it is inspiring what you've had to overcome. That was a tough relationship.
Yeah.
Abusive.
Yeah.
To the point where like you ever felt like it was.
Yeah. Like deadly?
Yeah.
Yeah, all the time.
All the time.
All the time.
How long into the relationship?
6 years.
No, how long into the relationship did it get?
Violent?
Yes.
Like 4 months.
4 months.
Yeah.
And when you say like deadly, how long into it does that happen? Is that off the bat or?
Yeah, like a year.
Really?
And then like all the time after.
And I think this is a question that a lot of people get asked in your position, and sometimes I think it's an unfair question, but I'll just ask to understand the mindset. Why did you not leave when it started to get physical?
I had no family. I had nobody.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you just felt like it's either this or nothing.
Yeah. MMA is the only thing that took me out, really.
And this relationship is what brought you to MMA.
Yeah.
But the story of how this relationship ends is the craziest thing I've ever heard. You're like involved in a police chase.
Yeah.
And the car flips over.
4 times.
4 times?
Yep.
Now, why are you involved in a police chase?
He was speeding. They chased after him.
Why was he speeding?
He was on drugs.
Okay.
I think.
So bad guy.
Bad guy.
Yeah.
Bad. The worst.
The worst.
Yeah. The police was chasing us. They were chasing us for a while. We flipped 4 times on the freeway because he veered to like the freeway wall. We flipped, and then we all got put in jail. And then I got interrogated, and my story finally came out. So he went away for 20 years.
Okay, so you skipped over a few steps there.
Mm-hmm.
But your speed, he's on drugs. Like, were you a big drug user as well?
I never used drugs.
Never?
No.
Even though your boyfriend was?
Yeah, never used drugs.
You were never tempted, even as a kid, to try all that stuff?
None.
He's speeding.
Yep.
You flip over.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone die?
No, his friend broke his elbow, his ribs. Nothing happened to him. Nothing happened to me. And then, they all put us in jail, obviously, to like just keep us there. And they interrogated us and they asked us questions, and I told them what was going on.
Correct me if I'm wrong. They see that you have injuries on your body that are not consistent with the accident, right?
Right.
So they're asking you now, like, what's going on?
Right. I had bruises all over my head, my ribs. I was like in pajamas. They were fully dressed, so it was like obvious there was something going on.
What does that mean?
He picked me up, like he told me to get in the car, like.
Okay.
So it came out later that he was gonna kill me that night.
You're kidding?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know, Ariel.
There wasn't something that like sparked?
No, it never is. We got in the accident. All of us got locked up, and he stayed, and I got out, and they gave him 20 years. 20
years. So is he in the midst of that 20 years?
He just got out 2 years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm assuming he can't contact you.
He's not allowed near me.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you feel like once, like this is like a scary thing, you're flipping over on the freeway, but kind of like a gift from the heavens, right? Because what would happen if this doesn't, like, you don't get into the accident?
Yeah, I wouldn't be here.
You believe that?
Yeah, he says after. He says after he was gonna kill me that night.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
So what happens then? Like, where do you go?
A women's shelter, and then an apartment, and then an apartment, and then I lived in the gym at 4 Ounce Fight Club for a while, and then I started fighting, and then everybody knew me as Killer B.
So you realized I need to defend myself.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how you are
Self-defense,
introduced to fighting.
yeah. And then I took my first fight, and I beat the crap out of the girl, even though my technique was horrific. It's on YouTube, actually.
Yeah.
My first fight. I put her into retirement, actually, my first fight, and then I kept fighting, and I was really, really good for a while.
And I would say you were good throughout.
Yeah.
I mean, you fought tough people.
Yeah.
But when you first walk into that gym, does something change? Like, do you feel like this is what I've been looking for? Like this?
No, I've fought all the time, so it didn't really matter, you know.
But like in a controlled environment.
No, it just was a family. It was like people cared about me. People like really invest in the fighting and all that stuff. So it was one of the first times I've ever really had that. So that's why I stayed.
How do you go from just like going in there for self-defense to becoming like a pro fighter? When does that switch?
I fought first for Mick Maynard.
Yeah.
My first fight was for Legacy for Mick Maynard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pro fight.
No, amateur Muay Thai.
What year was that?
I don't remember, 2012.
Okay, wow. So it's been a while.
Yeah, I've been
But
fighting for a long
I'm just like to decide to like go for it.
Was Mick? It was Mick. Mick was like, B, you should fight. Me and Mick fought together on cards. People don't know Mick is a really good Muay Thai practitioner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Mick convinced me to fight. Mick, he was like, I'll put you on a card. Let's do it. And I was like, I've only been training for 4 months. He was like, no, let's do it.
What was that first fight like?
It's great.
Did
Easy.
you get paid?
No.
Amateur.
Yeah.
And you won?
Yeah.
By?
Unanimous decision.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you loved it?
Yeah.
You
And I kept winning.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then that's how the career starts.
Mm-hmm.
When do you decide to go pro?
I went pro actually with the help of Michelle and Cub Swanson, actually. I was waiting. I didn't know when I was going to turn pro. I was like, oh, I don't know if I can. And then Cub and Michelle pushed me into going pro.
So were you training in?
Jackson Wink.
You then went to Jackson after Houston?
Mm-hmm.
And what was it like there?
It's great.
You enjoyed it?
Yeah.
You were there, Holly Holm,
Yep.
John Jones?
Yep. Still good friends with all of them.
Yeah. How long were you there for?
4 years, 3 years.
Okay, and then where did you go?
And then Thailand.
And then you went to live in Thailand?
One championship. Signed me.
Okay, then you went to live there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got offered UFC at the same time I got offered one championship, but only at 115. So I went to one championship instead.
Because it was 105.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever regret that? Just because
No.
UFC, because this wasn't the right weight for you, right?
No. At the time, I think right after I got signed to one championship, I think Andrade decided to go to 115. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, I'm good over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then now you have like a legit career going.
Yeah,
and
I was top 10 for a while.
Right. Do you have any regrets about the career?
No. I always fought. No, yes. I think that now that when I manage my fighters, I pick better fights for them. I just was always, in my generation, it was fight the toughest all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I never had a break from top 5 opponents.
Right.
So but no regrets for me personally.
Build yourself up. Don't need to take.
I'm going to build my fighters up.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you feel, given your experience and the fact that there are so few women representing fighters, managing fighters, male and female, like that, you can just bring this unique perspective that...
It's tough.
Why?
It's tough in a pool full of guys, but I think it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be a good move. I hope Joanna, whenever she's ready, dives deep into it too. I think she would be great.
Yeah.
Because Joanna was a great everywhere, social media. She was a good company woman. She was good at everything.
Right.
So I'm excited for her as well.
Do you only want to focus on female fighters, or do you not care?
No. I have male fighters.
Okay, so you don't care.
Yeah,
You're
I
not
don't
just
care.
going to be...
Just
Correct me if I'm wrong, never fought for Invicta, right?
They never signed me.
Isn't that weird?
I was 5-0 before one championship. They never signed me.
Wow.
I don't know what they have against me, but I was like,
think
when
they
you
had
have like a prospect pool, I was in it. Never got a call.
Did that surprise you? It seemed like a natural place for you,
Natural
right?
place, yeah. But I'm happy I didn't go there.
Why?
I went straight to one championship.
Right.
Yeah.
So it all worked out.
It all worked out.
And do you feel now that like your life is a little more,
Chill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Less hectic?
Yeah.
You feel like I don't want to use the word anger freely, but like...
That's why I started losing.
Why?
I don't know if you see other fighters, but I mean, I was fighting really well because I was hungry. And then when I started doing well, I started losing.
You got comfortable?
I got
You
comfortable.
lost that like edge?
Mm-hmm.
So the satin sheets thing is real?
Real.
Or silk sheets?
Yeah, silk sheets.
Yeah.
That M&M factor is real.
Well, yeah, my good friend Marvin Hagler once said it's hard to wake up 4 a.m.
Yeah.
to go for a run
Yeah.
when you're sleeping in silk pajamas is what he said. I say satin sheets.
Yeah.
Satin sheets.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's real.
Yeah. You feel that.
Mm-hmm. It's real.
So do you regret that? Like taking your foot off the gas?
No.
It's just the story.
No, I'm happy where I'm at.
When's the last time you got into a street fight?
When I was a teenager?
Okay, so it's been a while.
No, I was at a club once and I put a girl to sleep in the bathroom
Jeez.
and left her there.
Why?
Because she was like trying to fight my friend, so I just choked her out and left her there.
Jeez.
But I haven't gotten to like a fist fight.
When was that? This weekend in Trinidad?
And no, it was years ago.
Do you ever get people like who try to test you and then they're like?
But I think it's a nice thing to do to put you to sleep. Like what happened with Nate Diaz.
Yeah, it's like the classy thing to do.
Yeah, he could have beat the Pope out of the guy.
Sure. Although, no, of course.
It's a very classy thing
right.
to do.
Do you ever feel compelled to sometimes be like, yo, because maybe sometimes take your, your size, you look like you're just like a friendly person, try to take advantage.
Yeah.
You ever feel like that old B is coming out?
No.
Never.
No.
It's gone.
Yeah.
How did you get rid of it?
Money.
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 Meaning you're comfortable now.
Yeah.
You don't have to fight.
Yeah.
I feel like you have your hand in a lot of different things. Like outside of fighting, are you doing business stuff too?
Yeah, I do a lot of nonprofit work. I do management, and then sometimes I fight for fun.
Just for fun.
Yeah.
At some point, the fighting's going to stop.
Yeah.
How many more do
soon.
you think you have left?
I don't know. There's fun stuff going on. The bare knuckle MMA seems fun. Yeah, we keep talking. I'm like leaning more towards it.
I like it.
I like it.
And are you still going to train at Extreme Couture?
Yeah.
What about my guy Francis? I mean, it's not right what they're doing to him, huh?
No, I think Francis
A lot
is
of
like
slander.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Isn't he a sweetheart?
He's a good guy. He's ambitious. I think whoever was managing him at the time may have dropped the ball. Because sometimes it's not what you do; it's how you do it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they could have like taken his ambitions and like what really could be done, and then meet in the middle somewhere.
Right.
But I don't know what happened. Nobody knows what happened, but it didn't happen well.
Well, it could happen.
It could happen. He's
still unfolding.
Yeah, he still has a name. He's still got options.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you about your tattoos?
Sure.
What is that one? The one on your left hand, right here.
This one?
Yeah.
It was his name.
Oh.
It's covered up now.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what is it covered up with?
Scribbles.
Just scribbles.
Yeah.
Just get the name.
Cover the
wow,
damn thing.
you tattooed it there.
Yeah.
Because that's the ring finger.
Do you have any tattoos?
I don't. It's crazy because they say that you can't be buried in a Jewish cemetery if you have a tattoo.
Yeah.
I've always dreamed though of having a sleeve. Do you think I could rock the sleeve, or
you can get a tramp stamp.
what?
Yeah.
Here I am trying to have a serious, deep conversation with you, and you're making jokes about tramp stamp.
No, I think it'd be hot.
You think I would have a tramp stamp?
Yeah.
You think that would be hot?
Yeah.
Tramp stamp.
I think you should book a fight and get a tattoo tramp stamp above the fight shorts, and it'll be a whole new
On my back?
era Hawani. Yeah.
What about like the
I can manage you.
The barbed wire. You think you could get me a fight?
Yeah, I can do it.
I was talking to Jake yesterday. I think I would add 1 million pay-per-views to Jake and Nate.
I think you would. Let's get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have my intentions in mind, like my best intentions. I think you're just trying to make a quick buck.
No.
What about the other one on the? Oh my gosh, that's a big one. What do we got here?
It's Muay Thai.
That's all Muay Thai.
Yeah.
All of it?
All of it.
You have a gnarly scar right over there.
Yeah.
What is that from?
I fell off the 3rd story of a building when I was little.
Jeez.
Yeah. I have 38 stitches on my face. You just can't see them. Stamp gave me like 16 right here.
My gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, I see now. Yeah.
Yeah, she gave me 16 here, and then I hope you're watching, Stamp, because she gave me 16 here, and you took half my ear off.
But you guys got love.
Yeah, we love each other.
She's great with the dancing. Do you do that? Are you big on TikTok too?
No, I'm not.
I'm big on TikTok.
It's a job.
No, you get someone to help you out.
But I will say, fighting Stamp when she dances is really frustrating.
Why?
Waiting for her to fucking dance is the
enough
worst
already
thing.
with the dancing.
Yeah.
It's like,
no, I love her now, but like when you're in the ring, like
you want her to hurry up.
Get over here.
I kind of feel like it tires her out. Although maybe the
she's Thai.
Yeah. What does that mean?
They can party and they can party and then beat you up the next day.
Crazy.
No problem.
You fight ever over there, like on those
I fought a few times.
smoker shows or whatever
Yeah,
it is? That must be crazy.
It's crazy because they bet on you dying.
Jeez.
Yeah.
It's like they go to the what is it with the
They just stand on the side and they start betting. So like
legit.
Yeah, and then they'll yell at you like wait, don't win yet, or lose this round, and they'll say like how much money. Luckily, I didn't need the money, but
right.
Yeah, that's what they do.
You like going to the UFC events?
Yeah, it's cool. It's all right. It's good when my fighters are fighting.
Right. Not to just be. You don't need to be like a fan, hang out, do that sort of thing.
Right.
Are you a fan of darts?
Darts?
Yeah.
Throwing darts?
Yeah.
I'm competitive, so yeah. I'm a fan of pickleball.
That's a big thing now, especially in Vegas. I feel like a lot of people are playing it.
Yeah.
Are you good at it?
I'm good at darts too, though.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We do a thing at the end of our in-studio interviews where the guest
throw darts at you?
Not at me. Feels like you have a lot of aggression towards me with this. These are our standings right now. Actually, has to be updated.
Jack Shore.
Jack Shore cheated, so don't even pay attention to that one. Chael got 40. But earlier in the day, Captain Eric Albarracin, the head coach for Henry Cejudo, some way, somehow beat me.
I've had run-ins with that guy.
You don't like him?
No, he's fine. I mean, we don't have any relationship now, but I've had a bad run-in with him in Vegas for sure.
Before you get to that, this is the rest of the lineup. Michael Rappaport, the actor, got a 0, so you can at least do better than him. What happened with Captain Eric, and were you upset that he was on the show?
No, he's fine. I don't really care anymore.
Did you see him? Was he back there? He was.
I didn't see him. I didn't see him. It's
perfect.
funny because I probably would have said like, "Do you remember?" He was drunk, but we were in a club. We were at Hakkasan together.
Oh.
And then he like grabbed my arm, and I was like, and then he touched my butt.
What?
Yeah. And I was like, oh, should I do something? But then I didn't. But I mean, I'm down to be cool with him, but that was a bad.
That was not cool.
That was a bad run-in with him.
Does that happen a lot where you feel like you have to like check yourself, like I'm either going to knock this guy out or I could just, do serenity now?
Yeah, but he probably would have just like suplexed me or something, no?
Yeah, he's not that tall. I think you're taller than him.
I like that.
What's going on with the nails?
My nails?
Yeah, it's interesting. What is that at the tip there?
It's gold. It's pretty. You want some?
No, I mean...
I do your nail for you, honey.
I don't know. What is that? It's like stars or something?
No, it's glitter, Ariel.
It's glitter. It must take forever to do that.
No.
No?
Yeah.
Okay. So I feel like we accomplished a lot here.
Yeah. Are we going to play darts?
Yes.
All right, let's go.
Okay. All right. Wow. All business. Jesus. I'm a little intimidated by B here, if I'm being honest, Joe.
Well, I don't see a dart thing.
It's right over here, my friend. Have no fear.
Is that...
Is that what?
Is that regulation height, though?
Yeah, it depends on who's asking.
Me.
Here you go. Here are 3 for you.
All right.
Now, this is the line, B. Whoops. Now, these are the rules. I'm the darts master. I get a lot of fighters. I mean, this size difference right here is quite remarkable if I'm not going to, sugarcoat things.
I don't see a size difference.
Okay. Anyway, 3 versus 3. You could probably beat me at everything athletic under the sun.
But this?
But this.
Will you go first?
I'm a gentleman, so I like to let the guests go first, but I will tell you this, I give you 1 practice shot. I don't do practice shots.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, so 1 practice shot. This is the line. You can't cross the line. Oh my God, she's stretching. 1 practice shot, don't cross the line, and it's 3. So we'll count your score, and then we'll count my score, and the winner. Do we want to put anything on the line, or are we just playing for...
What can we put on the line?
I don't know. With Eric, I tried to get Henry to come back on my show because he doesn't want to come on the show anymore. Unfortunately, I lost. I had to donate to his charity $500.
Okay.
It's a little pricey day for me, if I'm being honest. So we could just do this for bragging rights if you want.
Yeah, let's do it.
Or here's the thing. If I beat you, I get to negotiate your influencer boxing or bare knuckle MMA fight. I won't take a fee, because I'm already set. Shout out. Anyone get that? No? But...
And then what do I get if I win? I get to negotiate yours. Done.
Let's go. Here we go.
This is my practice?
This is the practice, yes.
Oh, shit.
No pressure. I like these.
Oh, shit.
Oh, my dear God. This is a rare set. We've never had someone shoot it this high.
I meant to do that.
So just, good thing it's a practice.
All right. All right, so now I'm going?
Yeah.
Okay, so
here she is,
that's high.
the star of Survivor season something.
37.
37, David
On
and
Netflix.
Goliath. On Netflix, you can see it now. The 1 championship veteran got a third. Well, I mean, that's right on the line.
13.
That is
That's
a
not a
13.
4.
That's a 13. Good job. That's a nice first shot there, B.
Don't play
Well
me,
done.
Ariel.
Don't call her Killa B. It's Kill Her B. straight out of Houston, H-Town.
Ah.
Not bad, a 4. Okay, so what do we got? A 13 and a 4 is a 17.
There you go.
And here she is for her last shot, representing Vietnam.
Ah.
That's not bad.
No, I want a bullseye.
14. So 14 plus 13 is 27, plus 4 is 31.
Okay.
Okay, how do you feel about that?
I'm not happy about
Not
it.
happy about it. Do you think I'll beat you?
No.
Okay, perfect. Here we go. Here's Helwani's turn. I have to face the shame of losing to Captain Eric. I'll be losing to two very...
all of us.
Yeah, this is for everyone. Okay, I was going to say something, but I don't want to get beat up by her.
Eric,
Here
wait.
we go. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Are you trying to screw me up? This is crazy.
Wait, I don't... Gut.
What was that?
That's 1.
No, it's a 12. What did she get again, Joe?
Don't worry about it.
I forget. No, seriously, what did she get? 31?
Ariel, you're about to box. 7.
That's a 7. That's
You're
a,
about to
what is
box,
happening?
Ariel.
19, Joe.
Let's go. Nope. 16.
Oh, thank the good Lord.
What was that?
5.
Yeah, you won.
Oh, I was so nervous. Okay, Jorge, Dean, call me. I'll negotiate again. I won't charge a fee because I'm already set. You can keep all that money for
Yep.
yourself. But we're going to bare
Dean,
knuckle.
we're gonna do this.
Oh, here's the thing. If you do bare knuckle MMA, can I be in your corner? I've always wanted to corner someone.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
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 We did it, Joe. I'm gonna get to corner my friend. Can I hold the spit bucket?
There's no spit bucket. Oh, the spit bucket. Yeah, but it's not for spitting. But yes, you can hold it. You can ice me.
Wow, this is incredible. Jorge, Dean, give me a call. We'll work this out. Bare knuckle MMA. For now, thank you so much, B. This was great. Appreciate it. Check her out. Check us out. We got we got On the Nose, we got the picks. A lot more to come. For now, though, speaking of inspirational stories, speaking of incredible life stories, Joe Pyfer in studio last week. Take a look at this, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Today's in-studio guest. How about this? This is such a pleasure and an honor to be joined by the one and only Joe Pyfer. Yes, there he is. Big Joe in studio.
Flash.
Tremendous.
How you doing?
Great to be. Oh, look at this guy. Man, rock solid. Look at you. Unbelievable. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Nice to meet you in person for the first time.
Yeah, man.
This is great.
Third occasion. I'm actually here.
We're rolling. We just spoke a couple weeks ago, and
yeah.
who would have thought? Thanks
yeah.
for doing this. I appreciate you coming in.
Yeah, thank you.
By the way, I saw your Instagram story today. I noticed you said you hate New York City.
I hate driving here.
Why?
Man, it has never been an easy way in or an easy way out.
How was it this time?
I mean, it took me like 25 minutes to find some parking, but it wasn't terrible. It was, it's just, they'll just walk. They don't even look. They just walk. But it's just me not being used to it. You know what I mean? It's very
how far is the drive from where you live? You live in Philly or outside?
So I live in Washington Township in New Jersey. So I'm like 20 minutes outside of Philly now. But I've already, it was more or less a convenience move. I used to live in Delco in PA.
Okay.
But it made sense with the 2 gyms that I have, a strength and conditioning coach, jiu-jitsu gym, and then I have my MMA gym.
So how long was this commute?
This was a 2-hour drive.
Damn, okay.
Not bad at all.
Not bad?
Nah, I mean, it's 2 hours, man, to come see the man. It's all good.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. Actually, before you came on, we were talking about Wawa. Are you a big Wawa guy?
I do like Wawa.
What is the thing? Because I was saying, like, what is the thing to get? And they said coffee. That's the thing?
For me, it's Wawa's mac and cheese.
They have mac and cheese at the gas station?
Mac and cheese. It's banging.
What's so good about it?
I don't know. It's really shitty.
It's shitty, but good.
Yeah, it's good, man.
Like it's like heavy, cheesy.
Yeah, it's not like the Kraft mac and cheese. It's it's good.
It's gourmet.
Yeah, sort of.
In a gas station kind of way.
Yeah, but it's not as cheap as it sounds.
Really?
Yeah, it's actually good. You ought to give it a try. It's not bad.
This is not something that you eat often, given your...
No, not unless I'm not in a camp, which right now I'm not in a camp. I have not had it, but I will. It kind of sparks the appetite, so I might.
By the way, how much you weigh outside of camp?
Currently, I'm a little bit lighter. I'm like 212, 214. Okay. But I usually am like 217 to 220.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that hard to get to 85 for you?
Hell yeah. This last cut was the hardest it's been for me because I put on size, but you know.
Yeah, like you were thick, man.
Yeah. Well, I kept reminding everybody, like, you got, like, my comeback starting with December, I fought Derek Brunson's wrestling coach, and that was my first fight back. I had no strength and conditioning. I was just killing the cardio, killing, the reps and just trying to, get my muscle endurance up. So I was never off long enough when I did accept a fight to really do any strength training. And then, it just so happened that, 2 short notice fights didn't come to fruition after my UFC debut. And I went on my strength and conditioning program finally and was able to eat, and I've gotten a lot better with my nutrition. And I'm a big kid. Like I can fill out and I can bang with these guys. So
Do you think you'll ever fight at 205?
I think so in the future. Yeah, I think in the future. Yeah, I mean, you gotta give me a couple of years.
Yeah.
I'm still a nobody in the UFC, so I got to do some work before.
I disagree with that, man.
Yeah,
You got a lot of momentum right now.
Well, listen, I'm being humble to the public because the public chews people apart. In a lot of ways,
you're a nobody.
What's that?
You don't think you're a nobody?
No, in my head, I've always known I was going to be here. So that's why it's like you see some people that get in front of a camera and they don't know how to talk, they don't know how to act, or they're nervous. I even got asked today, like, "Are you nervous?" I'm like, I have nothing to be nervous about. I'm me.
Right.
So, and I've always expected me to be here. So it's a little bit of arrogance, but hey, listen, I marched to the beat of my own drum, and I've always known I was going to be here, and here I am.
By the way, I don't know if it's because you're so tall. I feel a lot shorter than you. Look at you on the screen right here. You look like 15 sizes taller than me. Are you trying to make me look bad?
I got a wide back, but I'm not.
Gigantic. I need to lift my chair up or something.
Oh man, I'll put my hat backwards if that's okay.
Mountain man next to me. Golly, look at how big you look.
Yeah,
you look gigantic.
I look fat, man.
Look, that's fat. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Look at your arms, bigger than my head.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely a little heavier right now, but I've been trying to go to the doctors and get looked at and make sure that my body's healthy and figure out what's next. And so
this is a great transition. What we were just talking about to part of the reason, and one of the big things that you're doing this week is tomorrow you're having a screening for this documentary that was made about you. It's actually at the American Dream Mall, not open to the public.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I don't know if you've ever been to the American Dream Mall.
No, sir.
It's a fantastic time.
Right.
By the way, if it's one of the biggest malls, if not the biggest in America. It's relatively new, and it has like an indoor wave pool, surfing. It's like one of those crazy ones, like the ones in Dubai.
Oh, wow.
A ski mountain in there, in the mall.
I haven't even looked this place up.
It's
I had
insane.
no idea.
Oh my God, you're going to be blown away. It's right next door to where the Giants and Jets play.
Yeah.
There's a ski mountain. There's an indoor thing. There's a whole amusement park and Nickelodeon. It's insane, this place.
Oh, man.
So if you have some time, go check it out. But I watched the documentary. It's called Road to the UFC, Joe Pyfer. You sent it to me, and I wanted to talk to you about it. That's why I didn't send you any thoughts. You asked me for my there he is, Joe Pyfer. Great stuff from him last week. Great stuff from Nguyen. Incredible life story. And if I'm being honest, I feel like we got 10% of the actual life story. She has been through a lot. She has had to overcome a lot, and I appreciate her talking about it with us. Never done a proper interview with her before, and thought it was something that a lot of people should know about, and I appreciate that very much. I am happy that I was able to pick up a win today, the rare 2-person in-studio interview day. Still can't believe I lost to Captain Eric. I would have felt better about losing to B than Captain Eric, if I'm being honest. But nevertheless, it looks like I'm going to be cornering my first fight. How about that, guys? I'm gonna wear
That's gonna be awesome.
The kit. I don't know. I feel like we should make a whole big thing out of this.
As we should. You should bring your own bucket and your own ice.
I think that would be apropos.
Yeah, nose branded bucket for sure.
Oh my God! Like we can really make this into a thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But I'm not going to charge a fee.
Maybe 500.
Already,
500.
Yeah. No, it's all good.
Not only you're already set. Squeezing in the press conference yesterday, you know yourself. That was great.
Oh yeah, but shout out to my good friends over at Celsius Essential Energy Drink. We're free agents, by the way, in the drink market. Not getting paid by any of these people. So if anyone wants to talk business, did get a text message from Aljamain Sterling, by the way.
Ooh.
Who said cap! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! 700,000? What the fuck is he talking about? I was told 2 days ago that we'd be lucky to break 250. So Aljo calling cap on the 700,000 number. And he also calls cap on the BioAccelerator story that Captain Eric has told twice on the program. He said he got into BioAccelerator through Heather, the great Heather Linden at the PI. As far as I know, she called Mike directly for me to move my timetable up. If he did really help with that, then for sure, thank you, and I appreciate it. I just don't like lies. You and me both, Aljo. You and me both, my man. So there you have it. There's Aljo's side of the story. Great stuff today on the program. But as you know, we like to answer questions on Wednesdays. We usually do it earlier in the day, but we were so packed, so much to get to. We're getting to it now. And as always, today's On the Nose segment is presented by our good friends over at Squarespace.com, the all-in-one platform for growing your business online. I'll tell you more about the great folks over at Squarespace.com. But for now, time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
Fake ID that you got.
Yeah, I had a fake ID.
Somebody on the chat was like,
the moment
I'm
has
sure he'll
arrived
had a
to hear
fake
from the man himself,
library ID.
Ariel Helwani.
Listen, she never specified what the ID was for, you know? I mean, it could have been a GameStop fake ID, you know? You never know with these things. You know yourself, Frank. You know yourself. Oh, there I am, once again. All right, let's get into it. No time to waste. Israel D is up first. Good afternoon from Idaho. I wanted to get your thoughts on Dana White continuing to plant his flag that Power Slap is not only successful, referencing that he just cut a deal bigger than the UFC deal they cut with Spike TV, but also drawing more numbers on social media than 4 major sports. He also went on to reference that a third-party company like Nielsen, shout out to one, has confirmed these numbers. Do you agree with any of this? Or as Dana White said, most of you guys don't understand social media and how it works. Thank you as always, Israel. I should have been holding the string because that is a hot tag if I ever seen one, my friends. I meant to get to this on Monday, but I didn't get to it because it was already a packed show and I had to go to the airport. And so wouldn't you know it, we actually have the clip of Dana White from Saturday in an absolute master spin class, if you will, talking about the success of Power Slap, the time-buy entity that was put on TBS that after the first season came and went, TBS said, no mas, and now they're on something that I think, I don't know if it's as relevant as MySpace or Friendster. It's called Rumble. I saw him wearing a Rumble shirt earlier today and has nothing to do with, Michael Buffer. In any event, here's the clip, and I would love to talk more about this because I meant to do so on Monday. Roll the tape.
The deal that I just cut for Slap is bigger than the UFC deal we cut with Spike TV after the first season of The Ultimate Fighter.
Do you mind pausing it right there? That's a great thing that they cut a deal for Slap with something called Rumble. To boast, though, that it's bigger than the deal that they cut for the first season of The Ultimate Fighter or after the first season of The Ultimate Fighter on Spike TV back in 2005, if my memory is, or my math is correct, that is 18 years ago, seems a little bit suspect. That was 18 years ago. Now, I guess what you're trying to say is, all right, we did one season and it's bigger than the deal that we did after the first season of that other thing. But again, I believe there's something called inflation, the economy change. Yeah, you've heard of that? I mean, there wasn't even a thing called, Twitter back in 2005. Certainly not Rumble, certainly not Instagram. You know what I mean? Like, so again, classic spin, but if you want to give yourself the old Barry H for cutting a deal bigger than the one that you cut after the first season of The Ultimate Fighter, fine. It's all good. This is a pet project. It means a lot. Proceed.
Give a shit what the media says about it. They don't matter.
He does. They do.
So
because they send press releases and want everyone to cover it.
Basically,
it's fucking unbelievable. Not only is it unbelievable money-wise, it's been unbelievable as far as social media goes. We're number one in all of sports. And when I say all of sports, if you take the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, F1, WWE, and who am I forgetting, and added them all together, their numbers don't compare to Slap's.
Okay, please pause there. Now, again, if you would have said, like, we beat the NHL, even if you want to say we beat, NBA, it's fine. Like, who's going to look through these numbers and actually compare? No one. But to imply that we are better than the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, Major League Baseball, F1, WWE, and I'm sure because he says what else? Like there's throw them all in. To imply that Slap's social numbers are bigger than all of them combined, Frankie, combined. He didn't just say we're bigger than this entity and that entity. He's putting them all in one bucket and say. And so my question is, does he actually believe this nonsense? Or is this just brilliant promotion? Because here we are talking about it, right? But like no one, that's why I just tweeted at Cap, because it's like this is full stop Cap. There is no way in hell that any entity, by the way, Do NBA versus all of them combined. Do NFL versus all of them combined. Do soccer versus all of them combined. Do WWE versus all of them combined. No entity is bigger than all of them combined. None. And certainly not two truck drivers from Idaho slapping each other, you know, in front of 6 people at the Apex. That ain't cutting it. Okay, so no one believes this. And it's just weird. Like, it's one thing to promote it. It's another thing to go the extra 10 miles and just lie about it. That's the part that I don't understand. Proceed.
Yeah.
You,
yeah.
It seems a little doubtful.
Yeah, you can doubt it all you want.
I mean,
By the way, shout out to this reporter. I think he's from MMA Mania. Please pause. He was pushing back, and even like that, like doubtful. Like, it takes cojones to do that. It takes balls to do that. I would love to see the evidence. I would absolutely love to see the evidence. Please proceed.
And there were people watching, but
There were people watching. It did 3.2 million viewers, and 1.7 million of them had never been to Rumble before.
Okay, please pause there. There is no way that you can compare. Like, what are the metrics? What's a view? What's a view on Rumble? Someone clicks on it for a second. You can't compare YouTube numbers and Rumble numbers to TV numbers to pay-per-view numbers. It's all different. It's all different. So it's silly to try to make that comparison. Twitter, I remember I did my first show that I did for ESPN in 2018. They streamed it on Twitter. I hated it. I was depressed. I wanted the show to be on YouTube, but they're like, we're going to do it on Twitter. And when the show was done, it had 1 million views within seconds. And I was like, there's no way this show has 1 million views. There's no way. There's no way 1 million people just watch that. And they're like, oh, well, Twitter counts a view as someone scrolling over it for a second. I was like, that's not a view. Tell me how many people like actually watched. Tell me how many people watched for 2 minutes, for 3 minutes, for 4 minutes, for 5 minutes. Make the you know, the cutoff point 5 minutes. I don't care about someone who's watching the show for 30 seconds. So of those 3.2 million, which by the way, pales in comparison to any NBA playoff number or NFL playoff number or you know, global soccer number, that's the number that you're talking about, 3.2 and 1.7. That's like a good Monday Night Raw, let alone a WrestleMania, let alone a Champions League semifinal. Cap, please proceed.
one of those, that's for sure.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Call Cap on that too.
It certainly,
He wasn't
that
watching.
number didn't show up on that counter that Rumble
But
had.
that's how it works when you stream. When streaming, it's not really the actual number right there. It's the same thing when you go live on Instagram. I mean, is Eric in here?
Is it New York Rick, by the way?
Like, if
Is he
you have
asking
a
for New
big
York
number
Rick?
and you're streaming,
Was he asking for New York Rick? I thought because he was social. No, okay.
I think he was.
how does that exactly work? Right.
This is good stuff. So what he's talking about is like right now there's 6,000 people watching this.
Yeah.
Ultimately, the number will be
So
higher,
you were
right?
saying 21,000 concurrents. What's a massive number when you're streaming? I mean, we were the biggest stream on a Saturday for Slap. The good thing is that most of you guys don't understand social media and how it works.
This is my favorite part.
And
This is my favorite part. My favorite part is the dude who just asked New York Rick about the social numbers is then telling us that we don't understand social media. He's like, so how does the concurrent work? Like, that's the guy. Like, he literally just asked how the numbers work, and then he's telling us that we don't know. So put yourself in that. And I'm not like, I know people are gonna be like, oh, you're hating. No, it's like you watch this clip. It's like, what? Have I entered some sort of weird Twilight Zone? What is happening here? Like, why are we dying on this hill? Why are we fighting for this thing? Why are we forcing this thing down people's throats? We don't understand how social media works. By the way, I feel like I understand how social media works pretty well. I mean, I'm just saying, and I would argue that probably most of the media at this point understand social media, because if you don't understand social media, you can't really do this job anymore. It's just a byproduct. I would argue that media people actually probably know how social media works way more than fight promoters know. Please proceed. That's why they have an Eric and we don't. I mean, we do have an Eric, but you get the point.
What publication are you from?
Oh, here we go.
Mania.
Okay. Well, I'll give you the numbers on Slap that were done by a third party that does this. We didn't pull the numbers.
Where are
These
the
guys
numbers?
are like the Nielsen's numbers for social media.
The Nielsen.
We destroy everything in sports with Power Slap.
I mean, it's just not true.
And
why
are
isn't
you
it
at
on
all
TBS
concerned
anymore?
that some of it is perhaps, and I'll apologize in advance because it sounds a little rude, but
No,
some of it
fire
might be-
away.
Some of it might be laughing at, not with, kind of a deal, like bad publicity
not a bad
being,
question.
you know,
Do you think I give a shit?
I mean,
I just did a deal that's bigger than the UFC did when they went on Spike TV. I don't give a shit who's laughing. You know who's laughing? This guy.
There you go.
That's who's laughing.
And by the way, that may be
question.
true, but there is no way in hell that he truly means that. He does care. They always care. You have to be in the business of people caring. You have to be in the business of people wanting to buy the product or watch the product, tune in for the product. Otherwise, you would never promote the product. Otherwise, you would never send a press release. You would never make a countdown show. You wouldn't make a reality show. What are you talking about? Of course you care. Otherwise, the thing doesn't have longevity. It's not a success. So it's easy to say I don't care when in reality, the guy who, behaves the way in which he does and blocks people and bans people and stuff, he cares more than anyone. Ultimately, we're spending way too much time talking about slap here. I don't believe because the UFC or Dana White or Lorenzo Fertitta invest in slap means that an MMA show or any combat show has to talk about it. I think it's gutter stuff. I don't understand why MMA media talks about it, and I certainly don't understand. As good as that exchange was, and as much I want to give that guy from MMA Mania, I don't know his name, I apologize, props. I don't know why slap is being even asked at a UFC 288 press conference. Henry Cejudo just fought Aljamain Sterling. Bilal Muhammad just fought Gilbert Burns. Matt Frivola just knocked out Drew Dober. Yan Xiaonan just knocked out Jessica Andrade. There's nothing else that you can ask about. You can't ask about John Jones and Stipe or Connor or Izzy's next fight or why you booked, what? There's a million things I could think of off the top of my head right now. Why are we still asking about this? Why are we still covering this? Because it involves him and it's a business thing that they're doing, then fine. Then if that's the answer, fine. But I don't think one has to do with the other. I don't think because you are an MMA media member, you have to cover all the other entities. I just don't. And I suspect, as time goes on, it will just kind of phase out, fizzle out. But Lord knows they're going to ram it down our throats because they don't want this one to fail. Like, Ultimate Surfer and the Boxing Contender Show and the other stuff that we've already laid out. Anyway, let's go to question 2. Jake Vandenberg. Hello, Ariel, and good morning to you, longtime listener, first-time Substacker. Thank you. My question for you this morning is how confident or non-confident are you that Nate Diaz makes a return to the UFC with the latest fight with Jake Paul coming? Do you think the results of that match impacts his chances of fighting for the UFC? Does a win imply bigger boxing fights or bigger MMA fights? Maybe after getting a chance to talk to him, you have a better outlook on his future. He did mention, as Chael said at the press conference yesterday, that his goal was to beat Jake Paul and go back to the UFC. And he has mentioned this before. I'm going to come back. And I think there is a part of him that wants to end his career there. I do wonder if he sees the success monetarily that he will achieve going out on his own, being a 50-50 partner, if he ever says, what's the point? Now, the Conor fight could do massive business, and that's probably the only one left for him there with Jorge gone. And, he just fought Tony and all that stuff. Those were the big fights. So it's the Conor fight that's left. But is there a world where Conor fights his 2 last fights and then does it solo as well? That could happen too. I'm sure the UFC will try, as hard as possible, as they should, to not let that happen, but it could happen. So I think Diaz is just feeling out the waters. He wants to see how this goes. And overall, I saw some people say, look, should there have been fans there yesterday? Yes. Let's just chill. This was like an on-sale press conference, all right? Let's all just chill out. This isn't a fight week press conference, and I will fully admit I'm close to the sun. And by the way, I will fully admit right here now, I said, and I asked, why aren't there fans? And I did suggest that fans would be better for this type of scene, especially with these fighters, especially with Diaz, who feeds off that energy. And I was told that that wasn't part of the plan. And so I'm just going up there, I'm doing the gig, and I'm going home. It was well attended media-wise. A bunch of people flew in. I saw Mark Ramundi of ESPN. He doesn't live in Dallas. I saw Mike Bond of MMA Junkie. He doesn't live in Dallas. I saw Oscar Willis of the Mac Life. He doesn't live in Dallas. So people flew in for this. That's a success. And I heard that the early on sale, went very, very well. It was a massive success. So there's a lot to be excited about. My guy Spencer, who's the freaking man, put up some clips on my TikTok and they went nuts. Those went nuts, better than anything that I posted in months. So there's a lot of interest. I think people always want Nate to perform and go crazy and act a fool. And that's just not him, especially in an environment like that where he feels like everyone's watching him. So I think if it was fine for what it was, I think as it builds, it's going to feel bigger. And we'll see if there's going to be tension. I think there will be more and more tension. And I think there's enough intrigue in seeing Nate's first fight post-UFC, first boxing match, him doing it on his own. I think there's a lot there. But I will also fully admit, I'm a part of the broadcast, and I'm excited to be a part of the broadcast, and it's a big deal for me to work a Nathan Diaz fight. I never got that opportunity. I do have one regret, and yesterday was cool, and seeing Diaz there, and everyone's very cool. And it's my first time doing stuff for DAZN, and I'm really excited to go to Ireland next week to work on the Katie Taylor coverage. I do have one regret, and the one regret was when that guy from Better, made the joke about Nick Diaz or whatever that was. I feel like I should have said something, because ultimately, I'm the host of the press conference and I'm the moderator, and I feel like I get what he was trying to do. I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to create moments, viral moments. But I also do feel like you're sitting there among the media and you ask for the microphone. It's one thing to do it in a scrum or, on the street, this or that. I have the utmost respect for any single person who walks in that cage through the ropes. And that's any fighter. A 1-0 fighter, a Jake Paul, a Salt Poppy, a KSI, a Dr. Mike, anyone who does it, because they're a better man than I am, and they're a tougher human being than I am, and they have more balls and cojones and all that stuff, man or woman. I have the utmost respect for them. And then you talk about Nick Diaz, who is, you throw around the word legend. I do, certainly, too freely. He is a legend. He is an icon. He is royalty. And he has spilled more blood and been tested more and has been cut up more and has given us more than 99.9% of the fighters in the history of MMA. If I'm involved in a press conference, don't talk about Nick Diaz like that. Don't talk about any fighter like that, but certainly not Nick Diaz. And I was mad at myself that I didn't say something. Now, I'm not trying to make a spectacle, and I know he works for Better, and I know they're just trying to create a moment. But any press conference, anything that I'm a part of, I'm not going to be standing there as you try to, like you're a 100-pound kid trying to disrespect Nick Diaz. Just that didn't sit well with me. And again, I get it. I understand what they were doing. That's all well and good. Don't do it at a press conference that you're asking me to work. And he's not even there, right? He's not even fighting. That didn't sit well. And I was mad at myself that I didn't at least say something. I think I said something under my breath. And Nate took it from there, and he should take it from there, and it's his thing to do. But Nick is the freaking man, and I don't know who doesn't revere and respect Nick. What? Are you kidding me? What are we doing? Shout out to Drake, by the way. Did you guys see Drake talk about it? He was not very happy. So I feel like by proxy, Drake was watching my work, which is kind of cool. Yo, Helwani, how's it going? Gomi is the GOAT. I was wondering if you heard what Dominic Cruz said about you. Oh, a lot of juicy things. When he was on the Fight Companion with Brendan, the guest asked Dom, I think that guy, forgive me if I'm wrong, I think he's on the Logan Paul show, Impulsive, but I could be wrong, how he felt about you, and his response wasn't what I expected. Dom basically said he doesn't want to get his emotions involved because if he did, it would get messy. To be honest, I thought you and Dom had a great relationship. So I'll be honest, Jedi Goodman posted this video. I saw it. Now remember, Dom was on the show on Monday. Dom has said that he doesn't like to do a lot of media, but he loves coming on the show, and we've had a great relationship for many, many years. Dom is obviously, a different kind of cat, but I think we get along and we text on the side and all that stuff, and I have the utmost respect for him, and I love when he's on, and I loved when he was on Monday. And so I saw that clip, and I was like, shit, this was from Saturday. Dom and I got beef? Are we in a fight? What's going on here? And so what I like to do, and as I've done with every single one of these situations, from Ali to Ben Askren back in the day, to Dana, to Dominic Cruz, to Brendan Schaub, I reach out. I like to nip it in the bud. I don't like to let it fester. I don't want bad vibes. I don't want negativity. I don't want any of that. So if I feel or hear that someone has beef or has an issue, I just reach out. Donald Cerrone back in the day. And so I reached out to him. I was like, Dom, what's up with this clip? Are you mad at me? Did we get into a fight? A lot of people are asking me about this. What is happening? And Dom gave me a very good explanation because initially I was talking to the guys and we all kind of agreed that it did seem like he didn't want to say anything bad about me because he felt a certain way about me. And I didn't ask him if I could give the explanation, but I don't see why I can't. And the explanation made a ton of sense. The explanation was that he had heard that there was some kind of issue back in the day between Brendan and I, which is true. And he didn't want to get in between. He's on Brendan's show. He sits there and says, hey, I love Ariel. He's my guy. He didn't know how Brendan would respond. He didn't know if they were baiting him, if they were trying to create a scene or something. So he's like, you know what? I'm going to keep it down the middle, which I respect. Now, could you come back and say like, hey, man, that's your boy. Like, it doesn't matter. He could direct. Sure. But I get it. He's in his house. He's on his show. You know what? I'm going to stay out of it. Knowing that and then going back and rewatching the clip totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. Again, this guy was on the show on Monday. He was on the show on Monday, and it was a lovely conversation. So there's no beef there. I think he just didn't want to get involved. And by the way, thank you, Brendan, for the kind words. Like I said, no hate in my heart. We address the issues. We address the lies. We move on, and we hope for everyone's success. Jake, what's up, Ariel and crew? Do you think the UFC should change the need to a ground opponent rule like one championship? Would have made a huge difference in the Aljo fight if it were legal. No, I don't. I don't think it should be changed. But I can understand, listen, there's always going to be people who are going to try and, do things. That's called strategy. That's called prep. That's called, being smart. But DJ's take on it on Monday was fascinating. P.S. Still waiting for the video to be included on Spotify. I know that's not Frank's job, so who's to blame? Keep up the great work. Jake, I don't know. Why don't you just watch it on YouTube? Why does it need to be on Spotify?
Facts.
What?
Facts.
Right. My good friend Andrew Feldman, who does such a great job each and every time we do a show. What's up, Ariel and the rest of the crew? I see some similarities between Cormier and Aljo's relationship with the fans. Both fighters seem to be great representation of the sport. Say a lot of right things, but for some reason, mostly hear boos. Well, not Cormier. In my opinion, early in Cormier's career, but not later. The fans' perception is that DC only won the belt because Jones eliminated himself from competing, and Aljo only won because, well, the thing is, once he beat Stipe, I think that went away. Could say that for Aljo, but once he beat Stipe, I think that went away. I know you used to help advise DC with different things to say pre and post fight. So if you were in that position with Aljo, what would you tell him? Go full heel? No, I hate when people say that. Aljo's a good guy, and he's turning the corner. Forget the Jan fight. Look at your resume. Look what you've done since the Marlon fight. Look at who you've beaten. Look what you did in the Jan rematch. Look what you did to Cejudo. Look what you did to TJ. Compromised or not. Forget that one blip. What about all the other wins? People act like the Jan fight was like the first one, like his only win. It's ridiculous. I would say move on from that. Focus on the good. Be yourself. Remember when Aljo first came into the UFC, he was the funk master with the high top and the gold chain. Just be yourself. And they'll come around. Just like they come around on DJ, just like they came around on Daniel, and so many others. Max, Guten Tag, Ariel, quick one this week. Who do you think has had the best post-UFC run? Maybe Mighty Mouse, but Perry has a case as well. Or does any other fighter come to mind? Greetings from Germany, my man. Lewis offers some suggestions. Thank you, appreciate it. Cyborg, to a degree. And congrats to her on re-signing with Bellator. As much as I want to see the Kayla fight, bummer. Phil DeFries, at least maybe we won't get it now, but next year. Phil DeFries, great. I mean, he's done a tremendous job. KSW. Gegard had a nice run. OAM has had a nice run. Horiguchi, nice run. Pettis, nice run. Ryan Bader, non-fighting Dan Hardy. Yeah, those are all tough. I think Perry has had a tremendous run and somewhat of an unexpected run. Nick Diaz had a big run post-UFC, remember? Strikeforce and all that, Elite XC. So, I mean, it's tough to pick one, but Lewis gave me all the suggestions, so I'm going to run with those. Been a long day. Abe. Hello, Ariel and crew. As much as the GOAT and pound-for-pound debates are so subjective, I still love them, and I'm interested to hear where you think Pitbull ranks in the pound-for-pound talks if he becomes champ. Oh, that would be interesting. Does not fighting the UFC discount him? Yeah, I mean, you're being Sergio Pettis. That means something. Huge fan of Leon and Islam, but I think Aljo has a good case for being above both. P.S. Congrats on the massive Forrest win. You play my beloved Arsenal next. Commiserations in advance, but I hope he can still be cool afterwards. And since GC has confirmed he'll just ship if Forrest go down, we know he loves the merch as Arsenal's black kid is the best in the game. Much love, your boy Abe. It's a big one. 3 games left, guys. We've got Arsenal, Chelsea, and of course Crystal Palace. I mean, again, people want to say what they want to say. I was in the freaking car listening to Sirius XMFC on Monday as my guy Morgan Gibbs White, with one of the greatest touches you'll ever see from Brendan Johnson, by the way. Did you guys see it? I mean, GC, did you see that play?
Of course.
The back pat, whatever that is called. I mean, I'm not going to pretend. I didn't even know what like a center back was 6 months ago. I mean, I'm just being honest. But my kids, I go like, this is it. And again, I get the jokes about Everton and all that stuff all the time. One last time. The Leicester thing, the first team I ever loved, by the way, and people are going to roll their eyes now, the first player in Premier League that I loved was Thierry Henry, because I liked France and he was on Arsenal. And was I aware of like Arsene Wenger and Robin van Persie? Sure. I did fantasy soccer in 2005. My favorite player was, oh my God, I can't believe I forgot. Ashley Young of Watford, who's still playing, by the way, for Aston Villa. And it was 1 year, and then I swore off all fantasy, and I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. It's too time-consuming. Always watch the World Cup. My family, my uncle Gad Sad, who you may see online talking about soccer, he's huge into soccer. Soccer was a big part of our family, but for me, it was more NBA, NFL, etc. Fast forward, Leicester does their thing, and I'm clearly jumping. Like, people pull up the tweets. Eric and I would joke about Leicester all the time on the show. That's when they had their miraculous run, I think, in 2017. That was all a joke. That was just because I was jumping on the bandwagon. But fine, people want to pull. Then we had the thing with Patty and Molly when we were all pals. Molly said, you can't root for Liverpool, root for Everton. So I was like, sure, I'll put an Everton mug here. On my life, never watched a full Everton match. Never cared, couldn't name a person on the team. I would always reference Wayne Rooney because I knew that was a joke because he was on United way more than Everton, right? Sitting on this show last summer, if you recall, my kids are now really starting to get into soccer. Now, at the time, they're into it, they're playing, but they're not really following it, but I could sense it coming. So I said on the show, I was like, we need to find a new team. The relationship with Molly isn't great. I'm going to jump ship. Of course, I love Molly. But, you know, like it's time to move on from the Everton thing because I wasn't invested. Like when I'm all in, I'm all in. All in with the Knicks, all in with the Bills, all in with the Expos back in the day. Like I need to be all in. I'm an all-in kind of guy. So let's pick a team. So we picked Nottingham Forest because of the logo, because when I was younger, I remember them in like the soccer league that I was in the 90s. They were a thing. And I just remember, I think I was on Bayern Munich, but I know one of the teams was Nottingham Forest. And because of the story of them coming back to the Premier League after 23 years. So I'm like, I'm in. Then I'm going to London/Wales for WWE Clash at the Castle, and they're playing Man City. So I convinced my guy Raj from BT Sport to take us, or me, from London to Manchester, which is, you know, unbeknownst to me, a 5 to 6 hour drive in traffic. We go to the game. And then I meet some of the Forest guys. They give me the jersey. I sit in the away end, and now I'm like fully in. And I got to tell you, a lot of this is because of my kids. My kids love soccer. They love it. They love following it. They're aware of the Knicks players and Julius Randle and all that, but like they could tell you all about, you know, Kevin De Bruyne. Oh, Kevin De Bruyne. What a goal yesterday too. My older son loves Man City, Holland. Phil Foden is his favorite player. I got him a couple of jerseys for his birthday. Gavi, got him a Holland yellow away. Got him a Kevin De Bruyne red and black one. A friend of his has a Holland blue. He didn't want the blue. Anyway, they love it. We watch, we collect the cards. World Cup was tremendous. My middle son, Walter, has chosen to follow in my footsteps and be a Forest fan. And any father out there would understand this. When you find a common thing with your kids that you can both be fans of, because they're not sitting there watching Knicks and Heat with me at 10 p.m. going crazy. Maybe if they're like up and bored, but they don't go on the websites and the YouTube channels and all that. They're not doing that for the Bills yet. They're not doing that for the Blue Jays. They're doing it for soccer. Like they could tell you everything. They're probably watching Champions League right now. When you find that thing, it changes everything. When your kids are playing travel soccer, it changes everything. And now I'm learning about formations and center backs and right backs and what this guy does. I love it. And I'm there with parents who have played soccer and they're teaching me. So it's all I think about now. It's all I love. It's like give me at this point, give me a bit. I said it on Monday. Give me 4 staying up and the Knicks losing in 5, which by the way, they're toast. If maybe they'll win it, and I hope I'm wrong, but the effort that they've shown in Miami was pathetic. And so I see all your plastic fan and your bullshit. Number one, I would say, why the fuck do you care? I certainly don't care, about what you are a fan of. And number two, let me be happy with my kids. Let me enjoy this with my kids. It's given us a common bond. I don't like Pokemon. I don't like Mr. Beast. I don't like whatever else they like. We love this together. I look forward to Saturday mornings, like sitting on the couch and watching with them and talking about this guy and that guy and Mahrez and all these dudes that I didn't even know who Erling Haaland was. I fully admit this last August. Now I freaking love I love watching him play. He's incredible. Foden, I didn't know who he was. Jack Grealish seems like the nicest guy on the planet. Declan Rice, turned his back on Ireland, but all good. Anyway, it's a beautiful thing. I feel like it's a gift to be able to be a fan with your kids, and I'm really enjoying it. And so when I could call up my son on Monday and say, did you see that goal? Did you see what Morgan Gibbs-White did? Did you see Brennan Johnson's pass? Did you see the way he dribbled? I could have done that 8 months ago. So that's what I mean when I say that this is a gift. And so to all the haters, you can shove it. I'm loving this, and I don't want it to end. Now, of course, it's not going to end if they get relegated, but it's not the same. I'm in forever. I'm in for life. Love the club. Love what they've given us. Love the vibe. Love the fans. City ground. Forest are magic. I love everything about it. Sorry for going long there, but just wanted to try to explain once and for all this whole thing, because you see the comments and you're like, oh, do I need to battle this every single time? You'll understand if you're a parent. I didn't grow up a soccer fan to the point where I'm following it. So, I had to find a team. And the funny thing is, people accusing me of being a bandwagon of a team that's been in the relegation zone for how could if I would have chosen Arsenal or Man City, crap on me. I chose Nottingham Forest. The fuck off me. The fuck are you talking about? Anyway, let's move on. Matt Mo. Bonjour, Lord Ariel. On last week's show, GC and Frank and you were deciding on which horse in the Kentucky Derby to bet on. Frank said the 15-1 underdog Mage about 10 times. He literally said Mage. Can we go with Mage? I like Mage. And then Ariel even said, I'll go with whatever you want. Frank then once again said Mage. And then for reasons unbeknownst to MMA Hour fans around the world, you all chose Angel of Empire. My question is for Frank. What was going on in your head when you kept saying Mage and they went with Angel of Empire? I know you said Angel of Empire first, but clearly you wanted Mage after you had heard it first. It felt like you were being ignored and then just ended up giving in. Is this an accurate assessment?
All right, so Frank clearly wrote this question.
This is from Matt Mo. By the way, Lewis offers this up, and I should say, because he wrote it on the bottom and I missed it, can we give do we have like a clap or something? Do we have something like a...
Yeah.
No, nothing? Like, like a celebration, like an award show thing? Anyway, this is Sure, perfect. This is 1 year of moderating for the great moderator Lewis, who does this out of the kindness of his heart. So, the segment wouldn't be happening anymore if not for his help. So thank you so much. He goes above and beyond and is a really nice addition to the team and a great friend. He's become a friend, and I appreciate him very much. So thank you to moderator Lewis for everything he does, including the little things like giving me context, such as the top 3 finishers for the 149th running of the Kentucky Derby were Mage, Two Phils, and Angel of Empire. So, Frank, how did you feel?
Just wanted you guys to like me. No, in reality, I've actually been spending some of my time listening to another podcast.
Whoa. You're cheating on us?
Cheap Heat.
Oh, Major, yes.
And Peter Rosenberg, the great host that he is, likes to say, stay Mage. So I found the connection there, and I thought if I just kept repeating myself over and over again, you guys would pick up on it. But you did it. That's all right. Listened to the episode yesterday, and they were having the same thing. They were like, oh, Mage, you got to pick Mage. And they also forgot to put the bet in. They lost out on a lot of money. And so, I mean, I just felt like it was a good bridge in the gap.
Yeah, we should have went with Mage.
What's going on there?
Oh, no. What is this? Oh, this is a weird... Anyway, let's go to Nim. I haven't heard from Nim in a while here. Dear Mr. Helwani, in honor of moderator Lewis celebrating his 1-year anniversary, I'd like to use a bit of a callback question. Classic Nim. A long time ago, on an On the Nose segment, I asked you and the crew what is your favorite Ariel catchphrase. Examples, back in your life, peace, I'm out of here. And you used to say, come on, as an ode to DC back in the day. I can see you've now phased that out and introduced Connor's You Know Yourself, which is causing all the buzz on Twitter after the Diaz and Paul press conference. By the way, I feel like I say, come. I feel like I still say that, no? So my question is, which fighter's famous line / catchphrases do you enjoy, and are you thinking of adopting them into your vernacular? Here are some suggestions. It is what it is. From? Who's it is what it is from? Anyone can guess?
Max Holloway.
Whoa! New York Rick. From the heavens? Where have you been? Crystal clear sound, too.
I'm here the whole time, baby.
I was talking about you as the guy helping Dana with the stats. You didn't even chime in there. I thought that was your hot tag.
I think there's some rubes online who will actually believe that that's true. So
you just wanted to stay out of it. It was funny though.
He is a social guy named Eric Yee, who runs his social, who he was talking to.
It is what it is. Max Holloway. Not a big fan of it. Is what it is. Khabib, brother. Darren Till. I don't care. Sonnen, that's why they call me the bad guy. Usman, keep that same energy. Rampage, she. I've used she before. And here's an interesting addition. GC, it's tough.
By the way, I feel like he picked ones that are not even like synonymous with some of these fighters. Like Connor's had like 10 different better lines.
You know yourself is subtle, but it's nuanced.
Brother and Khabib.
I was talking about the examples, but yes, also I don't love that one either, if I'm being honest.
By the way,
I thought I wanted sheesh to die. I didn't realize it would be replaced by something that triggers me more. So,
what you don't like? You know yourself?
No, it's not. It's not good.
Yesterday at the press conference, I thought that was like a nod to the MMA Hour team.
No, that was fantastic. I got it.
Pop? You popped?
Yeah, popped. Made me drink a Celsius today. They got them in the fridge over there.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
bubbly, tasty. The lemon, orange.
Actually, for some reason, we have a non-carbonated one, and it's just awful.
Yeah.
I was actually looking for a non-carbonated.
Oh, it's like they took the flavor out of it too. It's not good. Yeah, the carbonated one is great though.
I don't know. You know, these things just have to happen.
Back.
But by the way, did you guys notice when I said I don't charge a fee because I'm already set?
Yeah, you said it twice. I was hoping we were going to get a third time.
Yeah. Did you see that, Rick? Did you like that one?
I saw it.
Did you miss it?
I saw all the moments.
It was a great one. It was a great one. By the way, what did you guys think of the press conference yesterday? Did you enjoy it? Rick, let's start with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a bit of an interesting one because I think people were expecting, to your point earlier, like Nate to be a little more like animated. It seemed like Jake even was expecting that, but that's Nate, right? Like I feel like that's maybe like the people who don't really know Nate or what they're in for were expecting something different, but that felt like Nate to me. I thought it was funny. I thought by the end when Nate's walking off and Jake's like, what the hell is going on here? I thought that was the crescendo. And it did what it was intended to do. Put them together, have them have a face off, which seemed dicey there for a second, and then roll into the fight promotion. So all in all, I think it did what it was supposed to do. Similar to how Aljamain Sterling talked about the O'Malley thing. It served its purpose.
Yeah. What about you, GC? Did you like it?
Yeah. You Know Yourself was great.
Thank you.
Nate walking off was great. And then you being like, I said he's just going to the bathroom. He'll be right back. Don't worry about it.
I was worried too.
Okay, actually,
I mean, he was strolling right off. It looked like he had no plans of coming back.
He was my guy.
That raises a question.
Yeah.
There was a moment before that where
Yes.
Jake is giving some long answer, and it cuts back to you and Nate, and you're like pulling him back into the stage. Were you telling him like not to go away? Was it something about the cursing? Because after that,
I'll tell you.
about the cursing.
Okay,
What
no,
happened
he was
there?
pulling me back. He was pulling me back. So what happened was
He was pulling you back.
Yes, someone. I was like, I'm out of here. No, someone came up to me and was like, "Can you go over here?" And like, "Can you talk?" And I was like, oh, "I'm going to talk." All right, so Jake's talking, and they said, during the next break in terms of answers, can you just apologize to the crowd at home for some of the some of the language?
Okay.
And so I wanted to try to say that in a way that didn't make me look like a total dweeb. I mean, here I am, cursing up a storm, and that's just the fight game. I don't really understand it, but I'm new, so I'm not going to ruffle any feathers. I think Nathan was looking out for me, and I think he thought that I was in trouble. So he was then like, no, come over
Like
here.
pulling
You're
you
good.
away from
Yes,
it.
yes. He came like to my defense, which was incredible.
That's amazing.
Yes, and so he's like, no, you're good.
Visually, it looked the other way. It looked like Nate was like,
oh
no, out, and you were like pulling him in.
No.
The
that's
You're
amazing.
Great moment.
That's
where
amazing.
You guys got a little knuckle bump in.
Yeah.
That was great. The post where he's like talking about how much weed he has in his system, and they're like, Texas has a strict no marijuana policy. And he's
that was
just
in the scrum, right?
Yeah, he's like, wait, what? And they're like, it's a strict no marijuana policy. He's like, I didn't know about that. Now these reports are coming out that like he's going to have to get tested for marijuana or something. He was saying, let's go to California instead.
I think part of that is, theater, because Nate has a really great team. In particular, his manager, Zach, is very up to speed on this stuff. So I'd be surprised if he didn't know, or maybe they didn't tell him yet, but I don't think any of that is necessarily a surprise. By the way, shout out to Dallas. Great town. I always love going there because it's very clean in Dallas, at least where I stay. I was staying right next to the arena, and went for a little run. Nice coffee shops. Nice, there was a lot. There was actually a Mayweather gym, like right next to the arena, but for soccer moms, just like a workout place. And there was also a place called, I think, Sinopolis Luxury Cinemas. And I thought of you guys, GC and Frank. Luxury cinemas, where it was like high-end theater.
I've been to a Sinopolis.
Oh.
Only the best.
Is it?
They had one in West Hartford back in C2.
Yeah. Big
It is
time?
high end. It is luxury. Yeah, I've actually fallen asleep. The only time I've ever fallen asleep in a theater was in Sinopolis.
Interstellar.
That close. Tenet.
Oh.
Another Christopher Nolan movie.
Nolan's not doing it for you. I love that.
Well, no. I love.
We're going to see
Christopher Nolan.
Oppenheimer, though, right? That comes out.
I mean, Interstellar is my favorite movie. Frank hates it.
Oppenheimer, but yeah, we can see that.
We're going to see Oppenheimer. I'm going to see it the day it comes out, no doubt.
David is the last one. Salam alaikum, Ariel and crew. After seeing DC smile when Weidman said he was coming for your job on the pre-show, I needed to get to the bottom of your friendship with DC. I understand. Oh, by the way, shout out to Weidman for dropping my name. I hope he doesn't get fired for that. No, he won't. Weidman's a G. By the way, the best spot for Weidman is on those weigh-in shows. He's perfect at that. It's relaxed. It's fun. Ball busting. They do a great job at the weigh-in show. Honestly, they do. It's one of the best things that they do. And it's the closest thing that they have to inside the NBA, in my opinion. Shout out to Kenny Smith. He has a new book that came out this week. He's my guest this week on the Basketball Pod. And no one has been able to replicate inside the NBA, but they've done a pretty damn good job of replicating it with the vibe that they have there. And Weidman does a great job. Anyway, Weidman dropped my name on Friday, which I thought was cool. Didn't have to do that. Back to the question from David. I understand he works for the same company you walked away from, but I know his YouTube channel has been on fire the last few months and has no affiliation with ESPN. He's had a plethora of other guests on the show, including a few with your old buddy Ben Askren. Has he ever invited you on for a throwback segment, or is your friendship that one-sided between the two of you? Wow. He has never invited me on. Would love any more insight on this relationship? If you could share, I'd love to hear the crew's thoughts on your friendship with DC as well. Do they echo my same sentiment? Do you guys feel like the relationship is one way with me and DC? As outsiders, I want to know, like, does it feel like I show more love, I put over, I do this, that, as opposed to him? What do you guys think?
Yes, undoubtedly.
Wow.
100%.
Wow. This is tough.
Yeah, I mean, him. Wow, there you go. You're already using the catchphrase.
Yeah, the
catchphrase
is tough.
Yeah, I mean the video of the hug denial. Then we're hearing stories. He's just like he dips from the arena without you.
That's true.
Yeah,
Did do that
man.
WrestleMania. Yep.
Seems to be a little bit of a history there.
Didn't ask me on the show. Chael comes on all the time. So what do you guys think? Like, do you think I'm looking desperate? Am I looking thirsty? Should I back off?
I don't know about desperate.
We had the feud at the beginning of
Or
the
thirsty.
What is it?
No, I like thirsty. Thirsty might apply there.
Wow. Okay. I don't want to get into another feud.
I think,
with
look,
DC.
you're just, I think you're just looking for a friendship that he's not ready for. You know?
Wow.
That's okay.
Do you think?
Okay.
Do you think that he's afraid to get too close to me? Like, do you think that?
Yeah.
Or is it,
I think that plays into it for sure.
do you think I should rethink? My stance. Like, Chael comes on all the time. He actually was in New York for Newark. He was here on a Wednesday. Didn't tell me.
This is how I feel it. This is how I handle all relationships in my life. Open and honest communication. Open and honest communication, Ariel. You have to talk to him and you have to say, look, DC, this thing we've got going is great. But here's how I feel. Here's my emotions. Here's what I'm going through. I'm not blaming you, but I'm just trying to let you know how I feel. Hopefully we can sort this out. These are the things I need, right? You need a little more back from him than you've been giving. You've been giving and giving and giving, and he's not giving it back. And you just have to talk about it and see where he's at. And at the end of that, after you've opened your heart to him and he's not ready, you have to let him go.
What? Let him go.
Fly away.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, that feels like a step too far. I don't think the friendship needs to end.
Jeez,
it just feels a little one-sided sometimes.
If he's not meeting you at the level that you're, if he's not meeting you at the level that you're meeting him, it's never gonna change. You have to establish these things.
All right. Well, you've given me a lot to think about.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I consider DC a friend.
He's definitely your friend. My thing is sometimes you better show it. If we're doing levels of how much you're doing, I'd say you're probably here. He's probably like here. It feels you're doing
never going to work.
Touch more.
I come to his defense. People talk about the broadcasting.
Yeah,
you promote DC and RC.
Promoted it.
You do a lot, man.
Nobody promotes it more than you.
Asked him multiple times when we were in LA together.
Promotes it a lot.
They do promote it a lot. Right.
Yeah, the UFC broadcast. You're number 2 besides the UFC broadcast.
Asked him a lot of times to meet up.
That's the diciest.
Yeah.
See, this is not good. This is not good. We need to be on the same level.
Do you think my relationship with Chael is healthier than my relationship with DC?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
no doubt.
Yes,
no
for
doubt.
sure.
No doubt.
Chael seems like a great friend.
Yeah, Chael almost feels like a regular
He's doing
at this
his
point.
part.
Yeah.
I mean, he just stops by the old MMA hour, whenever he pleases.
He gives you breaking news all the time
on his route to his YouTube channel. What about when he came? What about this one? Still kind of doesn't say. He came on the show and it was like a quick 20-minute in and out. DC, that was weird, right?
Did we get more time with McGregor?
See, I'll give him
with DC.
I think so.
Wow.
I'm gonna give him a pass on that because it's part of a schedule and he has to do these things. Now, would it have been great if he said, "Look, this is my boy, and I'm gonna do as much time as I damn well please"?
I mean, Connor went out of his way.
That would have been great.
I mean, Connor went out of his way.
That would have been great. But it seems like he's not there yet.
Connor said Sean Hannity can wait.
He did. He legit said that. And I see that he's doing like a thing with Funky now, which is fine. It's fine, but yeah, no one asked me. No one asked me to come on.
Oh man.
It's time for a combo, Ariel. It's time for a combo.
All right. Should I call him now, or do you think that's
that feels like you'd be putting
probably
him on the
not.
spot.
No.
I mean, I'll call him now. We'll do. By the way, do we believe that?
Don't give this away for free.
Right, that's true. Do we believe that Henry was in a bad cell reception area, or
No. I think he put 2 and 2 together of where Eric was and immediately hung up.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Well, you don't pick up the phone and then hang up if you're in a bad reception area. You just don't pick up the phone.
That was weird.
Let's be serious here.
Yep. All right. Well, a lot to chew on there, a lot to think about. I mean, it's hard to hear that. It's hard to. This reminds me of high school when someone told me that my crush didn't like me, and I was like, "Really?"
But this is just a conversational way to clear the air.
You think we could clear the air?
Crush, it's like you should probably give up.
Yeah, I did say moments ago that when there's an issue, I address it head on. Right? Yeah, you wouldn't know. You know yourself, Frank.
Yeah,
you know yourself. All right. Thanks to everyone for the questions. Shorter questions this week, if only because it's 5:00, and We can't charge a fee because we're already set. Next Wednesday, I do want to let you know there'll be more questions, so we'll make it up to you, all right? We're always worried about that sort of thing. I do want to let you know about our good friends over at Squarespace, and thank you to moderator Lewis, and thank you to everyone who sent in the questions. We love Squarespace. Squarespace is such a huge part of our family here. And why are they such a huge part of our family? They are an easy way to start your own beautiful website and grow your brand. You want to start a travel diary, a recipe blog, personal blog, a newsletter, an email thingy. You want to do anything. You want to get, your brand out there. You know the drill. Go to squarespace.com/MMA Hour. With Squarespace, you can make your own blog, but so much more. Create email campaigns, set up an online store, even sell premium gated content like tutorials or newsletters. You can head to squarespace.com/MMA Hour for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use offer code MMA Hour to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Thank you very much to our good friends over at Squarespace for their support. Also, support for this episode comes from our good friends over at HelloFresh. If you've ever had the experience of running to the grocery store last minute for what? Frank, guess what? I know you like to cut these, so I'm going to start this one over.
Look at you.
Frank, support for this episode comes from HelloFresh. If you've ever had the experience of running to the grocery store last minute for that one missing ingredient you need to complete for dinner, you know it's super annoying, especially if you're hungry. HelloFresh removes all that hassle with fresh, pre-proportioned ingredients. So you have exactly what you need, exactly when you need it. HelloFresh does so much more, though, than just deliver delicious dinners to you. You can also choose from over 100 items to round out your order, like snacks, desserts, and pantry necessities, all in one box. I've told you about the salmon that we got. I've told you about the chicken. I've told you about the beef. I've told you about how easy it is and how fresh it is and how user-friendly it is, even if you're not a connoisseur in the kitchen. Go check them out right now. Go to HelloFresh.com/TheMMAHour16 and use code TheMMAHour16 for 16 free meals plus free shipping. That's 16 free meals from America's #1 meal kit, shipped for free when you go to HelloFresh.com/TheMMAHour16. That's HelloFresh.com/TheMMAHour16. And please use the code TheMMAHour16 when you check out. And lastly, I want to let you know that today's show is brought to you by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers can make a $5 bet right now and score $150 in bonus bets instantly with DraftKings Sportsbook when it pertains to NBA playoff action. Massive Game 5 tonight for the Knicks. What about the Nuggets? They are so close to moving on to the Western Conference Finals. You got the Sixers, Celtics back against the wall. Lakers 3-1 over the Warriors. Everyone can score a no-sweat same-game parlay every day during the NBA playoffs. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code TheMMAHour. That's code TheMMAHour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Massachusetts, call 800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Kansas, call 1-800-522-4700. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resorts in Kansas, 21 and older in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Opt-in required. One bonus bet issued based on amount of initial losing bet. Eligibility, wagering, deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball terms. Yeah. All right, guys. Let's do this.
How are you feeling, UFC Charlotte?
Yeah, UFC Charlotte. I feel like
Let's go.
I feel like the voice is failing me here.
Bellator 296.
You know what? I'm going to do it on the back end.
Bellator Paris.
Yeah, let's.
What's that?
Let's make some picks.
Yeah, let's make some picks.
Yeah.
All right, let's randomize this order. Something's going on with the old computer. You guys are just going to have to take my word for it here.
Oh, love it.
All right, well,
Wait,
you're going to have to trust me because Eric will be going first, followed by Frank.
Love it.
Followed by Ariel, and I'll be last.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to go over to the alternate lines, and we're going to go Charlotte main event under 3.5. Jairzinho Rosenstruik and Jailton Almeida.
I like what you're thinking. Minus 750.
We're gonna go under 3.5 on that one.
Change it to 2.5
Keep it
and
safe.
get it down to 450.
See, Ariel's gonna come for me if I do that. Number one.
No,
and number two. Just want a little. No. I've heard the way you talk about those things. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with it. Last week, I was the one putting my neck out. This week, I'm gonna play a little safer.
Respect.
You. And just so you know, we all rode with you on your decision.
Yeah, we did. We did. I
didn't even hear what
he said. We all rode with you.
Yeah, sure.
It wasn't just you. It wasn't just you.
Yeah, we were all riding with you as a team.
For sure.
Yeah, that's how this works, Frank. Thanks.
Ian Machado, a minus 300 favorite, huh?
Big time. Over D-Rod.
Incredible. Ultimately, and there's a lot of big favorites. Carlos Alberg.
This is my pick.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
my bad.
I believe this is
sorry. Sorry.
I understand. A little jet lag.
He's just helping, Frank. He's just helping you. We're all riding together. Remember?
All right.
So honestly, there's a couple of fights on here that very interesting, but I want to get on the bus. I want the bus to succeed, and I have been finding the heavyweight.
Look at Joe. Look at Joe right now. Joe's loving it.
He's just shaking his head at me. I'm gonna take.
He's shaking his head in
He
disappointment.
gives this off like he's like done all this research. He's like, few fights that interest me.
There are a few, but I'm gonna go with a heavyweight fight. Going money line, Carl Williams.
Carl Williams is a minus 400 against the plus 310 Chase Sherman. By the way,
I have that as 410.
Does it sound like I'm speaking softly?
No, not really.
Okay, because the mic is just. That's why I'm taking it off here because it's just a mess. I mean, at this point,
thanks.
Sort of throwing up my hands.
Because it's too soft.
It just sounds like too I don't know. It feels like I'm peaking. It feels like I'm hitting a ceiling, so it doesn't feel rich and deep like I like it. In any event, I'm looking at Carlos Alberg minus 450. I'm looking at Jailton Almeida minus 500. Ultimately, though,
can't take Jailton.
Yeah, I know.
Right, Connor? Can we take Jailton or no?
Nah.
No. Ultimately, though, I'm going to go with my boy, Am Yisrael Chai, Natan Levy, minus 250 over Pete Rodriguez. Some say I don't always, pick the close ones. I'll pick the close ones for you. Shout out to my guy, Natan Levy.
Interesting there.
Yeah.
You know yourself.
You know yourself.
I suppose you do know yourself. All right. I will, that gets us to minus 102 heading into the final pick. I will go to the fight does not go to a decision props. Wow. Was not the line I was expecting, but I will go to the co-main event. Anthony Smith, Johnny Walker to not go to a decision. Minus 500.
Oh. So what are we at now?
I like it.
Yeah, I was expecting that to be a little bit lower, but that gets us to plus 138.
That's not bad.
I'm not knocking on wood here, but if we hit this,
yeah, we're in the green.
Are we in the green now? Are we in the black?
We are. Yep, we'd be in the black if we hit this one.
Let's go.
Okay. I think I like that.
All right, so it's the UFC in Charlotte. Amazingly, it's on ABC. I remember there was once a time where the network events were like big deals. This one is completely flown under the radar, like UFC on Fox, ESPN, blah, blah, blah. This one's on ABC. Yeah. The main card is on ABC, amazingly. So it's a big platform. This is the same network that, is airing the NBA playoffs, but also all kinds of regular TV programming. But we also have Bellator in Paris. Pretty good card on Friday. Give us the picks, GC.
All right, I don't have any picks for Bellator in Paris. Thought about Gegard. Line is a little too blown out. Plus, don't want to go against Fabian. The Edwards have been good to this show. Mm-hmm. So I will start. Keeping it tight this week, but I am going to take a dog shot on Brian Battle going up against Gabe Green. I mean, last time out, Brian Battle got dominated by Renat Fakhretdinov. I was on Renat in that fight. I mean, 14 minutes of control time. It was not good, but I think he was outsized and he was just outclassed in that one. I think this is much more closer to his level of competition. I still think he has a decent ceiling in the UFC. Gabe Green, he's going to come forward. Of course, he's going to push that pressure. But every one of his UFC opponents has taken him down. I think Brian Battle can do that. I think he's dangerous once it gets to the ground. I think it's going to be a close fight, but I like him as an underdog this weekend. Next up, I hate to say it, I'm taking another shot, and it's actually going against the Parlay Pals. Pete Rodriguez, a little sprinkle on the KO line. So,
wow.
A lot of unknowns when it comes to our man Pete Rodriguez. He's only got 6 professional fights, all of them ending in the first round. Either he's doing the knocking out or he's getting knocked out by our good friend Jack Della Maddalena. Now, the thing with this one, in theory, Natan Levy should win this fight. The only thing is, going back and watching the tape, he does get hit. And Pete Rodriguez, if he's going to win, he is going to win by knockout. If you go back to his amateur career, 7 of his 9 amateur fights ended up him winning by knockout. All of his professional fights in the first round. There could be a world where he just falls off a cliff after the first round, too, if it goes that long. But the fact that he's like a plus 220 and his knockout line, which is, in my opinion, the only way he's going to win here, is plus 400. Natan Levy's the guy that gets it. I'm willing to take a shot on it. If it loses, I will absolutely not be shocked. But at the price, I thought it was worth a small play there. Next up, Cody Stamann going up against DSA. DSA, unbelievably athletic. I mean, finishing ability out the wazoo, but he is 37 at this point. I think Cody's going to be the faster guy here. I think he's going to be the more technical guy. He might not be the better striker, but I think he's got wrestling upside here as well. I think he needs to go back to that boring style where he uses the grappling and leans on that. But I think he can absolutely win a decision here. I think if you're going to play a prop, it would be Cody Stamann to win by decision. Golden Glove boxer, wrestling acumen, the much younger fighter. I think he gets it done. Now to the main event. Got to keep it interesting here. We start as a single play with a hedge because you know where I stand on the main event. If you know anything about me, it is Jailton Almeida. It is Jailton Almeida all day. You say this card is flying under the radar. That is, couldn't be further from the truth. This is the time to shine. Jailton Almeida on ABC, on the main card. It's time to get to business. But what I'm going to do, just in case, as a hedge, Rosenstruck, round 1 KO. I think that's the only way he's going to win is by KO, and I think if he does, he's going to do it early. Plus 1,200, I just couldn't pass up on that. But we move on to the parlays, where I do have, from last week, Chaos Williams and Jailton Almeida. Then I also have our man, the Black Jag, Carlos Olberg, and Jailton Almeida. Got some good exposure there. The way that I see this fight going, I think I'm going to come out. I think Rosenstruck knows exactly what is going to happen. He knows that Almeida is going to try to take him down. It's going to be dicey on the feet for a second. Obviously, Jairzinho can knock anybody out. Very high-level kickboxer. Think it'll be dicey. He's going to overextend. Almeida is going to get him to the ground, and then it's over from there. But on the off chance, we haven't really seen Jailton's chin tested. Jairzinho could finish him. So I also took, in 2 other parlays, the Almeida Rosenstruck under 3.5, anchoring 2 more parlays, one with Carl Williams in, the co-main to not go the distance, and then Kim Baum over 1.5, and Gary Rodriguez over 1.5. So I knew I'd be there, but I have a lot of exposure on the main event. Anytime Jailton Almeida fights, I have a lot of exposure. And those are the picks.
I love the Charlotte Hornets inspired graphics.
Oh yeah, got to do it. Yeah. Got to do it. You know, anytime we travel, we're gonna customize it.
Yeah, no, I love that. All right, so potential Bellator or no Bellator at all?
No Bellator.
All right, fuck Bellator.
Kick back on the Friday evening, watch Gay Guard, see what happens.
I agree.
I don't need the stress. I
agree.
You know?
I agree.
That Bellator open hits, you realize you got 5 units down. You're like, we might go broke tonight, folks.
Rick, the thing I was stumbling and stammering over in the beginning was Bellator's in Paris, but to me, with all due respect, the biggest news out of Paris came earlier today.
Oh, there it is.
With the signing of Cedric Doumbé to PFL. I mean, I don't think people are ready. I don't think people know. I don't think people understand like how massive this is. Well, first of all, for one, he's saying he tweeted his next fight June 23rd, Atlanta, which means, unless I'm reading this wrong, that he's either going to be like in some kind of exhibition or possibly in the actual tournament, like maybe as some kind of replacement or some fighting his way in. which is exciting in and of itself. But yeah, man, I don't think people are ready for this dude.
This is your guy.
I don't think
this
they
is your next
understand.
Izzy.
This is my guy.
We trying to go, Rick? We can
It's
stay at my
different.
parents' house. We
For
can stay at Mom
Doumbé, I
and
might.
Pop's.
I just might. For Doumbé.
I'll show you
It's
around the
different
town.
than Izzy. I'll say this.
A-Town down?
Here's why
I'm
he's
there.
different. There's things that could be less convincing than this. I'm getting intrigued here. He's a like championship level kickboxer, right? Izzy didn't capture a glory championship, but obviously he was a very high level fighter. Alex Pereira did, right? Alex Pereira. If we're looking at like the decorated kind of kickboxers who were from glory and came into UFC, we're talking Izzy, Alex, Giga. Giga was a very high level fighter. Dustin Jacoby to a lesser extent. But man, Cedric Doumbé's resume is insane. But also what you're getting is a promoter, a showman. Whether it be in the ring, he dances around, he taunts his opponents, he knocks them out. You get the promo clips that him and his team are making up on the spot. If people are unfamiliar, the best way you could introduce yourself to Cedric Doumbé is go find the YouTube video of Pray for Myrtle, which was a YouTube video that him and his team created ahead of his one of his kickboxing bouts against his rival Myrtle Groenhart, where he's in a church confessional and explaining the terrible things he's going to have to do and praying for salvation with a priest for the things that he's going to have to do. It's incredible stuff. He's a showman. He's a storyteller. So you're getting a knockout artist. You're getting a dude who can sell things. It's a huge win for PFL. I'm very excited about
202,000
This is my guy.
subscribers on YouTube.
Wow. All right, he's got a
Yeah,
following.
he puts out content, man.
This is
Love
the good
it.
stuff. Doesn't need to even be in the tournament, if you ask me. Just get him on there, and they've got their expansion in Europe.
Please,
don't put him against a wrestler.
please just don't match him up with some
Yes.
guy with an Av last name.
Yes,
like
yes,
that
yes.
is anything other than that. Please, I'm begging. Just let him showcase his drinking.
By the way, we got some breaking news here, guys.
Oh, wow. Excited.
Tell me.
Now, I say this with a bit of a grain of salt just because I'm live on the air and this is all happening, but I'm told, and I don't even know if this is out there. I don't think it is. Is there a main event out there for July 15th?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, so I'm, it's all happening on the show. People say I don't break news and stuff. It's just because, like, sort of like out of the game, It's just like hosting press conferences and stuff. It's like it's hard to keep up on all the breaking news. Holly Holm versus Mayra Buena Silva is going to be the main event at 135 pounds on July 15th. So, in case you wanted that one, as
right.
first reported by the MMA Hour, please.
Yeah, I did want that.
Yeah.
I was
By the MMA Hour, no, it's a big one.
anxiously. Yeah, a big one for sure. No doubt. No doubt about that.
We're back, baby. We're back in the game.
Do we know where that's going to be?
I wish
at?
my microphone was back. What?
Do we know where that's going to be at?
Wow.
July 15th, I think might be. I have no idea. No, I have no idea. Let me see. No, nothing here.
It was in Long Island that time last year.
That's true. Okay. By the way, how insulting is it if they're like, "Hey, we want you to headline the Apex"? Like, oh wow.
I think it's a very real possibility.
No, but just like in general, if you're a fighter and that's what you're told.
Yeah, Holly Holm. So
No, but if it's you're just like you're going here, you're going there, you're going there, and like, oh, I gotta go to the Apex. It's a bummer. Anyways, gents,
it's going to be a banger. No doubt. Certified.
I'm done.
Cool.
I'll talk
Me
to you
too.
guys Monday.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Thank you so much. Guys, thank you. Thank you to everyone who sent in questions. Good luck with all your betting action. Oh, there he is. Frank, let's take this bad boy home, shall we?
Let's park it.
Oh, it's been such a fun day. We started with Tommy Aspinall, Tommy Aspinall. He's returning.
Doing all right.
Yeah, he's returning on July 22nd against. So yeah, like imagine, there's July 8th International Fight Week, and then July 22nd, London, and then you're sandwiched in between. Golly. But they're in Charlotte this week, and that's on ABC. It's a nice little card. It is a nice little card. They definitely like bigger than your typical. Like I said, it's pay-per-view. It's fight night on the road. It's Apex fight night, and then it's Contender Series /Tough. And we're going to talk soon about the Conor McGregor documentary that came out, or is coming out, on Netflix. I had a chance to watch it. at least the first episode and a half. It's very good. It's very interesting. It's very revealing. So that should be making some news. In addition to The Ultimate Fighter, which is starting at the end of the month. I think it's May 30th off the top of my head. For now, though, we shall say goodbye. Thank you so much to all our guests. How about Stamp Fairtex? What a debut for her. Appreciate her very much. Captain Eric, still can't believe he beat me. It's one of the most embarrassing moments of my professional life, maybe my life, period, if I'm being honest. Thank you very much to Merab Dvalishvili. Thank you to the great Chael Sonnen. And, of course, thank you to Nguyen for stopping by as well and for such a great interview. Thanks to all of them. Thanks to all of you. Back on Monday. Same time and place. Until then, I say peace. I'm out of here.